Hey, good morning, everyone. Yeah, the music went away. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the Governing Board monthly meeting. It's to order. It's March 11th, 2021. Mr. Steinley and Ms. Meads are both going to be joining us in a little bit. I think Mr. Martinez is on the phone. Charlie, are you there? I'm going to assume he is, and he's unmuting himself right now. While he does that, Colonel Roman, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Thanks.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
It's nice to see most of you here in person, and I'll take care of some housekeeping before we move on. For those participating through Zoom video, you'll notice most of the board is here at headquarters. We'll keep our masks on throughout the meeting in accordance with Palm Beach County Emergencies Order, except when we're speaking. I remind everyone to speak up so the audience can hear you. The entirety of the meeting will be live streamed today. Board members, I'll ask that you make sure your microphone's on and please speak into the mic so the public can hear you clearly. If you turn your head, drag your mic with you so they can hear you. Most of you who have joined via Zoom since last year, it's been a whole year now, know the drill. But for those of you who are joining us for the first time, welcome. Here are some of the things you should know. Members of the public who wish to address the board may use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page, and staff will help you out. If you're using a phone and would like to comment, please press *9. And *6 to raise your hand to mute and unmute. As a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on each item. And now it's my pleasure to call Drew to present employee recognitions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to see so many of you. It grows each time, and it's good. The light is at the end of the tunnel on this thing. But let's talk about some employees, some of the outstanding employees that we have. First, I'd like to recognize a 30-year service employee. Her name is Joyce Zhang. She is a principal engineer in our Applied Sciences Bureau. Now, Joyce got her bachelor's and master's degree in water resources engineering in China before making her way to the United States, where she got her PhD in agricultural engineering from Oklahoma State University. From there, she went to the University of Florida and worked on nutrient dynamics, nutrient uptake into plants, and what happens with nutrients, which is something we care deeply about. So from there, she came to the district in 1991 as a staff engineer, where she has worked and helped us on dealing with Lake Okeechobee pollution problems from the get-go. What she works on is modeling in the watershed. What's important for us to understand is how nutrients get from their source to the lake. And so she's been working on that since 1991. She was instrumental in laying the foundation for the Lake Okeechobee Protection Act and what was necessary to try to get Lake Okeechobee restored from its eutrophic condition. So that was, and as part of that whole process, she engineered and was instrumental in creating the Watershed Assessment Model. We call that WAM. When I was at EPA years ago, 15 years ago, we were talking about WAM and using WAM. When I was at DEP, WAM. And we're not talking about the musical group. I have said WAM so many times in my life because it is a super tool that really helps us understand where pollution's coming from, what we can do about it, and how we can get to our goals. So she has got talent. She has been instrumental in helping us, and she's been with us for 30 years, and we wouldn't be where we are without her. The unfortunate part is for us, not for her, is she is retiring this year, where she will then move to travel and hanging out with her grandkids, which sounds just wonderful. So Joyce, thank you so much for your service. You've been amazing for the district. Thank you for your 30 years. So Employee of the Month is Mike Debish. He's a senior title examiner in the real estate division. Now, when you do projects, and we do projects, we do all kinds of projects. We conserve land, we get land for building infrastructure. It all starts in real estate, right? And we wouldn't get anywhere if we didn't have title examiners like Mike Debish really trying to help us figure out how we can either acquire land or make changes to land from a title perspective so that it's useful for us. And he has been involved in so many critical projects for the district, including the C-43 project, and you recently approved a easement transfer or easement arrangement with FP&L so they could get power to our pump stations at the C-43 project. That was Mike Debish. In the IRL South, you know, it's constant working with landowners to get the C-23, 24 projects, you know, up and running, get the flows where they need to go. And Mike Debish was instrumental in that. There's a recent work we've done with the drainage district up there that Mike Debish helped us through. And all these real estate transactions, as you know, can be thorny and complicated. And there's probably a rich history of things that people have to research. And Mike does that. And on the agenda today, we've got an acquisition for C-111 South Dade. He has worked on 20 of those tracks to try to get it to the board, including those where we have to make proceedings with the courts. And so he does all the work behind the scenes on all those kind of things, and you see it almost monthly on acquiring those C-111 South Dade lands to make sure we get SERP done down there. So it's one of those guys. He's behind the scenes. He makes title work happen. He lays the groundwork for us to get our job done, and that is why he is March Employee of the Month. Congratulations, Mike Debish. You've earned it, well deserved. So the March Team of the Month is the Water Quality Data Validation Team, and that is Abner Gamboa, Marina Gosis, Allison Mormon, Ashley Satterfield, and Yelena Potter. Now, data validation sounds like a grind, because it is, but it is so important. These folks last year validated 150,000 laboratory analyses and 2.5 million data collection data points for the district last year. That's an amazing amount of data. And if you think, okay, well, do they do that every year? No, they don't. You might recall that you have greatly expanded our monitoring network so that we can root our decisions in science. So they did 20% more data last year than the year before that and the year before that. And that's with the same number of people, right? Not only did they do that, but we deployed some satellite technology in Lake Okeechobee that, you know, could do real-time monitoring that they had to figure out how to get into our data system in a valid way, because it's not linked to our SCADA network. So they also worked hard with innovation and mapped that. And that's really how they did it. You know, they got data, they validated all that extra data because they used IT, were innovative, and did it with the same number of people, and I couldn't be more appreciative. And I can tell you, in my career, quality assurance on data, quality control on data is one of those things that, okay, I guess we need to do that. But when you don't do it, you suffer. And I have been in so many situations where there was a QA/QC problem on data, and it will haunt you. And so, Water Quality Data Validation Team, I want you to know that I absolutely appreciate what you're doing for us, because we're a database agency, and our data is absolutely fabulous. So thank you, and congratulations, well-deserved March Team of the Month. Mr. Chair, that's employee recognition. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Drew. And Joyce, thank you for all your service, and Mike and the Water Quality Validation Team. Congratulations. Thank you for all your hard work. We're going to move now to agenda item number 4, and that's agenda revisions. Rosie, are there any changes to the agenda?
We have some, Mr. Chairman. Items 23, 25A, 25B, and 25C were edited to include contract information, and the agenda item background and consideration language were revised for item 24.
Thank you. I'm now going to poll the board to find out if there are any abstentions for board members on any of the items on the agenda today. I'll start with Mr. Bergeron.
No.
Hang on. Mr. Bergeron, say it with your mic on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I heard you the first time, but I'm not sure the rest of the world did. Thank you. Mr. Olafich?
No.
I have none. Vice Chair Wagner?
None.
Colonel Roman?
I have none.
Mr. Martinez? We will come back to Mr. Martinez when we ask Mr. Steinle and Ms. Meads. We now have the Big Cypress, excuse me, easy for me to say, the Big Cypress Basin Board Report. That's by Chair Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Big Cypress Basin Board met on February 25th, 2021. And before I summarize our meeting, I'd like to mention that we had new board members that were appointed by Governor DeSantis in December. Dan Waters, our new vice chair, Andy Hill, and Nanette Rivera, who all participated in their first meeting this month. So it was really great. All of them have a strong interest in the basin, especially in protecting and improving water quality, and we are off to a good start. So that was really good news, and it was great to have a board. We began our meeting with a presentation from Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary of Florida Audubon regarding a modeling effort we helped fund last year. Over the last 2 decades, the sanctuary has experienced a noticeable decrease in water levels in the dry season, which have had an impact on wood stork nesting. Several recommendations were presented, and the district staff and the basin staff will be working with the sanctuary to review the next steps. We had another presentation on the Big Cypress Basin Scientific Boundary Study by Jeff Uticello, which also included a summary of the financial analysis of the legislation to expand the basin boundary by Candy Heater. I have included a map and the summary slides outlining the financial impacts to the district as outlined in our meeting. Discussion from the basin board members included concerns regarding projects in Lee County that would send water south into the Cocoa Canal and whether the downstream areas would be able to handle those extra flows. Also, the proposed legislation does not include the ability to fund $2.6 million of administrative functions, water quality monitoring, and land management activities within the basin. Consideration of providing additional funding to the existing Lee County Cooperative Agreement for flood control assistance. Other concerns raised were issues raised by the Collier County Commission, especially the quick implementation timeframe of this. There should be further consideration in the proposed legislation regarding separation of funds. For example, if there is a project built in Lee County with Lee County funding, and the project has impacts in Collier County, but no funding from Lee County has been provided, would it be fair to Collier taxpayers to pay for project impacts from a Lee County project? Also, overall impacts to Everglades restoration and CERC projects and their operation and maintenance funding. So I'm hoping after my report that the governing board can have some discussion on this proposed legislation. Lucine Dadrian also provided an overview of our $3.6 million capital program. A couple of highlights. A new water control structure with full automation. It is out for bid now and should begin construction this summer. We have 6 new locations for SCADA monitoring equipment, which improves our flood control operations and response time for gate changes. Canal bank improvements, which not only improve our conveyance in our canals, but also protects our right-of-way so that we can maintain the flood control system. We wrapped up the meeting with a presentation from Candy Heater regarding an overview of the basin's preliminary fiscal year 2021-2022 budget. The fiscal year 2021-22 preliminary basin budget is $14.6 million compared to the fiscal year 2021 adopted basin budget of $14,315,680. So that concludes my report to the governing board, and I'd like to hear any thoughts you may have from my fellow governing board members on the proposed boundary expansion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Roman. I appreciate it, and I really appreciate all the hard work you do as chair of the Big Cypress Basin. I don't know how many people realize how much extra work that is, but I do, and I appreciate it. So So thank you, and I also want to welcome Dan, Andy, and I can't read my name.
Nanette.
Thank you, Nanette. I'm going to learn to write better. And Annette to the Basin Board. I'm glad you've got a full board. The Big Cypress Basin boundary expansion is something I'm glad we're going to get a chance to talk about as a board. I'd like to share my thoughts really quickly on it so that we have all cards on the table. And my thoughts go back to, it's bothered me for a long time that the Big Cypress Basin is created a little bit differently than some of the other things in the district, and I'll explain what I mean by that. If you go back to the creation of the water management districts, back in, I guess it was the 70s, the legislature, I thought, was brilliant in the fact they used science to define the boundaries of the basins, and they used hydrology, and they didn't use politics. So you see there are no political boundaries, and you'll see the way the water management district is set up is we pop in and out of counties, we pop in and out of municipalities, depending on the hydrology. And that's true pretty much across the district. It's not true in the basin, and I've never really understood why, and I think it's an inequity because when you look at the Big Cypress Basin, it's the one place where there is an artificial line drawn on a map, and that artificial line happens to be the Lee County, Collier County border, and that all of a sudden separates the basin out, which it never made any sense to me, and it still to this day doesn't. We, as the governing board, have the authority to change the basin boundaries. We don't need legislative action. And we can do that, and it's something I think we should do. I think it's something that, as I said, it's bothered me for a long time. It's an inequity. It just doesn't make any sense. We don't have this right yet. I think we can get it right. As you know, there's legislation in Tallahassee right now, and I commend Senator Rodriguez and Representative Botana for bringing this up. The language in the legislation is a little bit problematic in that it is probably too restrictive, and it does cause some funding concerns. But I am certain that with the brilliant minds we have working with the Water Management District staff and the brilliant minds we have working in Tallahassee on the congressional staff, that we can figure out a way around those funding concerns, and we can do what's right and help to figure out how to solve the inequity that is the Big Cypress Basin boundary right now. And those are my thoughts. Mr. Olipich?
Thank you. Ms. Roman, thank you very much for everything. You mentioned you had a map, and I saw the map, but I have my original notebook. Is there a way they could put it on the board for us?
I think staff should be prepared to do that.
Okay, I'll make some of my comments. Prior to that, Chair Goss, of course, I totally respect everything you say, and you're, from that area. And I've had, obviously, no conversations with anybody about any of this at all. For me, it makes me uncomfortable, okay? And first of all, as someone who tries to learn about the hydrology and the history, and my grandfather was a soil scientist, not that that verifies me on anything, but it seems to me that if you really went back far enough, and if you had some of the very top scientists, they would argue that the whole system is connected, okay? Big Cypress, the other side on the map, it's all connected. And water indeed came in and out of Big Cypress in pre-drainage times. I'm not familiar with why it got separated the way that it did, but it has, and I think it's kind of a Pandora's box if we start moving things around. And let's face it, a lot of things, my husband always says, follow the money. And I just think we need to be very careful that we don't defund the most important thing, which is Everglades restoration. And I know that we have great minds and we could work it all out and all, but it's just something that I'm deeply concerned about making a shift that might continue down a path that would create things we can't even imagine right now. And so if indeed we do support something like this, are we working on the map? Is it up? if we're working on something like this, I think it should take, I don't know if we were going to give direction today or whatever, but I think it requires a lot more than that. And those are just my thoughts. I think it's very serious when you start changing boundaries and taxes change, funding changes, and that's all. But I'd like that map, please.
Thanks. While they're pulling the map up, look, I'd like to respond a little bit to what you had to say. I share your concern in precedent, absolutely. But I think the precedent's already been set. When they created the Big Cypress Basin, they pulled that out. And as far as the hydrology goes, yeah, we're all connected, but I don't think a drop of water that falls in Orlando will ever go to the Big Cypress, just by the way of the hydrology. And I think that's the whole point. And that's the reason that it's not in the Okeechobee Basin. Where everywhere else in the district, I think that drop of water could go. So I think that's what separated out the Big Cypress Basin initially, and that's why I'd like to see the boundary adjusted so that it can pick up the actual Big Cypress Basin.
So once they get the map up, we can kind of look and see, and I was surprised at how big the area was that seemed to be expanded. And
so was I, honestly.
Yeah,
I thought it was just going to be a little bit of southern New
and it seemed that there were some on the bottom too, like, little like things, little ears. They were kind of sticking out. I'm like, where did that come from? So I look forward to seeing the map.
While we're waiting for the map, any further discussion?
Well, I think that a couple of things here that are problematic in the actual language that Chair Goss brought up and make you uncomfortable, Mr. Solovic, is the fact that one is the fact that if that boundary encompasses that whole area, then will there be some other county that wants to be separate and keep all their tax dollars in their county?
Absolutely.
That's one thing. And when we first talked about this, Chairman Goss, 2 years ago, it was just a little piece that for a couple of cities that were close to the boundary and everything. And now it's grown considerably. But the one thing that's unfunded is that $2.6 million for the basin to operate. And so not only would the money that's reflected be lost to the district, we'd also have to make up that $2.6 million unless in fact that language is improved in the legislation. And I fully understand that as this legislation moves through the committees and everything else, that it's subject to change. But that's one big one that really stood out to the Basin Board was, where are we going to make up that money? And I think that's important. And 2 years ago, when we talked about this, we talked about expanding the basin. But this separation of money that's being discussed is one where it creates some additional challenges. It's almost like its own separate basin because it's going to keep all of its tax money in Lee County and use it for Lee County projects. And so that has to be worked out because there are some impacts potentially for projects that are done in Lee County to impact Collier County. And so there's some kind of cost share or something that needs to be formulated if this goes forward because I could see some challenges with that. And also capacity issues with the Cocoa Canal, for example. So I think Sean's going to be ready to put that map up. But those are some of the ones that kind of stick out because the unintended consequences.
Yeah, I agree with you very much, Chair Roman, when you talk about one county keeping money versus another county keeping money. That's never the way we've done things as a district. It's not the way we need to start doing things as a district. We're looking at the watershed. We're looking at the hydrology of the whole district, and we always will. And the same thing for the Big Cypress Basin. If it expands, it will be the same way. I don't think one county gets to say that's my money and another county gets to say that's my money. It doesn't work that way. All money's green. we can figure this out. There's enough money to go around. It's just a question of the smart people being able to figure out how to track that money and put it into what bucket when. And so I'm not concerned about it, because we're not talking about taking, we're not talking about cutting an arm off. We're talking about rearranging things. And that's really what it comes down to. And that's where as I said, I think we're smart enough to figure that out if we sit down and work through it. And it doesn't have to be none of the money ever leaves this county argument.
Yeah, I think that's a strong point, Chair Goss. I think that, however, that's not how it's being discussed, and it may change, but it's
No, the current legislation is problematic that way. I agree.
Yeah. Okay, where do we have it? Okay.
Mr. Olipich?
Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Bartlett to explain this map for perhaps viewers who aren't as often looking at these maps, because this is just a part of something. I'd like you please to talk about the whole, this part, and what is being proposed in this map.
Sure. So what you can see on the map, and now you're going to make me say colors. I guess it's green, but it surrounds Collier County and a little bit of Monroe. That is the political boundary for the Big Cypress Basin Board and all their authorities, right? Last year, or maybe it was the year before last, in the budget proviso that was written for Everglades restoration, they asked us to redo the Big Cypress scientific boundary, right? The Big Cypress, which is generally it's a USGS hydrologic boundary. And so the red line on that map is the hydrologic boundary for what we would call the Big Cypress Basin, not the political boundary for the Basin Board, right? So it's two different things. And so that red line is the hydrologic boundary, scientifically, and the current legislation basically amends the Lee County part of the Big Cypress political boundary it proposes to include the Lee County portion as part of the Big Cypress political boundary. And then it would also basically take the Monroe County portion out of the political boundary for the Big Cypress Basin. What's in Monroe is public land, so the effect of the Monroe County piece of the political boundary is nominal. I think we get a total of like $1.06 of taxes out of that area, but it's very small. So that would be the effect of the bill on the boundary change.
It looks like Lee County is cut. It's not the whole thing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain that, please?
So when you get to the other side of the red line in Lee County, that's the Caloosahatchee Basin. So on the south side of the red line is the Big Cypress Basin from a hydrologic standpoint. So the water on the other side flows to the Caloosahatchee, and on the north side flows to the Caloosahatchee, and on the south side of that red line flows down to Estero Bay and the coastal communities along Lee County's coastline.
Okay. And then Henry County, that's just this hydrological boundary?
So on the north side of the red line, the north and east side of the red line, that flows into the Big Cypress Basin or the Caloosahatchee, depending on where you are. And on the south and east side of the red line in Henry County, that flows to the coast.
That's sort of a high mark. Is that red line is the high point of the ridge? That's correct. And if you're on the south side, you're flowing into the Big Cypress Basin, and if you're on the north side, you're flowing into the Caloosahatchee for the most part.
Mm-hmm. If you're in Lee County. Yep.
So the gold part here, brownish gold part.
Okay, it's not green.
That's what's that?
Fine, it's not green. I don't know.
Whatever. Anyway, okay, I'll call it gold for a minute. Is the I forgot.
It's the political boundary.
It's the political boundary, and the implications of the political boundary are this is where you derive your board members for the Big Cypress Basin Board? Are there other implications?
Yes, so it's a fiscal. So
Okay.
we have the ad valorem tax for the Big Cypress Basin is different than the ad valorem tax outside of that basin, which is the Okeechobee Basin.
Okay, and so if you're, and when you say the fiscal, the numbers are different, does that mean that they're different in the amount that they're?
Right.
And does it also mean it's different as to what buckets they go in for what they're used for?
That's correct.
Okay, and so right now, the southern portion of Lee County that is not gold, but is proposed to be gold, would have its tax, ad valorem taxes rolled into the basins,
Right.
which is where the water rolls into.
Right now, they pay Okeechobee Basin tax, which goes to Everglades Restoration, to, CNSF, and, all of our, restoration strategies types of projects. And when it rolls up, if it's shifted to not paying Okeechobee Basin, but paying Big Cypress Basin, it would go towards projects within the Big Cypress Basin.
Okay. I think what you're saying is forever and always, the red line is just simply where the Big Cypress Swamp Basin is.
From a
It just
hydrologic.
is what it is hydrologically, no matter where you draw political boundaries. It is what it is, and that's basically the water, the hydrologic boundary for the basin.
That's right.
Okay. The implication of this proposed political change to more, I guess, effectively or accurately mirror the basin boundary, but for Monroe County, there's really no people there, right? That's basically
That's
what
right.
you're saying. Okay. The implication of that in the current legislative language is going to cost the district how much money?
So the basic, we can have Candy present all the different scenarios, but the loss to the Okeechobee Basin tax, it would be $6.2 million. And then the gain to the Big Cypress Basin tax would be, I think, 4.2 or 4.3. Charlotte, do you remember?
Yeah, 4.4.
4.4.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
that delta between the 6.2 and the 4.4 based on the difference between the Okeechobee Basin ad valorem calculation and the, okay, and both those calculations are within our jurisdiction? Are we the ones that set those, or no?
Yes, the Big Cypress Basin Board sets their ad valorem rate, and our board here sets the Okeechobee ad valorem rate.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Olepich.
So perhaps you stated this and I missed it, but what is the how much less will these counties be paying each year when they're making their, they're paying their taxes to the Big Cypress Basin compared to the our basin, what's it called? Oh my God, it's ridiculous.
Okeechobee
I'm sorry.
Basin.
The Everglades Basin.
Okeechobee.
It has 3 different lines on my tax bill, so
Right.
it's hard to know which one it is.
Right.
But it's basically this here.
You can just call it the Okeechobee Basin, which
Okay.
a subset of that is the Everglades Construction Project.
Okay, thank you. So what's that difference?
So so nothing in Collier County would change, right? They just still pay the same ad valorem rates. But for southern Lee County, it would switch from those properties paying a sum total of $6.2 million to a sum total of $4.5 million for those ad valorem proceeds.
So what's their savings?
Math, okay, of $1.7 million.
Why is this coming out? Tell me the history.
Well, Chauncey, you might want to go through the history. I have not been involved quite as long on this one.
I've been involved all of 2 years.
Well, maybe we're in the same boat then.
I got you by a month. No, I think that you know, we're getting mired down right now in the numbers on this, and that's because there's language, in legislative language right now. But I think it's not a numbers issue, and it never should be. And this map, I think, brilliantly shows exactly why, because southern Lee County is not in the Okeechobee Basin, and southern Lee County has been basically treated like it is in the Okeechobee Basin for the last 30, 40 years since the district was founded. It's not. It's in the Big Cypress Basin, and the question is, can we move it into the Big Cypress Basin where it belongs? And it's equitable for folks living in southern Lee, particularly Estero and Bonita, to be there. And I think that's the issue. What's brought this to a head recently is the legislation that Senator Rodriguez and Representative Botana have introduced in both the Senate and the House. It's a companion bill. And that has some tighter language, and that tighter language goes back to what Chair Roman was talking about, where the money's not allowed to leave counties, and it's a little bit restrictive. Those restrictions do cause the district's bank books some headaches, and I'm not going to deny that. I don't think it has to. I think if we can get rid of those restrictions in the language, there's a way to do this that's equitable, that you're not going to be hurting anybody. You're not going to be taking money away from anything we want to do that's a priority, and that you do end up putting southern Lee into its proper basin.
Okay. How did this ever start? I'm just curious, Chair Goss. When was the first time this idea ever took fruition, and who had the idea?
It was probably the day after it was created, and southern Lee County said, "Why aren't we in this?" But I don't know that.
Mr. Chair,
I don't know.
I think
Mr.
one of the things that really spurred it mostly was Hurricane Irma. So when Hurricane Irma went through that area, there was a lot of flooding in Bonita Springs and Estero due to that event. And so they realized that, you know, they needed some better flood protection help, and most of Lee County did too. And if you know Lee County, we don't have CNSF infrastructure inside Lee County. And so, you know, Lee County started talking to the district about, hey, could we get some flood protection help in Lee County? And so we did enter into a MOA with Lee County to bring funds back to Lee County to try to help them with some flood protection efforts in Lee County and their local infrastructure. But it's $850,000 a year, so it's not on the same magnitude as the millions a year. We have done work across Lee County with that effort. You know, we do it every year. And we are engaging in Lee County in their flood mitigation strategy that they're proposing this year. But you know, I think it sort of stems from a flood control concern in the communities. Is that fair to say?
And did it come out from their local politicians, or from their congressional politicians, or from their state politicians, or from the people? Did the people ask for it? How did it come up?
I think I can probably answer that, being more local than Mr. Bartlett. Yeah, all of those. Senator Rodriguez lives in Bonita Springs. I believe Representative Botana lives in Bonita Springs. The city of Bonita Springs has passed I believe they passed an ordinance supporting this. I think Estero has as well. And I think that, going to Drew's point of flooding, what's important here is, if the Big Cypress Basin staff, as you know, is phenomenal. They've got tremendous resources, and if we had those resources and those smart people looking at this southern portion of Lee County, I think we probably could have solved some of those flooding problems over the last 30 years, instead of treating southern Lee County as if it's in the Okeechobee Basin. And I think that, because that water doesn't stop, the water does not recognize that boundary there, by the way. That red line is not a spot where the water goes, okay, I get it, I'm going to stop. I mean, it's going to keep doing what it does, and it's going to. So we need to treat this as we treat everything else, as a system, and right now we're not.
So one other thing. So from a staff standpoint, you know, we've been looking into the future at what our expenses are going to be when C-43 comes online, A2, STA, you know, ASR wells, C-44, all this new infrastructure we're building. When it comes online, we've got to pay to operate that, and that's the Okeechobee Basin tax. And so, as we've talked about continuation funding going forward in order to make up the difference to try to pay for those new operations, it's still, you know, challenging, right? So the $6.2 million withdrawal from the Okeechobee Basin, that's a concern staff are raising, because we know our expenses in the future are going to be challenging. And like the chairman said, there's probably a way to figure that out, right, in this bill.
May I ask a question? Sorry. Is the C-43 in or out of the red lines?
Outside, it's in
It's
Henry County.
outside, so it remains in the, okay.
The people in Estero and Bonita Springs would say, like the people in Miami-Dade County would probably say, why do I have to pay a tax into a system to operate a reservoir in a basin that I'm not part of?
Yeah.
And so I do understand, you know, as I learn a little bit more, I mean, obviously Chauncey, you know, I know 2 years, but you're sort of, you know, when it's in your jurisdiction, you're a lot more deep into the details. You know, the things in Biscayne Bay for me are first and foremost, and I think in the front of our mind. And for you out west, I think that's your wheelhouse. And you know, as you learn more of these things, you start to say, you know, it would not, you know, there's a lot of different municipalities that are part of our district under our jurisdiction, but there are basins, and certain municipalities are in certain basins, and other municipalities are in other basins. And you know, just because there's a historical mistake, you know, I mean, I think what I'm hearing, or at least seeing, is it is in fact a mistake that one is paying into the other when it's not really part of the other. I mean, it wouldn't be unlike if Miami-Dade County, for whatever, I mean, this is because of a proximity issue. You know, from a proximity standpoint, okay, Estero and Bonita Springs, they're close to Okeechobee, but they're not in Okeechobee, just like Miami-Dade is not in Okeechobee. And I think that if I had constituents in Miami-Dade saying, well, okay, in 1970, whatever, they drew this political boundary, but it's not hydrologically correct, and we're not in that thing, and we don't think we should have to pay for somebody else's. So I do understand,
Right. I mean,
I do understand the angst. You know, there is anxiousness that I think comes with the idea that, okay, we're going to make this change, and we got to operate C-43, and you know, that we need to find. Basically, what you're saying is, if this goes through, we got to find money, additional money, and that is something that I think is important to raise, not just publicly here, but with the board members in general, because we do interface with people who, you know, we can ask these things, but we have to know that we need to, you know, raise these issues, that they're important and that they're, you know, coming down the pike. So I do think that I know that there's a sense of tension, you know, kind of among staff. It's like, well, we got to make ends meet here, and we got this huge project online that's going to be hugely beneficial, and we need to find money to operate it if this change occurs. But I do think having this type of discussion now is substantive and is meaningful. And hopefully we'll find a way, you know, a way through it one way or another. But you know, it's hard. I mean, you have these conversations here, and you got people in Tallahassee, you know, they're doing their own thing in session. There's a lot of compartmentalization of, you know, maybe there does need to be some sort of bridge or discussion. Maybe you're talking to Senator Rodriguez or whoever it may be. But I do think that there has to be some level of communication here to figure out how to iron out this wrinkle, because there is a wrinkle here, and it becomes more pronounced as this thing moves forward. And I think it's easier to have these conversations now than it is when C-43 comes online, and you go, oh my God, where's the money? We need money to operate this thing. I wish we had this conversation 2 years ago. Well, here we are, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I think having these conversations will hopefully be fruitful, but we got to figure out. I mean, Chauncey's saying, look, I trust him on budget stuff because, you know, he's the guy. But I mean, the reality is he's saying, you know, there's a solution here. So you know, well, we got to pick this up after this and figure out what that solution is, what those alternatives are. If somebody needs to be talked to, we got to talk to people and just let them know, hey, this is a big deal. I mean, I think it is a big deal, and it may be a correction for the right reasons, but it's still from a dollar standpoint, I mean, those things are real. Operating C-43 is not fantasy. I mean, that's going to happen. So we've got to figure out how to do it.
I would just like to ask a theoretical question, if you don't
Sure.
mind. So, like I said, I think it should all be one in the first place. I'm surprised it wasn't all one in the first place. It would have been the easiest thing to do. Of course it's all connected. It's not anymore because of what we've done, but it was connected. And it would be connected if we tried to make it connected or could. So I'm sure there are other hydrological boundaries here and there. I mean, could this set a precedent where, for instance, Martin and St. Lucie County hire a good lawyer and say, we want to look at our hydrological boundary, our taxes are too high, or we want to separate? Or do you not see that because this is so much more pronounced, Drew, than other parts of the system?
I have heard that concern, does this create another precedent? As Chauncey said, the precedent was set back when Big Cypress was separated out. And so, I think we're living with that precedent that was set, So, and Mr. Wagner, I would push back that Miami-Dade is absolutely connected because it's the CNSF system. And that's what the Okeechobee Basin tax pays for. And so, and Everglades Restoration is Miami-Dade, so it's, but, when you look at Southern Lee County, there's more of an argument, right? I'm not sure how much that coastline is affected by discharges from the CNSF system that we're trying to send south. I just don't know. So, it's really tough to figure out the lines. The only thing that as staff are worried about is we got future expenses to pay. Let's figure out how to pay them.
Can I ask you, outside of this particular red boundary that has, doesn't have Bonita Springs and Estero in it yet, but are there other basins? I think Jackie did ask this question basically, but I'm curious. Do we know as we sit here today? Are there other basins with hydrologic boundaries that do not match the political boundaries? Or is this the only one that we're looking at?
I mean, there are, so us and Southwest do have areas, like in north of Lake Okeechobee, that flow in different directions, that it's not exactly drawn on the hydrologic boundary. We have water that flows from southwest into south. So, they were drawn to approximate watershed boundaries.
Sure.
And they did a pretty good job, but it's not a perfect thing.
Can I ask the question a little bit a different way? And maybe our council can help with this. Do we have the authority to create basins? Or is that only the legislature?
We have a couple of provisions on point. One is in 373-0693, the board of the district can subsequently change the boundaries of the Big Cypress Basin, but can't abolish the basin. But then there's a general provision related to other basins that says the governing board of the district may change the boundaries of the Okeechobee Basin or may subdivide the basin into smaller basins to be governed by basin boards to be appointed by the governor, subject to confirmation by the Senate. However, the basin may not be enlarged to include the area included within the initial boundaries of the Big Cypress Basin. So those are the two provisions governing the board's jurisdiction as it relates to basins.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot.
That basically says we cannot encroach the Okeechobee Basin into the historical Big Cypress Basin. That's the last part of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not as worried precedent-wise, given that language and given what Mr. Bartlett said, as far as, if there's one or two spots north of the lake that aren't quite right, it doesn't allow, another county to break off and say, hey, I want to be my own basin and I want to keep all my taxes, which everybody would, in a perfect world, but then the system doesn't work. And Vice Chair Wagner, I want to remark on something you said, that that Bonita and Estero aren't comfortable sending their money to Okeechobee Basin. I don't think that's the issue at all. I don't think they care, and I honestly don't. I think they're happy to pay into the system. What they really want is they want the flood control benefits that come from the expertise of Big Cypress Basin, having that staff right there as their neighbor, and not only as their neighbor, but interconnected to the water that's flowing around.
And Mr. Chair, I'd agree with you because many of the elected officials have reached out to me or come to a basin board meeting in order to say just that. And they just want somebody that they can reach out to and touch and get some response from, and in a neighborhood way. I think that's a fair statement. One thing I would like to add is that you have a copy of my report. I think it might have been in the folder that you just received. And with it, it has the maps and the financial analysis for you. So those numbers are for you to take a look at after this meeting.
Well, thank you. This has been Mr. Bergeron, you have a comment?
Well, I haven't been briefed in detail on all of this, so I'm kind of relying on the chairman and Charlotte that's in that geographical area on making the best decision. So if the tax base stays in the Okeechobee Basin, that contributes to Everglades restoration projects. How much does the southern part of Lee County benefit from Everglades restoration? Is kind of the way I'm looking at it. Is that a tremendous benefit to the southern part?
I'd say it probably gets the same benefit that Collier County gets. Because it probably gets the same benefit that Collier County gets or that the Big Cypress Basin gets, because it's part of that watershed.
Yeah. So we may be taking away funds from Everglades restoration that benefits.
Again, I get a little bit nervous. Perhaps the way the legislation is written right now, it would, but I don't think it ultimately has to. There are certainly ways to rejigger. As I said, all money's green. We're not changing our who's in the district. We can change the way we pay for things, and so I think that's doable.
Yeah. How much time have we got to make an intelligent decision here?
This isn't an action item. This is a discussion item, and I think this has been a great discussion, and I appreciate everybody weighing in, because before, I know Charlotte's been working on this for
2 years.
For 3 years. I've been paying attention to it in the background for a couple of years, but we can't talk to each other except here. So this is the first time I've ever talked to you about this, and I think this is a really good discussion. There is legislation moving forward in the Senate and the House that does have some glitches to it that could cause some problems for the district, and that's what we're trying to air right now, is say, okay, let's see if we can fix those changes, because the legislation, frankly, right now is problematic, and I'm not sure I support it the way it is, but I do support legislation or actually I support changing the boundaries, whether it has to be legislative or whether we can do it as a governing board. I don't really care, but I do think the boundary needs to be changed. As far as the urgency of this, I think that just having this discussion is probably helpful. I hope to staff and hopefully to some of those in Tallahassee who are listening, they understand the concerns of the district. It's not that I don't think anyone's here sort of saying they're adamantly opposed to this. It's just right now there's some problems that need to be worked out. And I don't want to speak for you, Jackie. If you are adamantly opposed to it, say it. But and that's fine. But I just want to make sure that we've had this discussion. I think this has been very helpful. And if Chair Roman has anything further she wants to say, please do on the issue. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing to add. I just wanted to refer to that packet so that everyone knew that they had it.
Thank you for your report, and thanks for that discussion. We'll now move on to the approval of the minutes of the February 11th meeting. Any board members changes to the minutes for the February? Changes, additions, deletions? Seeing none, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes.
I have a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. I'm going to call that question. Ms. Bergeron?
Yes.
Ms. Olovich?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Charlotte?
Yes.
Ms. Means, welcome.
Hi, yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Martinez, while I have you and Ms. Means, do you have any abstentions?
None, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Newts, do you have any abstentions?
No, Chairman, I did not.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move now to public comment. Members of the public, if you'd like to speak, you may use the raise your hand function in Zoom. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute yourself. The board did receive some public comments submitted before the meeting, and it will be included in the meeting packet. We also have, we've received a lot of public comment late last night and early this morning. That is, if it was not sent to the clerk, we will be forwarding it to the clerk, and it will be part of the packet as part of the minutes. I'm going to ask if you have a comment regarding an item on the agenda that you please wait until that item is up to comment, because we'll just make this a general comment, and there is a 3-minute comment guideline. Rosie?
Mr. Chairman, we have several hands raised, and we'll start with Newton Cook, followed by Mike Elfenbein.
Yes, Newton Cook here. Good morning. I just want to be sure to remind everybody that the recreation meeting is this coming Monday at 5 o'clock on Zoom, just as we're operating now, and invite everyone to come that's listening. We have the staff has put together a really great agenda. We get an overview of the Audubon from Martin County by John Nelson, who's the president there. Just a great guy, and he's going to lead off the first presentation. Then the tremendous progress made at the Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge. We'll have Rob Olson there, the project leader. And then, as always, we have a real great update on all the public use on the different parts of the district from place to place. So everyone's invited, and we have a great turnout because of Zoom. So we look forward to that. And also a special thanks to the staff, the Water Management District, Jerry and Steve and all the guys. And also a great thank you to the FWC people, and a thank you to the contractor at STA 1 West, who made for a fantastic youth hunt this year. Just incredible, the young people we had out there. And I think having the best sails to hunt on made a big difference. And that also helped us with the Wounded Warriors, because obviously the paddling, and it is a stressful, hardworking place to hunt on the STAs. And in all cases with the young people and the Wounded Warriors, the district just did fantastic cooperation and made it work. Just to save time on the consent agenda coming up, I just want to be sure to support the work at Rodenberger for the wildlife viewing platform. That is a really needed extra amount of public use there, because it is pretty wild and woolly in that area, and people stand along the levee, and this platform will be a lot better. And also the improvement at Everglades Holiday Park, a fantastic place. People come from all over the world to Everglades Holiday Park. So thank you very much, and I'll enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Mike Elfenbein, you're recognized to speak, followed by Brad Cornell.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday Eve. Wonderful beginning to our meeting today. And I wanted to weigh in on the Big Cypress Basin conversation. I heard a lot of things today that I think there's some information missing, just general context that might help everybody make a better decision. But the Big Cypress Basin is in need of additional services, especially when you relate it to the upcoming changes proposed by WERP, Western Everglades Restoration, which is a part of SERP, Everglades Restoration, coincidentally. And in fact, part of WERP does bring water down from Lake Okeechobee and gives it the opportunity to enter the Big Cypress. And there's a lot of concerns with the amount of water that's going to come down into the Big Cypress Preserve itself within the basin. So knowing that the basin is being served by its tax base and being covered in that respect to provide additional sources for those projects that are presumed to be coming in the near future, I think it merits more than just a casual conversation today, and maybe a little bit more insight into that. I know the leadership at the Big Cypress Basin is second to none. The work that Lisa Keeler does there is amazing. And I know that she could use all the additional resources available to her to be able to do her job to the best of her ability. So maybe there's more to this. I recognize that the district is afraid to lose that $6 million for what it's already allocated for, but $6 million of a $1.2 billion budget, we ought to be able to find some ways to work around that. And the basin may be the basin, but it's still part of the district. So the district really isn't losing 6.2 million or whatever it was. It's just simply allocating those funds to a more underserved basin within that district. So thank you guys so much for your time today. Chairman Goss, I offer you that if you like the opportunity to experience the Western Everglades a little bit more closely, I have an opportunity in the next couple of weeks, and I'd love to share it with you. I know it's kind of like the forgotten redheaded stepchild of the Everglades system, but I know it well and I'm proud of it, and I'd love to have the opportunity to share it with you. So let's have a great day. Look forward to the rest of the meeting. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Brad Cornell, you're recognized to speak, followed by Paul Allen.
Hi, Mr. Chair and governing board members. This is Brad Cornell with Audubon, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you this morning. First, I want to thank you and the Big Cypress Basin for your support for the Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary hydrologic modeling that Charlotte Roman mentioned in her report. This was really an important project, and we particularly appreciate Chair Roman's support for that, and your staff, Akina Wasana and Lisa Keeler, and the hydrologic staff for the basin and the district. So thank you very much. I also want to comment on the expansion of the Big Cypress Basin, as you just had that important conversation. Certainly Audubon recognizes the Lee County concerns and the big needs for Southwest Florida projects and management, especially like the Crew project among those. But having looked at the changes in the bill, Senate Bill 406 in particular, and the budget analysis from Candida Heater, we didn't realize the heavy impact that this was having as it's currently written on Everglades projects and Big Cypress Basin management and the constraints that this bill puts on this. So I do want to raise that question, and certainly appreciated the questions that were raised in that discussion that you just had. This is a big topic, a lot of important issues on both sides. So thank you for having that. I do hope, as you expressed, Mr. Chair, that the folks in Tallahassee are listening and will respond accordingly. So anyway, thank you for the time, and have a good meeting. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Cornell. Paul Allen, you're recognized to speak, followed by a caller with a phone number ending in 6814. Mr. Allen, if you could unmute your mic, please.
I would like to thank the board and staff.
Hear you now.
Excuse me?
We hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, good. I want to thank the board and staff for all they do in their service, and Drew Bartlett for his leadership. I'm a farmer out around Lake Okeechobee, and I've worked with the district for 35 years now, and it's always been a pleasant experience. I come from a little different perspective on issues regarding lake levels, probably than most farmers. I have a home in Palm City and also have a home out around Lake Okeechobee, my farm in my backyard, and also enjoy the Everglades. My father and my brother spent all night last weekend in the Everglades on airboats. So I have an appreciation and a love for all these areas. So we've been farming since 1932, vegetables and sugar cane, and we enjoy what we do. We enjoy feeding our country. There's three things I would like for to drive home today. One is the significance of farming in the EAA. We feed 180 million people east of the Mississippi for 7 months out of the year, and we enjoy doing it, and we take care of the land while we do it. Secondly, the point I want to drive home is why Loras 2000.
Mr. Allen, I hate to interrupt you. You keep cutting in and out, and we're having a hard time hearing you. Not sure if you're on a mic or a cell phone speaker.
No, I'm on my laptop.
Just so you know, we're having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if you want to try to come back in.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, I'm a little closer. The second point that I want to drive home is why the Loras 2008 schedule doesn't work for us, and hopefully the Lawson new schedule does. One thing that a lot of people don't realize is the higher lake level provides a lot of warmth for us and to grow our vegetables during the winter season. When the northwest winds come across the lake and the lake has a lot of water in it, it gives us extreme warmth and it saves our crops. Whereas if the lake is very low, we don't get that warmth. So it's important that the lake is kept at a higher level. The 12-foot floor of the 2008 Loras doesn't work for us. Lastly, I want to challenge all of you as leaders. It's important to remember that, me being able to feed our country is a matter of national security. And I implore you to consider that, remember that. And lastly, I want to say this, that I ask that you not lose sight of the lake's congressionally authorized purposes and ensure that all these purposes are met through Lawson so that I can continue to feed our country doing the thing that I enjoy doing. Thank you for your time very much.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Our next speaker is a call-in with a phone number ending in 6814, followed by Michael Collins.
Yes, this is Drew Martin. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Mr. Martin.
I will be on this number. You might want to mark that so you recognize me, but I appreciate being allowed to speak. I will be speaking later on the agenda item on Wellington, but I am not speaking on that right now. What I'm speaking on right now is the general concept of removing conservation easements. And it concerns me that when the public is given the impression that a conservation easements are permanent, because it says right in the language things like forever and permanent, and then we rely on that as well as nature relies on that and the animals. And so it's very frustrating when we get these very last-minute notices that something like this is coming up. The public doesn't really have time to prepare. We don't have extensive resources. So I think the way this notification takes place, these things need to be given more time and not come up at such short-term notices to the public. And I'm not talking in general now. I'm not talking about this specific item, but I'm just talking in general about the removal of conservation easements. I want to mention something that Jackie Thurlow-Lippisch just mentioned, and that is that everything's related. Everything is related in Florida when it comes to water resources. And the notion that people are going to come to you and say things like, well, this is a disconnected wetlands. Well, we all know that there is no such thing in Florida as a disconnected wetlands because underground water is still moving. And we know that as water moves, that nothing in Florida is disconnected. So the argument that wetlands are disconnected, which people are going to make, obviously wetlands have been drained. And so wetlands are never going to be perfect. We're not going to have a perfect set of wetlands, but the animals that are and the trees that are there don't know that. I'm sorry I don't have a clock to look at, so I don't know how my time is going, so please let me know. So what we're asking when you review this, all these type of requests, that you give the public more time to weigh in on this and not run these through so quickly, and that the public, and also that you respect the concept of conservation easements as permanent and should not be able to be removed. those conservation easements are established for wherever that project was done and their mitigation, it's also important as Florida takes over the 404 permitting that we accept that the protection of wetlands everywhere is important, and that Florida is losing spatial wetlands. And we're not purchasing enough land because the Amendment 1 funds for
Mr.
Florida
Martin?
River have not been used as such.
Mr. Martin?
Yes, is that it?
Your time is up.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next public commenter is Michael Collins, followed by Nyla Pipes, and then Gary Ritter.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Mike Collins, Florida Bay Initiative. As usual, I haven't discussed this with anybody else, so I don't know what anybody else thinks. So these are my comments. I've been monitoring the Corps' public hearings on the new lake schedule. And, you know, as an advocate for good government, I've always believed that good government operated within the framework of transparency, predictability, and accountability. And the first slide at the last meeting on Monday, the Corps put up something similar. They put up transparency, predictability, and flexibility. And they're proposing to use a series of triggers. I haven't run the numbers on them, but those triggers would be a point at which the lake schedule would no longer be binding, and they would use flexibility, which as yet is completely undefined. And at that point, you know, the process that they're proposing would take over. I do not believe that you can substitute the subjective judgment of what will wind up ultimately being one person, the Corps colonel, for 40 plus year, you know, period of record. The reason you have a lake schedule is to give you the best opportunity to minimize the impacts that Mother Nature is going to give us to the largest number of people. It's that simple. And I don't believe there's anything consistent with the creating the statutes that created the CNSF project or the very framework of American law that allows you to substitute, you know, just flexibility for the law and good science. So I'm really concerned about this. I don't believe that the district should just be standing by and watching what basically is going to amount to the federalization of the sovereign right of the state of Florida to allocate water, which is your responsibility. I think you need to be more engaged in this process. I am very concerned if the Corps continues down this road and substitutes flexibility for accountability, that some very bad things are going to happen. And those things will have a massive impact on a whole bunch of the good things you folks are trying to accomplish. So I would suggest you get a little bit more engaged in this process and think a little bit about what it is you're actually surrendering here. I thank you for your time, and you all have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Nyla Pipes, you're recognized to speak, followed by Gary Ritter and then Ryan Rossi.
Good morning, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. Situated along the St. Lucie River, I will say first and foremost that the constituents here in my backyard are incredibly perturbed to be getting releases from Lake O again. And I have spent the last week reminding everyone that we literally have asked for that because we want our releases down the river, according to Brian Mast and some of the other people who have been pushing for a low lake level during the dry season. You know, we were told by more than one Army Corps person that what we were asking for was actually more releases to the St. Lucie, not less. I'm afraid if we get a rainy season that's even moderate average, what we're going to see is releases that continue from here on out. And we're looking at 9 months of releases as opposed to, you know, those more extreme releases we get in the summer. So bottom line is that there's really no great way to be getting releases to the St. Lucie River, and a low lake schedule doesn't solve our problem. That being said, you know, the discussion about LOSUM, I'm going to agree with Mike Collins. You all at the district need to be much more involved in that process. because there's some things happening in those conversations that are alarming and have a direct result, potentially negative impact on what you guys do. Not the least of which being a call to send much more lake water south through the stormwater treatment areas. The stormwater treatment areas are designed as a natural system. And if we send too much high nutrient lake water into those stormwater treatment areas too quickly, we blow them out. And you guys are on the hook for protecting those stormwater treatment areas. It comes out of your budget to go in and rehab those when we blow them out, when we put too much water through them too quickly. That brings me to my final point, which is, again, something I continually hear in the public, something I continually have to teach about. The Everglades Forever Act defined how those stormwater treatment areas are to be used. They were literally built for helping the farmers in the Everglades agricultural area to cleanse their water. That's a fact of law. It's all there. So for people to be saying, oh, they're using our quote unquote stormwater treatment areas, it's inaccurate, and we cannot rewrite history. I mean, can we revisit some things? I really think that you're going down a slippery slope if you try to do that, including lawsuits, which slow us all down. You know, we just have to be real about what we're facing, and LOSUM is not going to fix the discharges to either the St. Lucie or the Caloosahatchee. That's what SERP is for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Our next public speaker is Gary Ritter, followed by Ryan Rossi, and then Maria Caroso.
Hey, good morning, board and Chairman Goss. Gary Ritter with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. I want to take a few minutes to commend you all for getting out in the field, getting out on projects, understanding the systems throughout the South Florida Water Management District, and understanding all the land uses. And most specifically, I want to commend each and every one of you for actually getting out on agricultural properties, both north and south of the lake, and doing your best to understand how these systems, agricultural systems, operate, and learn and get to know some of the farmers and ranchers in that area. With that said, and of course, the Farm Bureau represents agriculture. I also reside in the Heartland region. And for the most part, and I know, and I hate to sound like I'm whining, but you've heard me say this before, this particular board has been an 8-member board, with the exception maybe 4 months when Mr. Butler, who was representing the Heartland very well, who was representing agriculture and provided a very good perspective to this board, was on it for maybe 4 months. Other than that, the 9th seat has been vacant for most of your tenure on this board. And I know you all can't do anything about it, but it frustrates the folks in agriculture. Every month I go to Farm Bureau county meetings in Highlands County, Glades County, Okeechobee County, even up in Osceola County. And they all ask, when is the 9th seat going to be filled? When are we going to have representation in the Heartland region? And like I say, I know you all have no control over that, but I'm just trying to convey the frustration of folks in this particular area with the continued vacancy of that seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Ryan Rossi, you're recognized to speak, followed by Marissa Caroso, and then Eve Samples.
Good morning, board. And just a very quick thank you for allowing many of us to continue to participate this way, even as things are opening up. It's certainly convenient for those of us that are not yet vaccinated or certainly still concerned about the pandemic to be able to participate So just a word of thank you for that. My organization is the South Florida Water Coalition. I've spoken here many times. And as I continue my advocacy for water supply protection, I just want to continue to raise a few concerns as we look forward. Regarding our water, I think we're at a crucial time for the state of Florida. We're in the process of establishing plans on how water will be managed for the future, especially when we look at projects like SERP. Some of the others, we're still discussing lake levels, where our area here in Southeast Florida still draws a lot of our fresh water supply from. And I do think it's an appropriate moment to ensure that protections to our supply are made. The science that I've heard, even through presentations here at South Florida Water Management, which of course many of us appreciate, they all seem to indicate the same thing, right? That changes to our climate are creating circumstances which none of us can ignore. Weather patterns are continue to be uncertain. They seem to be more dramatic. As a matter of fact, a recent report shows, I think, that it said that 2021 may beat out the last hottest year on record. And we all know that hotter years mean rising seas, which continue to threaten Southeast Florida. So it was good news when the Florida legislature up in Tallahassee said that sea level rise was a priority. Again, I think that's incredible, but it means we have some work to do here in Southeast Florida, and that includes the district, the Army Corps, and ensuring that water supply cannot be separated from the solutions that I think are required to push back against these threats. This is a time we need to be adequately, preparing our resources to service our communities, not gambling year to year as it seems like that is the intention. Residents, utilities are depending on everybody to be proactive. So, I think that all of us in South Florida are urging you to keep supply on your priority list. I heard undefined flexibility mentioned before. That is a huge concern. We just simply can't afford to put water for our residents at risk without, or with an outlook, I should say, that seems as potentially troubling. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Next, we have Marissa Carozzo, followed by Eve Samples, and then Michael Connor.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Goss, Governing Board. I'm Marissa Carozzo, and I'm here on behalf of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. I'd like to comment briefly on the Big Cypress Basin boundary expansion conversation earlier today. We really appreciate the thoughtful discussion by the board, and I think it highlighted some of the budget implications, both for the Big Cypress Basin, with the $2.6 million administrative budget deficit for the BCB, with the way the proposed bill is currently written, as well as the overall budget for the Okeechobee Basin going forward that will need to be addressed in the future. So one point I'd like to take a moment to clarify is that many projects, especially SERP, Everglades Restoration projects, like the C-43 West Basin Storage Reservoir, as well as the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir, that are outside of both the current and the proposed BCB boundary, will have far-reaching benefits for all of Southwest Florida, including Southern Lee County. Damaging discharges that both of these reservoirs will help alleviate have an impact beyond just the municipalities immediately adjacent to the Caloosahatchee. And those impacts include the nutrient pollution loading to the coast, the associated harmful algal blooms, as we know that coastal nutrient pollution can help exacerbate the severity and duration of red tide. And of course, the economic impacts we see as a result. We only have to look back at 2018 for the evidence of that. So again, we really appreciate the discussion, and we hope there is a resolution on the horizon that will address the water management concerns raised by all parties, including Lee and Collier counties, as well as Estero and Bonita. So we thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and we look forward to the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carozzo. Next, we have Eve Samples, followed by Michael Connor, and then Linda Smythe.
Good morning, Governing Board members. Eve Samples, Executive Director of Friends of the Everglades. Let me preface my remarks by saying that the goal of the Everglades Forever Act, passed in 1994, was to, quote, restore and protect the Everglades ecological system. That's straight from FDEP's website. So with that said, during the environmental report later in today's meeting, you're going to learn that the South Florida Water Management District is falling short in meeting an important goal set by the Everglades Forever Act to send Lake Okeechobee water south to stormwater treatment areas in Everglades National Park. You'll hear that more than 1.5 million acre feet of water has been sent to the STA since May 1st, the beginning of the current water year. But of that, only about 99,000 acre feet has been from Lake O. That's about 6% of the total. The rest has flowed from sugarcane fields and other land in the EAA. The Everglades Forever Act, which called for building the STAs and the design documents enabling that project, call for about 250,000 acre feet of Lake O water to be sent south annually. The district has hit only about 40% of that target so far this year, a grade no parent would tolerate if their child brought it home. So why is this important? Simply put, the more Lake O water that's sent south during the dry season, the less chance that water has to be dumped to the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie estuaries during the wet season. That's especially important right now because the Army Corps of Engineers has increased Lake O discharges, as you know, to the Caloosahatchee River and resumed discharges to the St. Lucie. Both estuaries, two of the most vital parts of the greater Everglades, are in danger of irreparable harm from months more of discharges. Yes, Lake Okeechobee is too high, but the way to lower it is to send more of its water south, not to send damaging flows east and west. Fortunately, you can increase the amount of lake water sent south now during what remains of the dry season. Some will point to loopholes in the Everglades Forever Act that allow you to send less lake water south if the conditions don't allow it. If there's flooding risk or a threat to water supply, that's not the case now. You've got less than 3 months until the end of dry season and less than 2 months until the end of the current water year to do the right thing. Through our property taxes, taxpayers in 15 counties paid $2 billion to construct the STAs. We, the taxpayers, also pay for half the annual operating costs of the STAs to the tune of $11 million a year. Friends of the Everglades emphatically asks that you stay true to the intent of the Everglades Forever Act and send more water, a lot more water, from Lake Okeechobee to the STAs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Our next public commenter is Michael Connor, followed by Linda Smythe, and then Mark Perry.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Connor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mike Connor, Indian Riverkeeper. Good morning, Chairman Bartlett and board members. Indian Riverkeeper is opposed to the ongoing Lake O discharges at this time. The St. Lucie estuary, as you know, has been spared Lake O water for just 2 months now. 2 months since the first week of January. The estuary has not recovered from that round yet. And here we are facing an open-end period of major discharges that may last until sometime next fall. It's one of the worst outlooks we've had in quite some time. The Corps estimates that this early round of discharges will best take 2 additional inches, if that, off Lake Okeechobee before June 1. 2 inches we're talking about. We don't believe that the benefit to our estuary from 2 inches off the lake equals the cost, frankly, to the harm of our estuary. What St. Lucie and Lower IRL needs right now in this time of spring is 0 lake water as the dry season continues, hopefully into June. The next 3 months of dry weather will do wonders to allow us to recover somewhat our oysters, and a number of finfish do spawn in our estuary in the coming 2-3 months into summer. This will also allow seagrasses that remain in the lower IRL inside the St. Lucie Inlet to get a foothold possibly and be more resilient, in the face of bigger discharges to come. And I do ask this board, we will bring our concerns to the Corps in the next 2 days, but I do ask this board to help the Corps in identifying any and all capacity for lake water in the coming weeks that can take the water rather than the estuaries. And that's all I need to say. I need to impress upon you, and we are pushing for 0 discharges until absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Linda Smythe, you're recognized to speak, followed by Mark Perry and then James Evans.
Right here. Hello, this is Linda Smith. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Ms. Smith.
Okay. I am calling today and speaking in regards to item 24, partial release of conservation easement, Wellington Green PUD track W5. I did hear you mention that this item has
Ms.
been
Smith?
modified.
Ms.
Yes?
Smith, I'm going to
Yes.
have to ask you to raise your hand when that item comes up for public comment. This is general public comment right now for items not on the agenda or that have been discussed during earlier agenda items. If you don't mind calling back or raising your hand when
I will
item
try,
24 is
but
being heard.
You did mention that this item was modified on the agenda. Is there a way to find out what that modification was before we get to item 24?
Our agendas are posted on the website, and if you look on the website, you'll see a tab that says revised agenda, and it'll be right there. And you'll be able to
Okay.
read what the revised language is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about the miscommunication.
You're fine, thank you. Mark Perry, recognized to speak, followed by James Evans.
Yes, good morning, Governing Board. Appreciate it. It's Mark Perry with Florida Oceanographic. We're, 200-mile-long river that was flowing south from the Kissimmee to Florida Bay. Was doing fine. And then we built a dam about halfway down. And below that dam, above the dam, we built canals to kind of divert the flow of the river to the east and to the west. And we flooded those areas. And then below the dam, we drained about 700,000 acres for private agriculture. And also below the dam, we dried up the Everglades and wetlands, and we kind of halted the water from freshwater from flowing into Florida Bay, which is a large estuary system. And basically what we've done in the last several decades is trying to better manage that system in order to try to get back to more natural flows for this rivercrest. We're just really in the throes of everything, and we keep trying to go to deviations and trying to divert more water east and west and discharges. And as said earlier, this is really not the way to go. We need to put this water south and allow it to rehydrate the Everglades, especially during dry season, and allow it to go into Florida Bay. The lake right now releases are, this year since October through January to the estuaries has been about 950,000 acre feet, and only 99,000 acre feet from the lake releases have gone south. We basically, in the meantime, have drained about 1.4 million acre feet from the EAA agricultural area. The salinities in the estuaries are plummeting. The habitats have not had a time to restore. As mentioned, oyster reefs, seagrass beds, and other things are being pretty well impacted. And we're going to get into April into a spawning season for not just oysters, but other estuarine environmental critters that are so important to our diversity in marine life here. With the lake at about 15.1 feet, it's critical that we take this deviation, but also to go forward to put water south. And I keep asking the question, why can't we send more water through the STAs and into the water conservation areas, into the Everglades, and allow it to flow down to Florida Bay and help get the lake down to a manageable level by June 1st. If you're really about doing that, work with the Corps, and you as the district handle those three outlets, 354, 351, and 352. And you manage those outlets. Let's work with the Corps to send as much practicable south to the water conservation areas. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. James Evans, you're recognized to speak, followed by Barry Silver, and then Captain Chris Whitman.
Good morning, can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Goss and governing board members. I'm James Evans, Environmental Policy Director for the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. Well, let me start off by saying I fully support the comments of Eve Samples and Mark Perry. And SECF and the West Coast stakeholders remain very concerned about the current lake levels. And throughout the dry season, water supply interests have advocated to hold lake levels higher to protect water supply from a water shortage that hasn't materialized. This was done despite knowing full well that come the rainy season, all the capacity south in the STAs would be taken up by stormwater coming from the EAA. And as a result, all the excess water held in the lake will be sent to the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie estuaries. Right now, the lake's sitting at about 15.1 feet. This is more than 2.6 feet higher than it was this time during the past 2 years and only about a quarter foot lower than it was in 2016. In 2016 and 2018, the Caloosahatchee received flows in the damaging range from May through October. I'm sure you all recall the 2016 and 2018 harmful algal blooms and how those impacted our coastal communities and our estuaries. Of course, they were devastating to our local economies. In 2018, the Sanibel Captiva Chamber of Commerce reported a $47 million economic loss as a result of those harmful algal blooms. And that is where we're heading this year if we don't get the lake levels down before the rainy season. We really need to be sending water in all directions, and everyone needs to be sharing in the adversity, not preserving water supply and providing perfect flood control at the expense of the coastal estuaries and the communities along the coast. We need to find a path forward, and the status quo is really unacceptable. I ask that you explore all options to move additional lake water south through the STAs and come up with a plan to keep water moving south when we transition into the rainy season. Again, everyone needs to share in the bounty of adversity that is heading our way this rainy season, and it's coming. Thanks for everything that you're all doing, but we really need to take a closer look at how we manage the system to make it more equitable for all of the different parts of the system. And as we move forward into developing LOSOM, we cannot have another lake regulation schedule that holds the lake level high, damages the ecology of the lake just so it can be dumped to the coastal estuaries during the wet season. We need to have a plan that sends the water south to the Everglades during the dry season, provides dry season flows to the Caloosahatchee, and balances the needs of the lake. We cannot have a regulation schedule that perpetuates impacts to the estuaries, a public resource, and our coastal communities to benefit special interests. Thanks for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Our next public commenter is Barry Silver, followed by Captain Chris Whitman, Matthew Schwartz, and then Tom McVicker.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Silver.
Very good. I don't know if you can see me, but that doesn't really matter. I want to thank you for allowing me to share some comments, and I repeat the comments and support what was said by Drew Martin and other environmentalists in Palm Beach County. I don't know all the details of the water, but I do know that he and other environmentalists are out there working hard to protect our environment. And it would be really great to see the South Florida Water Management District, which was set up to protect our water and to protect the Everglades, actually working with environmentalists rather than have environmentalists have to come hat in hand begging, pleading that the agencies that are supposed to be protecting us are doing so. Instead, if you look around and you see what's happened to the Everglades and our open space and our water supply and the environment in South Florida, the Everglades, which is a natural wonder, it seems sometimes that we have the fox guarding the hen house. This is your opportunity to show that you're actually going to do what you were supposed to do and that you're actually worthy of the positions that you hold, a position of public trust in which we are counting on you to protect our environment. The Everglades Forever Act is just meaningless nonsense unless people are actually willing to protect the Everglades. You're the ones. We're depending on you. And we're hoping that you're going to do the right thing. In addition, you should be telling the people of Florida the dire situation of the Everglades and of our environment. You should be enlisting our support. Instead of giving us 3 minutes, you should be going out to the organizations and to people in the state and telling them what's going on with the water supply and how serious the problem is. As a rabbi and a leader of the Interfaith Justice League, this is the moral issue of our time. I urge you to contact the religious community and the spiritual community and to say, if you really believe in a creator, then the destruction of the planet that you are witnessing and very often you are participating in, this destruction of the planet is a crime against nature. It's the worst form of blasphemy and sacrilege. To take our precious planet and to allow it to be destroyed is not only a crime against nature, it's a crime against future generations. We today are able to appreciate the Everglades to some extent. What will happen to our children and grandchildren if things go the way they are? This is not a pretty picture. You need to do something dramatic, and you need to enlist the community, and not just the religious community, but atheists and agnostics and everybody, all organizations. You should be working with them. Please Do the right thing, not just this time, but all the time, to protect the Everglades and to protect our planet. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Silver. Captain Chris Whitman, you're recognized to speak, followed by Matthew Schwartz, and then Tom McVicker. Captain Whitman, if you could unmute your mic.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing?
We hear you now. Thank you.
Good. Very quickly, I'd like to touch on the Big Cypress Basin. As we have experienced in the past, the damaging discharges from Lake Okeechobee, although they are not directly coming from the Big Cypress Basin watershed, they absolutely impact the areas within the Big Cypress Basin, Estero Bay, Fort Myers Beach, Bonita, Estero, down into Collier County. So I would urge you guys to consider those effects when moving forward there. The main reason I'm commenting today is on the lake level issues and the fact that currently the East Coast and West Coast estuaries are looking down the barrel of a loaded gun, quite honestly. We must look for ways in the LOSOM process to identify solutions to sending water south from the lake in the dry season, not just east and west. We need to do this before SERP projects are completed. There has been some talk that the water can only go east and west. This is simply not true. We must be creative and proactive in identifying opportunities and strategies to send more water south from Lake Okeechobee, especially when it's needed during the dry season, but also as we come into the wet season. If you look at possibly assigning a specific capacity within the STAs for Lake Okeechobee water, not solely for EAA runoff. If that means that there is a little less capacity in those STAs for EAA runoff, I would consider that shared adversity, something that the East and West Coast have to share the adversity currently with great damage to our estuaries. The Corps and the district must address the harm that's being experienced in the Everglades and to the estuaries on the East and West Coast, but not at the expense of each other. Moving water south from Lake Okeechobee to the Everglades, especially in the dry season, should be thought of as a current water management tool, not just a future restoration goal. We need to be proactive and look at every opportunity to do this. The STAs are paid for by taxpayers, not only in Lee and Martin County, but 14 other counties as well. And we should have, the ability to utilize some of that for Lake Okeechobee discharges or discharge water so that lessens the impact on our communities. It's simply not acceptable for us to accept that sending water east and west is the only option. The district and the Corps must find a way to be proactive and creative in sending water south. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Whitman. Our next public commenter is Matthew Schwartz, followed by Tom McVicker.
Okay, can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Schwartz.
Okay, great, thanks. So I'm addressing the board today, and good morning, everybody. I'm following up on some of the comments that Drew Martin made about the general concept of releasing conservation easements that were in writing made forever. Made forever unless the board and the original grantor of the easement agree to let it go. And that's just kind of weird, because as I looked into this issue, and yes, I did look into it with regard to the Wellington issue coming up later, but the entire process seems incredibly anemic. You have a form. Let me pull it up right now. This is Form 1271, and this is a partial release of conservation easement. It's kind of unusual that there's no relationship to statute or Florida Administrative Code in this form. It just says on the form that it was approved by council, June of 2013, approved by council. And all this partial release of conservation easement requires is that whereas the district has been requested to release a portion of the conservation easement, whereas the district is amenable to amending the conservation easement, now therefore, let's release it. And that's it. So a property owner holding an easement, wetland, other conservation lands, can just go to the board and say, I now want to develop this easement that I gave you 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 50 years ago, and say, I want to develop it. And as long as the board is amenable to that, it happens. The only information requested on this form 1271 is a copy of the entire easement, basically a map, original legal description of the original conservation easement, and then Exhibit B, the release parcel. So this form is purely informational. There's nothing in it. I mean, I was looking around through statute. I finally found a single line in the statute, and this is from 704.06, conservation easements, et cetera, section 4. A conservation easement may be released by the holder of the easement to the holder of the fee, even though the holder of the fee may not be a governmental body or a charitable corporation or trust. So there's no criteria. I was trying to find out, is there any criteria that the board looks at to decide whether or not a conservation easement should be released? What are the consequences for releasing that easement? What's the benefits of this conservation land? It doesn't seem like there's anything. It's just an agreement that the original owner wants to release the easement to develop it, and the board is amenable to it. So we need to work on that. We need to work on that and come up with some, at least a set of criteria for this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Tom McVicker, you're recognized to speak, followed by a caller with a phone number ending in 5464.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Hear you, Mr. McVicker.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for taking my comment. I didn't intend to talk this morning, but there's a lot of misinformation about what the Everglades Forever Act did and still does and why it was done. I was the district, as you know, the district's negotiator on the technical side of the Everglades Forever Act and the consent decree back in the dark ages of the last century. Just to give you a little bit of feeling for what it was like, a typical board meeting, it'd be standing room only. The board met for 2 days. The meetings generally went between 10 and 12 hours. There was between 2 and 3 court reporters that sat in the front of the room, one for the state, one for the agriculture industry, one for the federal government. Sometimes all 3 weren't there. It was a huge deal. There was a huge deal in federal court and in state law. And the issue that the Everglades Forever Act somehow requires 238,000 acre feet of lake water to be sent south is wrong, and it's not supported in the law. What happened was when the Everglades mediation was complete, which led to the Everglades Forever Act, the plan was, let's put all the water there, not part of the water. So there were 2 things, major components of the Everglades construction project that added water to the Everglades. Number 1, 5 special districts, 298 districts around Lake Okeechobee, who only had one option for flood control, and that was pump directly into the lake, which they did every day for 50 years when it rained. All of those have been diverted south. The other was the C-51 West Basin that is treated by CA1 East. All of that was water that flowed to tide for the previous 50 years. That was redirected back to the Everglades. When you added that up, at the time, our best estimate was it was 238,000 acre feet. That's where that number came from. That's not Lake Okeechobee water. If we had decided arbitrarily to commit 238,000 acre feet of Lake Okeechobee water to a use that had never been designated, that would have just generated more court reporters in the room, more litigation. And at one time, we were under more than 20 lawsuits. The Everglades Forever Act was not a reallocation mechanism of lake water. The additional water came from the diversion of basins that either went directly to the lake or to tide. And I know I'll never convince some of the advocates out there that that's the truth, but I'm hoping the board at least recognizes the history and has some way of confirming that. through your staff. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Vicker. Our next public commenter is a caller with a phone number ending in 5464. Caller, if you could unmute your mic.
Ralph Brooks, attorney. I'm calling you this morning to ask you to look into an unusual number of deaths of Florida manatees. WGCU and NPR report that the death of manatees has risen sharply in the first few months of 2021. It appears to be related because the manatees are malnourished to the loss of grasses, particularly in Brevard County and Broward County. As you know, the grasses of the bays are dependent upon water quality, but also upon water quantity. With the manatee mortality increasing, I would encourage you to ask your district scientists to coordinate with FWC. Due to COVID, many necropsies are not occurring on manatees that are dying, but this alarming increase in deaths of manatees warrants special consideration and necropsies of manatees that can be found. We need to identify the reason, the root cause why manatees are dying at this alarming rate. I'll try to join you later today for item 24, and I urge you to listen to the citizen speakers who are rightfully concerned and, in fact, enraged, I think, by the loss of conservation easement lands that were supposed to be preserved forever in perpetuity for the exchange and use of mitigation credits for wetlands. So these mitigation credits aren't really supposed to be used to develop lands that are already preserved.
Sir?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll conclude now and I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Emma Hadesy, you're recognized to speak.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Ms. Hadesy.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Governing Board. I just want to start off by commending the district staff and board for remaining undeterred in your focus on projects that are dedicated to sending water south, particularly the EAA, STA. I know that this year, Florida Bay is seeing historic salinity and flow levels, as we'll see more about in John and Lawrence's presentations today. But it's really a testament to the fact that we need to stay the course and double down, particularly when hearing so many of the concerns this morning from folks living in the estuaries in the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee, and the fear for damaging discharges in the months to come. So I just want to encourage the board to continue to think creatively and to find ways to send more water south, particularly as an adaptive management strategy during the dry season to be able to prevent destruction in the estuaries and continue to support a healthy and thriving bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hadesy. Mr. Chairman, I do not see any more hands raised for this item.
Well, thank you very much, Rosie, and thank you all for commenting. By my count, that's over 20 comments. I appreciate everyone for taking the time to call in and share your thoughts with us. We sincerely do appreciate that, and we do listen to them. We're going to start board comment now, and I'll start over at my left. Ms. Mead?
Thank you, Chairman. So good to be back and great to see staff and my governing board members again. I wanted to just make a quick comment question to John for John to answer later in the meeting. So as we talk about sending water south, and people in Monroe County mostly are very excited about that, but our friends in Homestead have concerns. We talk about the 8.5 mile area and how we will protect that. And I know that we watch over Homestead as well, and I just wondered if you could talk to us a little bit during your presentation toward the end or any time about how we take care of the people in Homestead and the farmers in Homestead, and talk about how bringing water south, we intend to do our best to take care of Homestead as well. That makes sense, right? Thank you.
Carl Roman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two items today for the board. Last month, I visited the Picayune Strand Restoration Project, which is a CERT project located in Collier County, but part of one of Governor DeSantis's priority projects for Everglades restoration. And it was hosted by Colonel Kelly in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And I got a chance to spend the half day with his team, and we talked about the effort that he's made to plug an additional 3.3 miles of canals. And I'm very proud of the fact that we were able to work together to get that going. And we talked about also more parallel efforts versus sequential efforts. They're plugging while we're still waiting the beginning of the start of the contract, the work to begin for the Southwest Protection Feature. And so things are happening there, and I think this is a project that collectively we can get across the finish line. And it's one that's been out there kind of languishing for a long time, and we're looking for ways to do more of that parallel effort so that we can get that moving. The second thing is also related but separate. It's the Picayune Strand Water Quality Feasibility Study. And as you recall, this board approved the study, money for the study for the staff to hire a consultant in May of 2020. And that's, this month is, what, 10 months, or 10 months roughly, since we gave the staff the go-ahead to move out on that. And they have, the working groups, the stakeholders have published the report. It's 410 pages, and it is available for your reading pleasure. But one of the things that I worked with the staff, and they were so gracious to do, is a one-page, or it's really two-page fact sheet on this effort. And I'm looking for us in the future to maybe consider partnering with the Big Cypress Basin and maybe starting elements of the treatment train that's been recommended for this effort. And just so that I clarify a little bit what this effort is, separate from the Picayune Strand Restoration Project, the conveyance adjacent to the Southwest Protection Feature will send more water south into outstanding Florida waters, which is the 10,000 Islands, Rookery Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve, and Collier Seminole State Park. So this effort was to study what we could do as an adjacent type of project to look at improving the water quality coming off that conveyance going into outstanding Florida waters. So I'm very happy to share that with you. It's a lengthy report, but I've participated in many of the meetings, or rather just listened, and it was a great effort by all the stakeholders in the public combined. So we're there at the finish line on this one, but we still have some work to do, finishing some costs and numbers. So thank you.
That's good. So where are we on Picayune as far as, I know there was one wall they were finishing down south, and then we were going to, the next year or two, or how close are we to open?
Well, I think Colonel Kelly should answer that since he's here in the room.
Not to put you on the spot, Colonel.
No, we keep talking about these dates, and these dates, I like them closer than further out, so we negotiate a little bit. Colonel Kelly.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. So in Picayune right now, the schedule shows the Southwestern Protection Feature, I think in 2023 is what I'm recalling. And then, completing the rest of the work, I think our schedule still shows out to 2025, but that's exactly what we're talking about, is trying to streamline some of those to get closer to the completeness of the protection feature and all the work. And so, as an example, the 3 miles that was spoken about just a minute ago references an ability to kind of accelerate some of that plugging, that didn't affect the South Water Protection Feature. And so we're very, very eager as that becomes more complete, that perhaps we can find ways to get even further along to kind of shorten that timeline between the protection feature completion and then the overall completion of the project. So we're working on that as best we can.
And that's one of the things that Colonel Kelly and I discussed and his team. You know, initially it was we were going to finish the Southwest protection feature. Stop. Then plug the rest of the canals, remove the rest of the roads, that kind of thing. And what we are looking at is doing some of that in parallel, where we're doing some plugging and removing of the roads so we don't put the Southwest protection feature there in the new conveyance and then wait 2 years to get it all up and operational. Because it's obvious when you go there and visit, and I'd encourage the board members to visit, and if you're on that side of the state, you could visit the Big Cypress Basin headquarters as well. You know, to take a look at it and see what's being done there. 55,000 acres of restoration, and it's a huge undertaking. And thanks to Colonel Kelly and his team, we've got 3.3 miles of plugging of additional canals going on right now. You can see the work, and it's just great. And I really appreciate everything, Colonel Kelly, you and your team are doing to work this and move this forward here so we can get it done and across the finish line.
Thank you, Colonel. And Colonel Kelly, thank you very much. The parallel process makes great sense, and it's music to my ears to see this thing moving forward quickly because I know it's ripe and ready to be turned on. Vice Chair Viger.
First time my mic's been off, actually. I wanted to note that we're a 1-year anniversary, really, since our little coronavirus situation has been sprung upon us. I recall being here last year. We were moderately aware of the coronavirus. I think we had not moved to masks, but we had moved to elbow bumps during our meeting. It's been quite a year, and I think that it's time to commend the staff for what we've been able to accomplish during a year that was shocking and sort of jolting initially. But we never got moved off our purpose. We never got moved off our mission. We rotated, and I think we have a governor who put this state in a position to operate and put people in a position to be empowered with the ability to make decisions that are best for themselves and their families, and that included the people here at this district. And I commend you, Drew, and everybody else here for creating an environment that continued to carry on our mission and move it forward with the same pace that we had always. It didn't seem like we really skipped a beat. Things were a little bit different, but in many ways things were thankfully the same. And I think it's a testament to all of you and to all the employees here at the district. Every person I typically interface with, and I know I haven't met everyone, but everybody I interface with, they all have a unity of a team. They have a purpose and a larger meaning to what they do. I think they have confidence that what they're doing is part of a bigger purpose. And that allows people to rotate. You know, if you've got to work from home or you're feeling more comfortable at home, you work there, you come back here. We provided opportunities here at the district for people to come in if they were comfortable coming in and working here. And, you know, from what I understand, people have not skipped a beat. They did what they were supposed to do. We got the things that we needed to get done, and you know, we're doing big stuff. And we finally have a governor who's put it forefront and has really taken charge to align a budget that is consonant with the big type of meaningful work that we're doing. And you know what? We didn't let this year derail us. And so I just wanted to sort of note we're on this seems to be, I think it was March 9th of last year was our Thursday meeting. I remember the world kind of shutting down, you know, and over the next 7 days, almost in a remarkable fashion. But I want to thank you. I think that it's incumbent upon us to say this. You know, everybody has been accessible. we've had the issues don't go away. And so you pick up the phone and you call and people are on the other end and they're working and it's clear. It's a very ensuring and comforting part of this is that, everybody's working and we're doing meaningful stuff. And so thank you for holding this thing together over the last year, and hopefully we're on the back end and coming out, and we'll keep rocking and rolling.
Thanks, Vice Chair Wagner. I'd like to associate myself with your remarks. That's very well said. I've got a couple things I'd like to say. I'll do that on my mask. First of all, we've got a retirement of a public servant who's worked very hard on water quality over the last, probably 2 decades, and that's a fellow named Nick Denham, who was a council member from the city of Sanibel and our vice mayor on and off over the last 12 or so years. And Nick is retired, and I just want to wish him the best and say thank you for all you've done. And I'm sure there's plenty in the state who have met you in your travels and working hard on the water quality issues. I'd also like to reiterate a little bit what Mr. Ritter said regarding Mr. Butler. He was a fantastic governing board member, and we would welcome him back should the governor so decide. Lastly, my comments are going to be about the lake level, and that's because the lake level is 2.7 feet higher than it was last year at this time. And as a person who lives where one of the rivers discharges, it's really concerning to me. Chris Whitman, I think, said, well, we're looking down the barrel of a gun. And I think we are. And I know the Corps of Engineers has been working really hard with our staff to try and get as much water off the lake as they can. And I certainly appreciate that. One of the things that I mentioned this in my comments a couple months ago, and it still irks me a little bit, is when I look at the LORS 08 and I see that we're still in the low subband. We've been discharging water for 6 months, and we're still in the low subband, and we're in the dry season. That makes no sense. So I hope LOSUM can figure that out a little bit better. Vice Chair Wagner mentioned it's a 1-year anniversary of COVID here. It's also our 2-year anniversary of sitting here. So congratulations to everyone, and thank you all for serving up here. It's been wonderful. One of the things I've learned, and I don't think I really realized this when I came into this job, or this volunteer job, is that we had a lot of discussion about shared adversity, and it's taken me a while to realize that there really is no such thing as shared adversity. That's a bit of a fallacy, and it's a fallacy because of the way the laws are written right now. And I don't think that there's, short of changing the law, which I think is a bit like rolling a boulder uphill, and I don't think we're going to change the law. I think what we really need to be doing is working on creative ways to try and move water south during the dry season, which we're trying to do. And right now the SDAs are a little bit stressed out from last year, and we're working hard to make it so they're not so stressed out so we can start sending some more water south. But we've really got to focus on water storage and finishing up the SERP projects, because that's really the way out of this box that we've been sort of put in legislatively that says you can't do much. We want you to manage water, but you have to do it this way. And the this way basically says you're pumping water east or west if we get too wet. And there's not a whole lot of ways around that. So we need to finish our storage projects. And the only way we're going to finish our storage projects is if we all work together on that and if we're unified. I've worked in the budget world, primarily in the federal world, but there's nothing that kills a project quicker than discord. And if we're arguing amongst ourselves, if the East Coast is arguing with the West Coast, we're not going to ever get the money. The state's going to say, hey, you guys can't figure it out. We're not going to give you any money. The federal government, believe me, there's competition in the federal government for money right now. If we're not unified and we're not showing a unified front, we're not going to get money. And both the estuaries are going to suffer. So I'd ask my friends on the East Coast, on the West Coast, to put down their pens and their swords and whatever else they've got out right now, to stop emailing each other. Pick up the phone, call each other. Let's work things out and let's work together. Otherwise, we're not going to do well. So those are my comments. Mr. Olipich.
Hi, Jay. Thank you very much, Chair. And just again, I want to reiterate my great respect for you. And
you know, I didn't have a lot of background on the expansion of the Big Cypress Basin, and I look forward to learning about it. You know, I'm very much a traditionalist, and I very much am very protective, and I just don't want to lose the money and the excitement that's in moving forward with all these projects. I always bring newspapers, so the front of the newspaper today was a giant picture of blue-green algae, which is unfortunate because when many people look at this, they think that this is what it looks like now, and it doesn't. And when you look at the picture, it says it was from March 2020, last year. But these are very important clues for us to be ready and prepared for what is happening. And the big difference between this meeting and our last meeting is that on March 6th, the South Florida Water Management District made a recommendation, and the Army Corps began its wanting to do, as it has for a while, these releases to the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee. It's a little different for the St. Lucie just because we hadn't had any yet. The Caloosahatchee had been receiving them for, I think, water salinity issues, and that's always complicated. And I, too, want to say that I've always looked, and I grew up in this, with the Caloosahatchee being a sister estuary. It is a sister estuary. And I think what's happening now is Lake Worth Lagoon is becoming a sister estuary, too. And yes, we all have to work together. Unfortunately, I think the LOSUM process has kind of pitted us against each other. And I don't think it was anything we meant to do or meant to happen. It's just what happens when you're, you know, fight or flight, and you're looking at what would be best for you under basically a murderous circumstance. So I do, I think it was James Evans who said perhaps the district should take more of an interest in LOSUM. I think we all need to make more of an interest in making sure that communication doesn't trash and burn us all up, that we achieve our goals, and we are well on our way. Think of how much better things are. We're here. This board is here. This staff is here. It was a tough year. There was a lot of rain. I'm making excuses, like I used to yell at people for making excuses, you know, but the water conservation areas were super full, and that's one of the reasons why the poor animals were drowning. That's one of the reasons more water didn't go south this year. And I think that next year, or the next opportunity for more water to go south, that will be happening. I do think that we need either a workshop or a really, you know, serious meeting about the stormwater treatment areas and the Everglades Forever Act. Okay, I really try to do my homework, and I'm telling you, I am getting things on both sides, and I believe both sides. Or I think that there is, you know, Mr. McVicker, okay, I couldn't totally hear him because of the quality of the sound today, but I want to hear that history. Dr. Gary Goforth, a dear friend and someone who lives in Martin County, who was an architect, so to speak, engineer for these stormwater treatment areas. These are not people who would mislead us, okay? We need to get to the bottom of this and figure out how we can live with each other. Okay, now that I'm done there, I wanted you to see I brought my triangle. That's because we can't forget about 40E61. We have to, all three agencies have to work together so we can fix water quality, because that's the answer. I really think the pre-drainage Everglades book that Christopher McFoy did with the other people from the district in 2011, those images need to be available to us, because when we have something like this morning, when we were talking about the basin, how can we make these decisions? When we're talking this afternoon about Wellington, which is in the arm of the old Loxahatchee Slough, how do we make decisions today if we don't know our past? We have people from the district who spent a lot of time creating that book and those images. Please make them available to us so I can refer to them, not always running home and looking in a giant purple book, but online when I need them. I wanted to thank Libby Pigman and Sean Cooley for taking me to the EAA STA, the EAA Reservoir and STA. Totally inspired. This is why we can't get caught in the negative. So much good is happening. That thing is being built. It is unbelievable. I took a big chunk of rock and I sent it to Joe Negron in a box. And he was so excited. And we all are, because this has been a long journey and we are going to complete it. I wanted to thank Gene Colwell and Rory Feeney for going to Atlantic Ridge with me yesterday to look at the wild hog problem in there, and Dr. Gary Goforth was there as well. It is Dr. Gary Goforth's dream to feed the hungry, all the people who are suffering from COVID, with the hogs that have to be eradicated from this park that is partially South Florida Water Management District property. I wanted to thank my husband and Donna Khalil for going python hunting, something I would never picture myself doing. We did not catch a python. My husband was probably disappointed. I felt relieved. She showed us the Everglades in a way that I have never seen in my life. And I will have a deeper appreciation of Everglades National Park. And we went north in some, I don't know, like tieback canal thing, way north. It was right on the border of Big Cypress, I think. It was absolutely beautiful. There were like cypress trees and then like sloughs of water and it looked so untouched. It was so beautiful. And that gave me hope too, because there are a lot of untouched places that we don't get to see that often, but Donna made that available and can for anyone here. So I know I talk a lot, but it's really the only time we get to share. And the number one thing that got us here is relationships. And I'm going to do everything I can to keep building on those relationships. We can disagree and still agree that we are friends and respect each other, and we will not let Lotham tear us apart. We will all benefit from this in the end.
Thank you, Ms. Dolovich. Mr. Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I can remember sitting in an airboat with Ron DeSantis prior to him being elected as our governor. September 13th, 2018, with approximately 47 of the press. And we went out into the Everglades and to an island that I've been on since I was 3 years old. That's a long time ago. And that's prior to Alligator Alley and all the levees and pump stations. But I listened to him when he recognized the importance of Everglades restoration. In order to have future jobs and economical growth, a quality of life for future generations, even if you're not a hiker or a biker or a photographer or a bird watcher or a hunter or a fisherman, an environmentalist or a conservationist, it affects the quality of life of everybody here in Florida. And I just certainly want to thank our governor for him living up to his commitment, giving all of us as board members and all our staff and all of our stakeholders the greatest opportunity to have clean drinking water and a quality of life in Florida. And I also want to thank my board members. We've learned a lot together with the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world. and I'm very honored to sit with y'all. You know, I want to thank Colonel Kelly for his leadership and for a lot of conversations we've had together in regards to the emergency deviation that took place starting in October of last year to February. And the leadership of 4 federal agencies and 4 state agencies in lowering the Central Everglades from the highest water ever on record, even higher than the 1994 massacre of wildlife, in 4 months. In 1994, it took nearly 2 years, and 5,000 animals drowned. And so there's a lot of good things happening, and I want to say that, and I want to thank our staff. I got to be honest with you, I've sit on a lot of commissions and a lot of boards, and we are very blessed. I think we have the best staff in America, maybe the best in the world, okay? And I'm really serious about that. The expertise, the talent, it's incredible, and that helps us with this obligation we have. But as I listen today, you know, 90% of the stakeholders, and I want to thank the stakeholders because they give us great guidance. 90% of them said, move water south, okay? We're all aboard on that. And what does that do? That really is a benefit to the global system, from Boggy Creek all the way to Florida Bay, 200 miles. When you start moving 1,500,000 acre-feet of water in an average rain year, not restricted. So here we are today. And the most wonderful thing, and our stakeholders have been a very big part of this in lobbying over the last 20 years to build 3.6 miles of bridges, the new 333 North that sits beside the 33 South, all of the infrastructure to move water south. And that's important because now we have the tools. We actually have the tools. So I'm going to try to be a little brief on this, but we're the 8.5 square mile area. We have 18 homes and 208 acres of land. And I want to thank our staff for coming up with this design. In the last couple of months, and in a position to award a contract. That's an obstacle that's stopping water from moving south. It's not the infrastructure. We've already built it. $1 billion of infrastructure, okay? The other obstacle has been the Tamiami Trail. You can't move water south without raising the L29. They're doing a saturation test, and I got to compliment DOT, Secretary District 6, for working in our deviation to allow us to go to that 8.5 through the emergency. But now we're trying to have that permanent, not just 90 days we can raise it, and 9 months we can't move water. And we should have that resolved maybe by our next meeting. And moving forward with 8.5 square miles is the other obstacle where we don't have to cut off water flowing in Shark River Slough. And we're also working with the Colonel and U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the Park Service, Department of Interior, and Florida Fish and Wildlife on the S12s, where they'll remain open year-around, not shut 9 months out of the year, and the 243A and B, 244s, where water is flowing by gravity year-round. We're not backing up 1,500,000 acre-feet in the central, and then all of a sudden we got 90 days to move water south. That's crazy. And then it looks like the Colorado River. It's so I am so excited. I really want to, and I apologize, Mr. Chairman, for talking so long. But you know, I hear 90%, 95% of all of our stakeholders, all of us too, about moving water south. We're going to remove these obstacles. And the other is the L28 with these additional culverts. Our staff is working models now so that water can flow southwest. That's more water moving south for very little money. And if you look at a satellite aerial, you can see where it flowed to start with. So we're going to take the blockage out of the L28 and the S12s and the Shark River Slough flowways. And I just am very excited and very optimistic that we're going to start utilizing this infrastructure that's there. We will not be handcuffed as we continue to go forward. And thank you, and I apologize for getting in such detail, but that's how we move water south, is to remove 4 obstacles, and we're going to remove them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron, and I think we all share your enthusiasm and your passion. Thanks. Mr. Steinle, welcome. Before you jump in, let me ask if you have any conflicts or yeah, that one.
No, yes, I do not. I do not, and I'll save my comments for the rest of the meeting, but not just because I was late.
You can.
Because I now have.
There's no penalty.
This is a really unlucky seating position because now, right next, I have to follow one of the most committed board members and one of the most educated board members, so I'm feeling a little bit like I can't offer anything, but I will try to offer something later in the meeting.
In fairness to you, every other meeting we'll switch it up and you can start. Mr. Martinez, do you have any comments?
Mr. Chair, just echoing what most of the others said about our staff in the last year and what they've been able to accomplish with all the issues that we've had to deal with because of the pandemic. I mean, they didn't skip a beat. And obviously thanks to our governor and his leadership, but what staff has done in the last year, you would have never thought that last year was what 2020 was. So again, just kudos to Executive Director Bartlett and everybody at the agency. Thank you for all of your hard work.
Thanks, Mr. Martinez. We'll move now to the consent agenda, item number 10. Are there any board members who want to move any items on consent to discussion? Seeing none, Rosie, are there any raised hands for consent items 12 through 19?
I have one hand raised. Richard Weisskopf, you're recognized to speak on any consent agenda item. Mr. Weisskopf, if you could unmute your mic. Mr. Weisskopf, if you could unmute your mic, you can press *6 if you're on a phone. Mr. Weisskopf, since we can't hear you, we can take your public comment at another time during the agenda. Mr. Chairman, I do not see any additional hands raised.
Thank you, Rose. I need a motion for consent agenda items 12 to 19.
I'll go ahead and move, Mr. Chair, that we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Carolyn. Second. A second, Mr. Steinle? Is that yours? Yes. Okay. Sorry. The math to make it tough. I'm going to call that question. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, or I'm sorry, I'm calling the roll. Mr. Steinle? Yes. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Olepich?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. All the consent agenda is moved. We'll now move to technical reports. Mr. Mitnick will give us the water conditions report.
All right, morning everyone. As usual, I'll walk through the water conditions report for the last month. So last month, looking backwards, month of February, you can see we finished just barely below average rainfall, which was a sort of welcome reprieve from what happened in January, where we had an extreme deficit of rainfall. So far for the month of March, we've gotten some rain. It was primarily associated with a front that came down through just last week, and I'll talk a little bit more later on in the presentation about what we'll expect over the next 2 weeks as we get deeper into March as far as rainfall is concerned. So as I said, month of February, just slightly below average, but overall for the dry season, going all the way back to November of 2020, district-wide, we've got a deficit of rainfall, roughly 2 inches district-wide, with the largest deficits being here in eastern Palm Beach County and over water conservation areas 1 and 2. They've had the least amount of rain since that November of 2020 date. I'm looking at the upper chain of lakes. As you can see, as I talked about last month, we're continuing that recession in East Lake Toho and Lake Toho, trying to get down to their summer pools down here by June 1st. Looking at Lake Kissimmee, you'll notice that Lake Kissimmee came back above regulation schedule from that associated rain that occurred right in here. You probably don't recall, though, that for a better part of a year and a half now, there has been a deviation in place for Lake Kissimmee that allows it to go back above regulation schedule, roughly draw a line from this point down to here. That's what the deviation allows for. The purpose of that is to juxtapose the operations of Lake Kissimmee with all of the ongoing restoration work that the Corps of Engineers is doing along the Kissimmee River, filling in the C-38 canal and returning it to its natural, historic, winding, meandering flows. So that's why you'll see Lake Kissimmee is above schedule right now, but it's consistent with the deviation that is in place as we're trying to manage flows down the river. I'm trying to keep them below 900 cubic feet per second so that we can expedite and assist the Corps in completing that restoration work along the river itself. So looking at Lake Okeechobee, so far during the meeting this morning, there's already been a fair conversation about Lake Okeechobee and its projections and its levels and the concerns associated with that. But just from a modeling standpoint, last month I had described how the modelers here at the district have been able to at least simulate a conceptual version of what the harmful algal bloom deviation would look like with those operations in place for this dry season. This is the resulting projection for March. Typically what we do is we focus in on this purple shaded band as it runs through, as it represents the 50% chance of being somewhere within that band as you go forward in time. So if you just cue in on June 1st, that band stretches from right here at 12.6 feet up to about 14 feet. So what it's telling you is there's roughly a 50% chance on June 1st you'll be somewhere between 12.6 and 14 feet on Lake Okeechobee, depending on how Mother Nature treats us for the rest of the dry season. So looking at La Nina years, we're still continuing to experience La Nina. So this is just an excerpt of all those different projections. If you solely pull out of this larger simulation just those years in the past that we have experienced La Nina conditions, you can see it's relatively consistent with what you saw before, with most of those projections clustering down at the lower end of 12.6 to 13.5, somewhere in that neighborhood, which would be indicative of a La Nina-like drier conditions as we move forward in time. So as we promised last month, every month we'll have a Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual update for the board. The district staff is still, as we talked about last month, still planning on having a more detailed, in-depth workshop where we will get as far into the weeds as each of the board members would like through a day-long workshop of LOSUM and what it means. Right now we're looking to have that LOSUM workshop somewhere out in the May to June timeframe. So it's during the time that the project team would be in the balanced array and looking for iteration 2 down here, and we can seek the board's input and advice and guidance on how you view that exercise and how you view balance. So what's happened in the last 30 days? The Corps hosted a listening session on February 22nd with members of the PDT as well as the public to hear back from all of them how each individual may view balance. And that was followed up with another meeting just this past Monday on March 8th, where the Corps held a PDT, a project delivery team meeting that included members of the public to talk about flexibility and what flexibility can or could look like and how it may or may not be incorporated into a schedule. So those are just those initial conversations and laying the groundwork for when the more detailed conversations get underway here in iteration 2 and what that balanced array should look like. In the meantime, tomorrow, actually, March 12th, everyone is expecting the iteration 1 model results. So right now, we are in iteration 1 right here. Tomorrow, all of those modeling results will be posted. As I described last month, those models take the next step and go beyond what the conceptual plans were. They use the full suite of all of the performance measures that will be utilized during the LOSIM process. They also use the full suite of modeling tools and the complete models that look at the Everglades and those areas farther south of Lake Okeechobee. So everybody's anticipating those results to come out tomorrow. So over the intervening weeks and months, everybody, I assume, will be pouring through all of those modeling results and looking at each individual performance measures and how those particular iterations, those alternatives that were modeled in iteration 1 affected what is near and dear to their hearts. And just as a reminder, keep in mind that those alternatives in iteration 1 sought to only optimize one single objective. They were not balanced in any way, shape, or form. They were just myopically focused on one of those objectives that we ran through at the last board meeting. So a lot more to come on the LOSIM front, and we'll continue to update the board monthly through this venue. And then, as I said, we'll have that more detailed workshop, most likely in the May or June timeframe, where we can really get into it. All right, so going back to the system conditions, just because I had started including this graphic in the prior months, looking at Water Conservation Area 3A, as it had been well above its schedule over the preceding months. Earlier this week, we actually officially crossed, although it doesn't show up on this schedule because this is as of March 1st, but earlier this week, we actually crossed below the regulation schedule for Area 3A. So we're finally back below regulation schedule. It's the first time Area 3 has been back below regulation since June of 2020. So it's been a long time. Very something that a lot of people have been looking forward to. I know Mr. Bergeron, you can take a break on calling me every day now that we're back below schedule. I have no doubt that he will. One thing I would like to point out, though, because we are now back below schedule, you'll recall that back in August of 2020, the Corps of Engineers approved the Combined Operating Plan, the new regulation schedule that governs Conservation Area 3. And it was formally and officially put in place back in August. But however, in COP, there is what we call the Tamiami Trail Flow Formula. It is a new way of looking at how to move water out of the conservation area down into Everglades National Park. It replaces what was called the rainfall plan, and that had been in place for a decade or more. Unfortunately, since it was put in place in August of 2020, the conservation area had been well above schedule, as we've already talked about, so you really didn't get to apply that formula because it always just called for maximum releases because you were above schedule. So this week is the first time that we've been actually able to apply the Tamiami flow formula. I know there's a lot of discussion out there about the flow formula when it was being developed, but what I will say without getting into those weeds is that with the application this week, it is calling for 1,700 cubic feet per second to be moved out of the conservation area down into the Everglades. had we still been stuck with the rainfall plan, that would have only called for about 1,200 cubic feet per second being moved out of the conservation areas. So with the flow formula in place, it is moving more water south, more water into Everglades National Park than what we had been under the prior operating plan. So with that, looking at the southern portions of the system, I'll start up here. Everybody's already familiar with the current operations under LORS, with 2,000 CFS being sent to the west, measured here at S79, 500 CFS being sent to the east, measured there at S80. Right now, the Water Management District, in addition to water supply demands, is moving about 500 cubic feet per second also south down through the stormwater treatment areas. All of that currently is going through stormwater treatment area 2 and into conservation area 2. And then we're pulling some of it back up and moving it across and trying to get it over here into the northwest portion of area 3. And as Lawrence will get into in his presentation, he'll talk a little bit more of the conditions of the stormwater treatment areas. I think Mr. Goss, you touched on it earlier in your comments. But as we move forward throughout the month of March, you'll start to see that 500 CFS increase as in the coming weeks, and we'll try to begin moving a lot more water as we continue the rehabilitation efforts, particularly in STA 3-4 right there, and Lawrence will touch on that a little bit more. But just looking at Conservation Area 1, it's continuing to recede down parallel to its regulation schedule, so it's in a good place for this time of year. Conservation Area 2A, while it's still above schedule, we are trying to manage that recession down to about 11.6, closer to regulation schedule. We don't want to take too much water out of Conservation Area 2A too fast because of the wading birds and the ecology of Area 2A itself. As you're well aware, there's a major nesting colony for wading birds right about here, and they're doing a lot of foraging over in 2 and in the northwest portions of Area 3. So we want to be cognizant of this recession and not pull that water out of Area 2 too quickly.
John, sorry to
interrupt.
Yes. We've talked, I asked you a little bit about this with Water Conservation Area 2.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't seem like there's the urgency in 2 that we have in 3 to recede to lower levels. And so maybe for everybody's benefit, but again, to remind me, why is 2 different? And as regulation schedules are changing, if there's some difference between 2's regulation schedule and what the other, the factors that we use for the others, is that going to change? Is that going to be revised to better reflect what our target should be from a flooding and ecological perspective?
Okay. So I'll start off with historically, the regulation schedule for Area 2A was higher than it is depicted here on this graphic. And over the years, it was recognized that that higher regulation schedule, as you would think, led to deeper water being impounded in Area 2A, which had an adverse effect on the ecology in a lot of the tree islands in Area 2A. So if you look at 2A, you don't see a lot of those tree islands today. They lost a significant amount of those tree islands, and maybe Lawrence can speak a little bit more to that. But from this schedule here, a number of years ago, the district had engaged the Corps about potentially raising up that schedule and doing a schedule modification. There were a number of other things going on at that point in time associated with some additional modeling that was being done for all 3 of the water conservation areas. So that effort did not move forward in time. It's something that we have talked about re-engaging on in the coming years. But we obviously, with COP and all the other stuff that's been going on in the southern portion of the system, the majority of our focus has been on, from an operating plan revision standpoint, is looking at that southern end and how to move that water out and into Everglades National Park. So it's on the list, I would say, of something that we've been talking about for a number of years about whether or not there is a higher schedule that is more reflective of both the ecology and the operations for Area 2. But that's kind of where it is, and you are correct that Area 2 does sustain higher water depths than what is on the regulation schedule. Because that original schedule was higher, if we were just looking at it from a levee safety standpoint, the levees were constructed for those higher water depths, so there's not a real concern there. It's more of the ecology, and as we get back into that ecology.
We've had quite a few conversations about that, and that concerns me as well. You know, there's been some damage to the Deer Islands, which were Indian mountains built 10,000 years ago. Ground level there is what, 10.5, John?
It varies, but generally speaking, yes.
Yeah, and we're up at what, where we're at 12?
Yeah.
No, that area was at one point in time just loaded with wildlife, totally. Never seen so much wildlife when I was younger. And it's been affected dramatically by high water events. It's part of Everglades restoration, it's part of the Central Everglades. And it's my belief that we need to be very careful about keeping water levels higher than what's compatible with the environment, the ecology, and all the wildlife. So as we continue to go forward, I think we need to be very focused on that from an ecological standpoint, on what is compatible. And I think probably we're going to have to get the opinions from Florida Fish and Wildlife as well. And but I've always said as an example, wading birds don't have 3-foot legs on them. And that's, when the water is this deep, it's very difficult for a wading bird to even be able to get his feet on solid ground to land. So it's something we need to be concerned about and work with our sister agency to make sure that these durations of high water is minimized as we go into the future. And I'm sure now that you're on compatible water levels in 3A, and you're moving water into 3A and continuing that water south, so we don't get into the rainy season and we have no capacity, because it's coming in the next few months.
Just to follow up on Mr. Steinley's point, I thought I heard from the question and maybe from your answer that WCA2 is in fact the regulation schedule currently is even higher than 3, right? And that you were looking at even expanding it higher than that. But I thought the question was, I mean, these are kind of artificial boundaries that are put in, right? But what makes the area we have massive issues with wildlife in 3. And as a result of that, we're constantly trying to figure out how to empty water from 3 into the park, reduce it not only for the benefit of the park, but also for the benefit of what's going on in 3. Why does 2 not have the same issue that 3 has? And maybe the answer is there have been all these high water events in the past and there's no longer the ecology there that was there previously. That may be the answer, but I was just curious, is there something biological that's just different between 2 and 3, or how does that work?
Yeah, I'd say from a wildlife perspective, all the issues that we've already talked about and Mr. Bergeron speaks to in 3A, you still have some of those similar things in 2A, but because of the way 2A has been managed since it was first constructed back in the 60s, a lot of the tree islands, especially in the southern portion down here, don't exist anymore today. It's more open water, marsh type habitat. Some of those tree islands are more towards the northern portions of it. So when we talk about the topography across 2A, obviously those northern portions are a little bit higher. So even at this level of 12 feet, there are still tree islands up there that are dry and that can support some of the wildlife. But when you get down in the southern portions of 2A, they don't exist anymore, and that's why you have some of that deeper water. I mean, if you just look at the historic flow pattern of how the river grass used to function, used to come down over Spill Lake Okeechobee, make that slow meandering path, and by the time it got over here, it would start that curve back this way, or get through the little cuts and slits going out to the coast. When this levee was constructed, it sort of cut off that curve, an alligator alley that goes right across through there, cut off the bottom of that curve. So whereas in 3A, you still have that north-south flow that gives you that teardrop shape of what a tree island looks like. You don't really get that so much anymore in area 2A.
So two's kind of like a warning of what 3 might, you're trying to avoid what happened in 2 by mitigating the high water issues in 3, right?
Right.
Trying not to see 3 look like 2. Okay, thank you.
As you open up the bottom end of this system, what we're going to be talking about, the obstacles to let water flow south, you should be able to manage water levels in 2 compatible with the wildlife and the ecology and the landscape. And I think just because of what we did in the past, what we're doing with Everglades restoration is to have compatible water levels moving south, and we should focus on achieving that.
John, you're also saying you can move water from 2 west into the northwest portion of 3, where it is historically drier.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what we've been doing for a couple of weeks now, trying to pull water back up out of 2 and run it across and put it back in right over here.
Is it doing, after you do that, is it doing what you're hoping it will do? I mean, are you seeing, I know you're doing it, but is it producing the beneficial effects that you desire?
Lawrence?
I'll show a slide that has where the wading bird use is going on right now, and you'll be able to see that what we're doing currently is having a very positive effect on that.
Great.
I'll also touch on what we're doing in Water Conservation Area 2 as a way of studying the hydraulics and trying to get at what is the appropriate hydrology in there. And I'll talk about how that has changed through time, as John's talking about in the loss of tree islands. So I'll touch on that in my report.
Awesome. Very good 1-2 punch.
So Area 3, as I already talked about a little bit, it's finally below regulation schedule. We're applying that Tamiami Trail flow formula. It's moving about that 1,700 cubic feet per second out of the 333 structure and its new companion structure, 333 North, that we're operating, as well as S12D. So this is the time of year where S12A and B are closed. Last week, at the request of the Water Management District, the Corps of Engineers closed S12C. So as you recall, our contractor is removing the old Tamiami Trail just downstream of the S12s. So we had made a request to the Corps of Engineers, and they're able to close S12C for us so that contractor can get back to work and see some of those water levels reduced, as the road had been underwater for the last several months. So that contractor will get back to work removing Old Tamiami Trail. Fortunately, that whole 1,700 CFS that the flow formula is calling for, we can accommodate all of that flow through S12D or through the 333 structures into the L29. So right now, the L29 is being managed at 8.5, and we're continuing to move about, I think it's close to 1,300 cubic feet per second through the 333 structures into the L29 from the west end. We are also operating the seepage return pump station over here on the east end and returning that seepage back into the L29, and all of that flows down through or underneath the bridges and then into Northeast Shark River Slough. So Ms. Needs, for your question, so when we start talking about moving water south and putting it into Northeast Shark River Slough and putting it into Everglades National Park, so we've talked about a number of different times that seepage is going to start moving to the east. moving over towards the C111 system and increasing those groundwater stages for the city of Homestead and other agricultural operations along the South Dade conveyance system. So one mechanism that we use to protect and provide flood protection for these areas is that seepage return pump station 356, where we'll pull that water back to the north some and then put it back into Northeast Shark River Slough by way of returning that seepage. As part of the Central Everglades planning project, that pump station is going to be replaced. It's going to be increased in size. It's going to be doubled. And the Corps of Engineers is currently in the process of designing that replacement pump station right now. One of the other ways that we'll be protecting the private properties along the South Dade conveyance system, at least in the future, is an agenda item that the board will take up later today, and construction of that seepage cutoff wall around the 8.5 square mile area. That'll be part of it. But overall, it has to do with the overall operation and maintenance of these canal levels. So there's a series of pump stations and structures there along C111 that pick up that seepage and any basin water that is a result of rain events and put those into the detention cells. And once we've maximized that capacity and those pump stations, if they aren't able to keep up in a flooding event, then that water is then conveyed south down through the system all the way down to S197 and out into Card Sound and Barn Sound. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So right now, today is March 11th. One of the requirements that we have for the operation of some of those pump stations has to do with the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow subpopulations that are over here on the eastern side of the park. And come March 15th, if two of those gauges that are out in the park, out in the marsh, are higher than a prescribed level, then we've got to curtail some of those operations such that we can enhance a recession and dry down, providing dry land for the sparrows to nest on. Those two gauges are currently above that criteria, so we've already taken some proactive steps over the last week or so to modify operations along the South Dade conveyance system to induce a recession along the eastern side of the park to facilitate that dry down for the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow. And then come March 15th, we'll completely secure some of those pump stations and move into that operations. The effect of that is we just begin to transition more of that water down through the system, down through, can't really see it unfortunately, it's under this text box. Next month I'll move it lower so we can get a better look at it. But down through S177 towards the headwaters of 18C, while at the same time trying to ensure that we do not have to open S197. Yes, ma'am.
So how much can Card Sound take? Because the water is not high there, the road is high, so it looks to me like it should be able to handle a good bit, right?
The structure itself is sized to move about 2,400 under emergency situations. The way the combined operating plan is approved and written, we start off with very low-level type releases of 200 cubic feet per second, and then depending on stages, if you're not able to keep up, then you'll ramp that up. As far as how much Barn Sound or Card Sound can take, that's more of the ecology, and I know from my experience in operating the system that is not an area where fresh water in those types of quantities, those large deluges of the 2,400 CFS is acceptable. So it's more of the low-level flow that we do from time to time. That's what we strive for. So yeah, that's that. Moving on to how water has been moved around since May of 2020. You can see total inflows to Lake Okeechobee have been on the order of 2.5 million acre feet. Flows to the Caloosahatchee Estuary have been on the order of 1.6 million acre feet, with roughly 600,000 of that originating and coming from Lake Okeechobee through those discharges. On the east coast, to run the C44 canal, St. Lucie Estuary has received about 280,000 acre feet, with roughly 170,000 acre-feet coming from Lake Okeechobee, and then an additional 450,000 acre-feet coming from C-23, 24 canals into the St. Lucie estuary. And then Indian River Lagoon is right around that 170,000 acre-feet as well. Southern portion of the system, when we look at the total inflows to all three of the water conservation areas, it's right around 2.1 million acre-feet of surface water inflows to the conservation areas. As I said last month, to put that in context, there's been about 3.5 million acre-feet of direct rainfall over the water conservation areas. Flows into the park is on the order of 1.7 million acre-feet, just looking at these two flow arrows right here. I'll remind everyone that this particular area, the roughly 3/4 of a million acre-feet, is a combination of that seepage, just getting returned to the detention areas, and canal management along the South Dade conveyance system, inclusive of some of those direct surface water flows to the headwaters of Taylor Slough right in here. For the urban areas, so far since May of 2020, the Water Management District has moved about 3.7 million acre-feet off the urban areas of the lower East Coast to tide to the intercoastal. Looking at rainfall over the next 7 days, you're not likely to get any. So we're going to projecting and forecasting that we'll go through a little bit of a drier spell over the next 7 days, but once we get out to, call it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week, we're anticipating another front to move over top of the district, and it's certain portions of the district are likely to receive above average rainfall towards the latter half of next week. Climate Prediction Center is still calling for below average rainfall through the month of May, so we're going to continue to watch that. And then as far as the U.S. Drought Monitor, this is what it looked like last month, and then with some of those rains that we got earlier this month, it's pretty much taking care of a lot of the drier conditions with the exception of portions of Palm Beach County, and this is actually inside the water conservation areas. As you saw from the prior slide, those are some of the areas that receive the least amount of rain. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Olepich?
A little bit. A little bit further, I think. It was where it showed the high water levels. Is this it during the winter?
During the winter. You talking for Lake Okeechobee?
Well, no, for the water conservation areas.
Here. It's kind of
okay.
Maybe this one.
So, you know, because this is always such a point of contention, and it seems that it should be such an easy thing to do, to send water south during the dry season. I just wanted to look at this a little bit and try to understand what happened this year and kind of what you're thinking each year. So looking at it was really wet down in the water conservation areas this winter, which would be December, January, February. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So if you had a year where, like everybody talks about 2015 being a great year, where it was like 50-50 almost, 40-60 of Lake O water to EAA water through the stormwater treatment areas. So can you just describe kind of like how it was that year? Was there no water in the water conservation areas? And also, how does this work with the water supply of the EAA? Like, does their water fill up the canals so other water can't be sent south? Do you have to, you know, of course, that water supply is owed to them, so you can't really send it south if you're afraid there's not enough, maybe? I mean, what kind of things what should we be looking for to try to do a better job next year if nature doesn't rain all over the water conservation areas and the stormwater treatment areas?
Certainly. So specifically for 2015, you are correct that the regional conditions were very different. And that's what facilitated this larger amount of water to being able to move out of Lake Okeechobee south towards the conservation areas. The conservation areas weren't nearly at the high water levels that you've experienced over this past year, so they had room, they had capacity. There hadn't been a lot of rain in the southern portion of the system, so you had a lot of capacity in the stormwater treatment areas to be able to accept that water and move it south. So there was roughly, in total, it's the 1.2 million, but I want to say it was like 500,000 moved through the stormwater treatment areas that particular year. From a rainfall perspective, although I don't have it on this graphic because we're working on improving these series of slides, I can tell you that in 2015, the southern portion of the system only received on average about 41 inches of rain that year. Compare that to this past year, where the southern end of the system received 51 inches of rain. So there was an excessive amount of rainfall this year that filled up, as you've noted, filled up the conservation areas, and what led to that extreme high waters, especially in Area 3, that set a whole new record that it had never been that high before. And that drawdown of trying to get that water out of there and the emergency deviation that the Corps was able to put in place to take those expedited efforts to pull that water down. I think you've heard Mr. Bergeron talk about the last time it was this high, it took 2 years to recover back down, whereas this year we did it in the span of, 4 months. We were able to get it back. So from moving water south perspective, the Water Management District, as we saw Area 3A coming down through this trajectory, earlier back in the month of February, middle of the month of February, we started moving that water, and we gradually increased it. Last month I had reported we were moving 300 CFS. We started at 200, ramped it up to 300. Today we're at 500, and in the coming weeks that's going to keep on increasing as we go forward in time. And it's all about how much, it starts with how much the conservation area can take and what its condition is for the ecology of the conservation areas and the regulation schedule. And then it goes to the conditions in the stormwater treatment areas. And stormwater treatment areas have had upwards of 1.5 million acre feet have been moved through them in this past year. So they are significantly stressed, and we're doing significant rehabilitation efforts in some of those in the stormwater treatment areas. So as those rehabilitation efforts continue, we'll start increasing those flows to be able to get more water out of the lake and down through the system.
So does water supply compete with the water that could be coming out of Lake Okeechobee to go south?
So from the lake's perspective, water out is water out. Doesn't matter whether it's going to water supply or it's going to the stormwater treatment areas and into the Everglades. It's leaving the lake, so the lake's receding. Right now, you've heard me say a couple times that we're doing about 500 CFS to the STAs and then into the conservation areas. There's also another 500 plus that is going to water supply. So total flows out of the 3 structures on the south end today are right around 1,000 cubic feet per second. And then with that dry weather that I just talked about over the next 7 days, that's going to start increasing.
Okay, so it just gets split up. It travels at the same time and then gets split up.
Yeah, we let the water out from those 3 structures, and then we'll have the pump stations on the southern end taking the portion that we're sending to the Everglades. The rest is the water supply.
Okay. Do you think it would be possible to have a daily report on sending water south? And nothing complex or long, but just to try to understand. So like maybe it would say March 12th, we sent 600 CFS south. Water conservation areas are clear, to allow water flow. STAs are in, on a scale of 1 to 5, they're at a 3. You know what I'm saying? I just think it would help me. I think this is one of the biggest points of contention for many advocates, and one of the hardest things to understand. And if we could, it's hard with all these different charts and everything to envision everything, but I just wonder if every day, you know, it's a goal for all of us, I think, if we just had a goal, like, you know, a little report. We sent this much water south, and you could say how much you sent to water supply too. Why not? Let's all get to know each other here. We're all family, you know, and just, we're all in the same system, you know, but I think this, one of the things, and I'll be quiet, that has really helped me is to go to the 16 county, they call it, the 16 county coalition, okay? Because when I go there, they report things in 3 to 4 month intervals all at once. You know, it's more like a narrative. That's, from my type of mind, that is very helpful. When I get little bits of information each month, sometimes I don't know where to put it. You know what I'm saying? And so, but if you reported information every day, you'd be building a narrative. And also, I just think it would help with something that, again, kind of, it's a constant issue. So, thank you.
Is there a detriment? When does it start to get detrimental? Not so fast, John.
Oh, we have it already?
Is there a detriment to the WCA? Like, for instance, where do you hit? If right now it seems like the impediment to moving water south, even though the lake is high, even though we're in sort of a dry period, the WCAs are full. And so the question is,
The STAs are also charged.
that the STAs are also charged, but my point is that at what point do you start worrying? At what level do you start worrying that the WCAs are too low? Is there a point? And if so, what is that point? Because it never seems that we are ever talking about that part of the situation.
Yep.
And I guess, the question I have is, what is holding up moving water out of the WCA right now? What are the things? Is the answer to that question the 8.5 square mile area? Is the answer to that question the Seaside Sparrow? And is there anything else that I'm missing other than those two? Because my attitude right now is like, don't stand on the tracks when the train's coming through. And to me, the people in the 8.5 square mile area have chosen to live in an area that the train's coming through, right? And the same, quite frankly, with the Sparrow, although I don't want to make a big point of it. But is there anything else other than those two concepts that we talk about from time to time that precludes you from moving water that I'm missing?
Yeah, so first, Ms. Thorolipis, going to your question, there is a product that the Corps of Engineers produces that I tried to pull up, but didn't cooperate with me, that gives you that daily how much flow is moving south out of Lake Okeechobee. But I'll work with Sean Cooley to see if there's another way that we can package something up and be able to get that out. So, okay. Mr. Wagner, for your first question about is there a level where we could concern that things are too low, you'll look at each of these three graphs, you see these brown lines, and yes, Drew, they're brown, across the bottom here. Those are what we call the floors of the conservation area. So when those levels get down, that requires a lot of other actions about importing water from Lake Okeechobee down to the conservation areas. So have they ever gotten down there? Yeah, just last year, Broward County, if I was able to go back and pull up that graphic, Broward County was below their floor elevation for about two and a half months, if I recall correctly. And we were implementing operations where instead of importing water, because you'll remember the lake was low at that point in time as well, we had implemented operations that allowed Broward County to rely just on their regional groundwater, and that's why you saw a lot of the canal levels in Broward County began to drop during that period of time. Some of them even dried out in some of the secondary and tertiary systems. But there are concerns when you get down to those lower levels For the ecology, at that point in time, when it was below its floor elevation, Area 2A was 50% dry. So that brings with concerns as well. Going back down to today, what is the restriction of getting more water out? As I talked to you at whatever, 12-something, March 11th, there isn't one because the flow formula is calling for 1,700 CFS. If you believe that the flow formula is the right approach, then we're meeting all of the needs. Now, as we get deeper into the dry season, this is where, I had referenced there was a lot of discussion about the flow formula, is how long the flow formula can convey that deeper into the dry season, being able to pull water down through the system. We're going to find out as we get deeper into the dry season. The fortunate thing for this year anyway, is we've got a lot of water in the system that we have the opportunity to move around and start pulling down. That's why I say, as we go through the coming weeks, now that Area 3 is below schedule, we'll start increasing those flows from the 500 and ratcheting it up every single week as we move forward in time.
It just seems like this highlights how critical the EAA reservoir is to get built.
And that's the third leg of the stool, so to speak, is you need that additional storage to be able to continue to supply that water. Absolutely.
Thank you.
But if you look at the history of high water versus low water, 9 out of every 10 years, it's high water. And take into the fact that it is natural to have a dry season to cleanse the wetland. So the ground will crack and aerate, silt that forms underwater oxidizes and dissipates. And so it's important that occasionally a wetland, the only way it can cleanse itself is to dry up. So the mentality to think they can't dry up every now and then is not healthy for a wetland. I think that a lot of the things we're addressing with pulling the plug out of the bathtub today, the 8.5 square mile area, all these 4 obstacles I talked about earlier, that's going to achieve about 750,000 acre feet year round. No backups, no closing gates. And so you don't have that cumulative backup, and then all of a sudden you got 90 days to move water. Very unnatural. So what we're talking about and the obstacles we're removing will minimize these high water events, minimize. 3 years from now, when the road is raised, and there's 6 additional little bridges between the 1 mile bridge and the 2.6 mile bridge, you're going to have more water flowing south. You can raise the L29 another foot. That's when you achieve the water that flowed naturally to Florida Bay. And fortunately, that contract's let, and it's supposed to start in April. So fortunately, the infrastructure is there, except for the road to get into the second stage. My concern is that we are very on our toes, that the water in 2A, that's 1 foot above schedule now, that we're at schedule before we go into the rainy season. So we have capacity, because 9 out of every 10 years, we're blessed to have 52 inches of rain, sometimes 60 inches of rain, and we get caught in a bad situation. So, and I do think Area 2 has been sacrificed some because there's more wildlife in the central Everglades of 3, even panthers. A lot of wildlife there, much more than 2. But as we continue to connect this and get everything out of our way, no backup on water flow to Florida Bay where seagrass quits dying, we'll have better control of compatible water levels in the central Everglades. And so, but I would say, John, is when you think's appropriate, you got the S11s, and it wouldn't help at the moment because you're at 8.5 in the L29. So you can't move, you can't raise it no more than that, so you can't move no more water. But at some point in time, when that L29 comes, you don't have the water in 3A, we need to move the water out of 2A and be at the compatible water level in 2A. That would be my suggestion.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Thanks, John. I appreciate it. I think we'll not ask Lawrence to present on an empty stomach. We'll take a lunch break and let's come back at 1. Thanks.
Test.
Good afternoon. We'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting, and we're going to pick up where we left off, which is under our technical reports. We're going to go to the ecological conditions report now with Lawrence Glenn. Lawrence?
Okay, thank you very much for having me today. I wanted to say I thought John did a great job with some of the ecological questions. It's just it's great to follow John in any talk that is given here at the district. We're just going to start at the top of the system as we always do, and we're starting up at the Kissimmee. And John spoke about the need to keep flows here below 900 CFS because that keeps the floodplain dry so the Army Corps can finish up the construction work that they're doing on the Kissimmee River Restoration Project that is slated to finish this year. And that's just a really big win for us and for our partners at the Army Corps. We do annual wading bird surveys during this time of year up on the floodplain in the Kissimmee. And because we are keeping those water levels lower, use by wading birds and by waterfowl is much lower. And we also had this recession at the beginning of the season that brought water down really quickly, and we had an abundance of wading birds that pretty much consumed all of the prey that was available on the floodplain. And so we expect to see these low levels for the remainder of the wading bird season. Moving to Lake Okeechobee, the lake is at 5.1 feet. We've already had a lot of discussion on how that impacts just the entire South Florida region. And where we are now from the ecological envelope, we're still above the envelope, although it does plateau out here during this next part of the season, and that was for an increased use by wading birds and snail kites. So hopefully we'll be able to dip back down into this ecological envelope soon. And looking at wading bird foraging that is happening on the lake right now is pretty incredible. Here you'll see in this band from this month we have 10,576 birds, and that's only in 10 flocks. So you have very large flocks of wading birds using water depths that is appropriate for their foraging, and that's pretty impressive, much higher than what we've seen in the past year. And where we are is that, as Mr. Bergeron has said, there's not a 3-foot long wading bird leg. The longer legged wading birds now, they'll usually peak in the amount of area that they can use, and we're moving towards that peak currently. And then as water levels continue to recede, then we'll have even more available habitat for the shorter leg wading birds. So right now we're seeing a lot of snowy egrets and the greater egrets and herons using the water, the habitats. And as that begins to decrease, we'll see ibis move in great numbers and a lot of the shorter leg wading birds. Snail kite nesting is pretty impressive right now. We have an increase in Lake Hicpochee from 12 nests last month to 16. I just got a new number on this. The latest report is out, and we went from 7 in STA for C44 to 35 is the new number today. So they're highly utilizing this. And we have 11 nests on the lake, and that's the first since we've seen in 2018. These 3 areas are supporting 98% of the current known nests in the state of Florida. But we're seeing a lot. They also use the Kissimmee chain of lakes, so we're seeing a lot of birds starting to get in that region and starting to show nesting activity.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Certainly.
I had read an article last year about these sort of invasive snails that were serving as even sort of better food, if you can believe it, because they were meatier than the regular, and that was helping with the snail kites. But my understanding was that was a little more down south, or at least as I was reading it.
No, the exotic apple snail exists all the way up into the chain of lakes. Okay. And when it first came in, within the last decade, there was great concern about it displacing the native apple snail. And what we've actually seen, because it gets much larger, and there was concern that the apple snails, especially the juveniles, weren't going to be able to open these snails because they were so big. But they are completely more fecund, meaning that instead of an egg mass of 40 to 60 that they lay only at one time during the year, the exotic lays about 800 eggs per egg mass, and they can lay throughout the year. So we have an exotic that is actually supporting an endangered species.
Amazing.
So it's one of those weird weird dynamics out there that is actually has helped the species.
I was just curious because there were so many snail kites in that C44 area and sort of outside what I think was where we were in the past. The question is, but there is that sort of exotic snail is up there as well?
They are,
okay.
and that's the primary food source that they're eating currently. There is an upcoming prescribed fire on Lake Okeechobee, and this is the Moonshine Bay area. And back in 2015 and 2016, the Fish and Wildlife Commission went through and they treated this and then burned it. These 2 different units, once they opened this up, Moonshine Bay used to be very open and it became dense, rank cattail that really wasn't a usable habitat. They opened up these 2 habitats, and in 2015 and then again in 2018, they did these 2 treatments. And they had, in 2016, 231 snail kite nests in that region, and that's all of the white dots, and 189 in 2018, and those were the highest numbers in the state. So opening up these habitats allowed snail kites to come in and actually be able to find their prey, which are these snails that are in great abundance, and they're going to open up another 580 acres now. Now these images are from 2015, so this has grown in, not with cattail, but it is more grown in than it is now, but it's more spike rush, which is a smaller, more diminutive plant that the snail kites can still forage in. But this will be another, we'll probably see a pretty tremendous late season nesting, because in 2018, this had nesting that went through almost the entire year instead of just being a seasonal type of nesting. Looking at the cyanobacterial bloom potential on Lake Okeechobee right now, it is really low. We're not in the growing period, it's colder weather. One thing to notice is look at these are the true color pictures of the satellite of Lake Okeechobee. So the water is more of a normal color here, and you can see how brown it turns, because in the winter months, that's when we have the storms that come across, the wind, because it's the fetch that goes across the lake, it really stirs up the sediments in the lake now, especially since Irma came through, where we're finding that settled organics, that flock is more readily suspendable. And so you have this very, very turbid central area of the lake. And remember that these blue-green algae need to photosynthesize. So the water is not very clear out here. And you'll see in this next picture, we do have some areas along the periphery where we have what we consider a bloom condition when we get into this 20 to 40 micrograms per liter. And we have a bloom condition here, and these edges that are actually clear enough for photosynthesis to occur. So that's where the algae are. That's what happens this time of year, is that in that edge, they're using the nutrient that's there. They have the ability to photosynthesize. But we're not greatly concerned about these, and we had the same sort of setup last year. Moving over to the St. Lucie and salinity conditions. As John said, the Army Corps is releasing water, 500 CFS pulse on average weekly to the St. Lucie. We have salinity conditions that are still in the good range for oysters. For oysters, there's a bimodal peak of when they reproduce, and it's different on when that peak is for the St. Lucie as when it is for the Caloosahatchee. So generally, and you'll hear that the spat starts, or reproduction starts, in April. And so April and May start up, and they're kind of a lower productivity time. And then we're going to have a real gangbusters that happens over here between July and August. So from a flow standpoint of where we are for the spawn of oysters, we're still pre-spawn. So the scientists here believe that the amount that we're sending right now is not putting the oysters at great risk. There is also a spawn that happens with fish species, and so a lot of species are going to be coming up here into the forks to spawn, and we don't think that flow rate is going to move those they're planktonic larvae. You know, they can't really swim against the current, and so you worry about them getting displaced, and we don't think that that's an issue currently. And that spawn usually starts happening more towards the end of April. So we think we're still in a pretty good condition right now. I brought to you in the past two governing board meetings, we talked about the IRL seagrasses, and there was a great question, Mr. Wagner, you had asked, what are the factors that drive the seagrass change that we saw in last month's time lapse that went through and showed you how we've seen that change. So we are currently doing a study looking at temperature, salinity, and light availability for these two dominant species to be able to come back and answer that question for you and say, what are we seeing in our data and what are those driving factors? So as soon as we finish this up, we'll bring this back and I'll explain to you what factors we think we're seeing are driving the different seagrass species.
Lawrence, can I ask you a quick question?
Certainly.
Here. We had a comment about manatee die-off, and I can't remember which grass manatees eat. Is it either of these?
I mean, manatee is gonna eat what's available. It's not like they have a preferred diet when it comes to this. But we have looked to our endangered species group to try to get into what they think. Do they agree with what's out there in the literature right now, what they're seeing right now, so we can come back and better educate you next month on what's happening with manatee. Moving over to the Caloosahatchee, you see that there's a freshwater gradient that comes down to just below Fort Myers, and it turns into a mesohaline as it goes out, and it gets more salty on the way out. And currently, that setup is great. From an oyster perspective, we are in a really good range for the oyster spat here, and the oyster spat here actually peaks a little later than the St. Lucie does. It usually peaks in August and September, and in August and September, flows are often at 3,000 CFS. So the 2,000 CFS we're seeing right now from an oyster perspective, we think is still pretty safe. The one thing that we do worry about over on this side as well is when we have those ichthyoplankton and zooplankton. Typically this time of year, we're worried about not having enough flow. And what happens is the zooplankton and the ichthyoplankton get pushed up into this area that remains fresh when all of this is still saltier. And they get into this very confined area where they're preyed upon pretty heavily, and then you have a loss of the base of the food web. Now that we're trying to figure out what flow rates are going to either keep those here while they grow or is going to push them down. So we have a contract with Florida Gulf Coast University currently that's looking at ichthyoplankton and zooplankton distribution, and throughout the year that we'll be able to bring back to you in the months to come to say, what are we seeing from flow rates in the base of the food chain. Getting into the stormwater treatment areas, and there's been a lot of discussion about what is happening here, and I'll get to what the condition of each cell is like in a minute. But this is a pretty unprecedented year in the volume of water that has been delivered to the stormwater treatment areas, and almost 1.6 million acre feet. Generally, we're about 1.3, 1.4 on the long-term average. But as this bullet hasn't gone away, and that bullet is that we do have extensive vegetation management going on in the STAs because they are highly stressed. Because in the past 5 years or so, we really haven't had that winter rest that the STAs need. And we talk about them resting in the winter, and the thing you have to realize is these are biological units. It's vegetation that is out there, and vegetation has a growth cycle where it grows a lot in the summer, and that's when it's going to be the best at taking up nutrients, especially phosphorus. In the winter, it's not growing as much, and that's when, right before the spring, we need a little bit lower levels to germinate for those plants to have natural succession through there, so we don't have to do as much planting. So really the three reasons why rest is great in the winter is because it's the time of period when they're not growing as much, so they're not taking up as much phosphorus. Germination requires those generally shallower conditions. And then this is the time also that we have to go in there and do our rehabilitation efforts and construction efforts when water levels are a little bit lower. So as we go through and we look at what's happening currently in STA.
Lawrence, can I get you?
Yes.
I think the point on that for folks listening at home on this is that you lose performance, right?
You do.
Okay, so these aren't machines where you're pumping water in and they're automatically cleaning it. These are living organisms that if they're not feeling well or not doing what they should be, they're not performing, and you're pumping dirty water in and getting dirty water out, which we can't do.
That's very well stated.
Can I ask you what is more detrimental to the STA? Is it merely the volume of water that's going through, or is it the nutrients that are inside the water? For instance, if you had perfectly clean water, could you just pump whatever you wanted through the STAs and there would be no degradation, or they wouldn't become sort of stressed? Or is it the fact that the nutrients are in there that are stressing the STA?
It's kind of a multi-part question and a multi-part answer. And the STA's performance is going to be very much based on antecedent condition and what the condition is of the vegetation in there at the time. What have they been experiencing over how long of a period, and then what kind of health are they? It's like if I'm a runner and I've hurt my ankle and I normally jog 5 miles a day, I'm probably going to only want to jog 2 miles a day for the next couple before I go back. So where we are now is the STAs, they're a workhorse, and they've been doing a great job, but we've been pushing them. And so where we are at this particular point in time is that we are going in and doing a lot of rehabilitation work so that we can meet QBEL when it comes up, within the next 4 or 5 years. And so we're trying to, as I go through here, we are doing restoration strategies construction in these 2 cells right now to bring them up to grade so that they can perform.
Is it the volume of water standing by itself that is the issue that stresses the STA?
It's volume. It's volume and concentration. Okay. So, because if you have a concentration that is really, really high, but you have a low volume, that can have a certain load associated, because load is concentration times volume. So you could have a very high concentration with a low flow that could be kind of hard for them to process. And then you can have really clean water, but at a large volume that, if not pushed through at the appropriate time, might stress them.
Okay.
So there's a seasonality to when we want to send water, and then what the condition of that water is, the volume and the concentration.
And Lawrence, has there been a period where we've had this, we've pushed them, as you said, we've had this level of utilization where there then needs to be a following rehab process? Do we know, have we gone through this before, and how long does that typically take?
We have done that before, and John, was it one east or one west? That was one west. We pushed one west really hard several years back, and we had to go in and do a considerable amount of rehab work in it. And if I can go through this slide, I think I might answer this question a little more deeply. So in these two cells, we're doing restoration strategies construction to get them up to grade so that they can have the appropriate vegetation. We're doing in this flowway right here, we're doing vegetation rehabilitation. We're doing a lot of construction with berms and levees in here. In STA2, this is where we have in flowway 1 and in flowway 5, we have the 500 CFS going currently. And we're pushing that. We have weekly meetings with the STA group that includes all the scientists and vegetation managers that are out there doing the work, and say, what can we push through? And so we're pushing the envelope here. We're putting it at risk, but we know the need to get the water through there. While in here, there's construction efforts going here, and in these two, there's vegetation work going. In cell 1A of STA 3-4, 800 acres of this floated up from the surface as a tussock, and we are having to de-water this system and start over because it was pushed really, really hard. So this cell will be offline for the next year and a half or so while it grows back. These two cells are undergoing rehabilitation as well. And then the reason why we can't push water through 3-4 right now is we found an exotic invasive vegetation in this canal that we don't want to push into STA 3-4, which is our best performer. We were slated to begin that treatment this week, but the wind isn't cooperating. So as soon as we can treat this canal and be confident that we're not going to have an influence on hygrophila, which is the exotic, of being pushed into the STAs, which we don't know how that'll impact their performance. So we're about a week or two off on sending water through 3-4. So that's where John says, you know, we are looking at how we can push water through the STAs. We have a lot of rehab and construction going on currently because this is when we can get in, is the dry season, to do our work. It wasn't anticipated that when we planned all this work that the lake would be where it was. So we're trying to send water east, west, south, all of them at some form of risk. You know, when I talk to you from an ecological perspective, there is some risk with what we're doing, but you know, as we're working all collegially on how can we get the lake lower, we're looking at that risk, we're looking at it weekly, and we're making recommendations on what we think to the Army Corps from an ecological perspective, and then they make the final decision on how water is going to be moved. There's been a great question Ms. Thurlow-Lipich asked last month. You know, what is the distribution of lake water that is taken through the STAs? And STA, I'll just remind you that STA stands for Storm Water Treatment Area. So it was storm water. It was supposed to take storm water off of the landscape to treat it before it goes to the Everglades. And a lot of that storm water resided within the EAA. There's one year in particular that is often talked about in 2015, and y'all asked this question earlier, and John did a really good job of describing why the STAs were able to take so much water this year, is because how rainfall fell on the landscape was not within the EAA, it was north of the lake. So there wasn't, you know, as much, there was a lot more capacity in the STA to take lake water that year. And there's not always that capacity depending on where water falls and what the condition of the STAs are at that time to take that water. Moving down into Biscayne Bay, as inflows decrease, we're seeing an increase in salinity. We would prefer to be about 20 or below in the inshore, but we're not really at an area of great concern now from a salinity standpoint. Now, moving down into the Everglades, you see the difference between last month and this month, and this is where there's been some great discussion on our ability to take what used to be 5 feet of water that was impounded in this area and drive it down to much lower levels within 4 months was pretty incredible, absolutely incredible. So now we're back to where we would see this gradient going from just above ground level, and then we have deeper areas here in Water Conservation Area 3A. And there's a large wading bird colony right here when I get to the wading bird picture with all the nesting, that they're foraging along these drying fronts, and I'll show you that as well. There was a question about Water Conservation Area 2 and its current regulation schedule. Our scientists have set out 40 water quality sondes and pressure sondes that looks at what are the hydraulics of this current configuration of Water Conservation Area 2, and what is appropriate hydrology to kind of mix with what the vegetation type is in there now. Water Conservation Area 2A has a significantly less number of tree islands in it. One of the issues here is that you see here it's dry and it's wetter down here. This gradient of topography is over a much larger area. It's over a very short area here, to where it can be ponding down here, but it can be drying out up here. So we're trying to figure out what is the best operations for Water Conservation Area 2 based on what type of habitat it can provide. One of the really interesting things that our scientists are talking about is that ridge and slough isn't really here, but can, in restoration, does it have a different looking goal or endpoint of vegetation type in here that still provides the habitat quality? It just might not look exactly the same as it does in the rest. So through active marsh improvement, where they can go through and create different types of mosaics of vegetation in here that has the highest utilization or habitat benefit, can they do something that looks a little bit different than the other part of the Everglades? And then what would the hydrology need be, to sustain that? So that's something that they're looking at, which is pretty interesting. And this is the area that we're concerned with currently as it starts to dry down. This is where peat soil are, and that we don't want them to dry out for too long, such that they may subside either by oxidation and blowing away, or if you had a muck fire that would severely alter that part of the system. Now here's wading bird use, and this is really cool. This is last month, this is this month. You see how deep it was? There's not the 3-foot-legged water wading bird. There were tremendous use down at the bottom end near Florida Bay. And then you would see this green area, which is the depth, the optimal foraging depth. And so birds were starting to use that. As this dries down and this green area starts to move towards where the blue is now, where you're seeing more green up here, look where the birds have moved from the bottom. Now they're starting to use that periphery where habitat is most suitable. And it's just really, really neat how ecology takes advantage of the conditions that are there. So this drying and this rate of drying is very important to these colonies that you see that are established throughout the Everglades. And they're foraging near these colonies. They don't want to fly so far away that they expend too much energy, and they don't have that to feed to their young when they get back to the nest. So as you go down through here, you see that currently with the early nesters, which are the great egrets, that's what GREG stands for. WOST stands for wood stork, and snowy egret. These are the earlier nesters, and we're seeing great nesting already occurring, more in line with when they nested historically than what we saw last year when they know how dry it was last year, and it took a long time for them to actually start, and then they couldn't end up feeding all their young. So we are poised to have a pretty phenomenal wading bird nesting year in the Everglades. We look at tree island inundation, and only a month ago it was 42% of the islands were inundated. We're down to 22% of the islands now. So We're seeing a recession that is working. Our longest duration of continuous inundation is 273 days. When I talk to our tree island scientists, I say, what's the impact that we would see from this long duration or from this number of islands being inundated? And they say, as long as they can dry their feet out at some point, they'll be okay. They said that the islands that are still there are very resilient, and that's why they're still there. So, but as long as they aren't kept underwater for, a huge period of time, like Mr. Bergeron talked about when they were inundated for almost 2 years in that one real 1994 and that huge long-term flood event, that's very detrimental. But they're actually able to handle large and high inundation as long as they can dry out. So we're on that trend now we're seeing, and we think that the tree islands, are going to be okay because we were able to move the water that we were able to move in such a fashion.
And that ties in with the wildlife too,
Yeah.
that duration time frame
Certainly.
of the islands and the wildlife having refuge.
Absolutely.
But Lawrence, so on this page, are we saying that there indeed is 20% because of the degree of inundation, the length of inundation, 20% of the islands were ecologically harmed?
They're ecologically harmed in that it might impact how they're going to go through reproduction this year. Are they going to seed out at the same time they would the year previous, that sort of thing. But as my scientists have told me, they don't see that we will lose tree islands now. They may be harmed. They may have some type of impact on their growth for that year, but that in the long term, they're not going to disappear like we have seen that disappearance through time on this time frame, and there's time scale anyway.
Well, that's why it's so important that we minimize these high water events, because it's not only the tree islands that are affected. They're really deer islands, fur-bearing animals, not just deer, but all fur-bearing animals. That's their refuge.
Sure.
So you've got several impacts going on when you get into the high water conditions. Deterioration of your deer islands, tree islands, as well as the island itself.
You're exactly correct. Coming down and looking at the Northeast Florida Bay minimum flow and level, that threshold is 105,000 acre feet, and you see the 365 day moving sum for those 5 creeks it's well above that, 417,000 acre feet. So there's a lot of water that's been in the system. And salinity, we worry when it starts to get above 30, and it is down at 0.04 currently. So we're sitting really well in Florida Bay. And looking at the eastern, the central, and the western, this is where I show you those interquartile ranges that we say if we have our line within here, we feel pretty confident that conditions are good ecologically. And we're actually below those because we have so much fresh water in the system currently. It's really a historic low salinity range that we're seeing right now. And you see that all through. I mean, it's 0.5 here, it's 6 here. It's in the 20s and teens in the Eastern Bay. The Central Bay is in the 20s. Then we move into the Western Bay, and it's in the 30s, but it's still below seawater level salinities. And this next series of pictures and part of this presentation, I'm going to show you the incredible ecological response that we've seen to this. And these are really restorative type values that we're seeing here. So it'll give you a glimpse of what can be, for sure. Y'all asked about, hey, you showed a really cool time lapse of seagrasses up in the Indian River Lagoon. Do you have that for Florida Bay? And turtlegrass, or Thalassia, is the dominant species that's down here. It's what you call the successional endpoint. It's the climax community that they're trying to grow to. So we're going to go through and we're going to see what changes have happened in Thalassia density here since 2005. And remember, 2015 is the year that we had the die-off. And then in all years, we conduct this sampling in the month of May annually. And in 2020, because of the pandemic, they were only allowed to do this one small subset. And I'm going to go through, I'm going to show you some of the response that we've seen in there where it's been really, really good, and then where it's been slower since the 2015. So Thalassia in this area, it was hit pretty hard in 2015, but we've had a good grow back since that period of time. Water clarity has been really nice, and there haven't been a lot of algal blooms or epiphytes growing on these, which have allowed that Thalassia to come back and be pretty strong. But we'll see over here in the Western Bay that we're not seeing as fast of recovery here, and this is because we had the die-off in 2015, had some algal blooms and turbidity. It started to recover. This is talking about Thalassia. Hurricane Irma came, and we see a sharp decline in Thalassia down to these low numbers that you're seeing up at the top. This is that decrease in its density over time. Now, one thing that's really neat in this data is that Haliduli is what's called a pioneer species. It comes in and it says, hey, I'll be the first one to go in. I can handle conditions that Thalassia you can't. I'll go in and I'll prepare that area for you, and you can follow me in. So you see Haliduli is coming up. And as you go across, you see it's getting denser and denser. Ceragonium follows it and says, okay, I'll come with you. And what that does is it kind of stabilizes the sediments. It helps get the water clearer because it's there. And hopefully we're going to see it is going to make the conditions such that Thalassia can start to also follow and come back up in density. So it's really neat how succession works. And here's data that shows you that it's actually, we had a die-off, but we're seeing that successional change. And we hope that we'll be hitting that Thalassia density, sometime in the next 5 years or so. The next series of slides comes from, we use a flow-through mapping system. We have a boat that is driving and it's taking a continuous water sample while it zigzags its way through the bay. So these next data I'll show you are from this effort, and I just wanted you to know that we don't do the entire bay just because it's impractical and we don't have a large enough vessel to do that, or the manpower. But what we're seeing in salinities, here's our where we were last year. Remember when I was at the podium and I was saying, hey, we are possibly going to a hypersaline condition where we might have seagrass die-off. Whereas now we are seeing some of the freshest conditions that we've seen, in a while. And even after the rainy season has started in September, we were just starting to see that freshening along the coast. And it takes time for the water to move through, to move out. This area right here, the marsh area, when it has been dry, it's very porous. So when water goes out there, it's like a sponge. It needs to fill back up first, so then it can allow the water to keep going out. So we're at that point now where the sponge is full, so the water can continue out into the bay in a fashion that makes this type of setup occur, which is pretty phenomenal at this time of the year. So we are not worried about currently a seagrass die-off as long as the onset of the wet season comes when it's supposed to. And from a chlorophyll standpoint, there's been a train of thought out there that's been very concerned about what happens when you freshen the bay, and does that cause increase in algae blooms? And so here we are down in this very low density or concentrations of chlorophyll. So we're not seeing that setup at all. So that's a positive, that we have a very fresh condition, but we're not seeing a lot of algae blooms. This is really neat. It shows you the water clarity and some of the hydrologic conditions that are happening. When we first have the freshwater flows, this is water coming off of the mangrove marsh, and it has lots of tannins in it. So that's why you see this water is so dark. But it's tannins that aren't and don't have a nutrient concentration that is a horrible thing. It actually has the nutrients that are needed in the bay. So this water comes out, you can actually see the first flush that comes out, and it's bringing the nutrient that inshore environment actually needs. It's not too much. And then you see now that the water clarity is absolutely incredible. And then here you're seeing that we're actually having scouring from water coming back into that shallow area, which really means we're having some good flows. And this is an alligator, freshwater alligator, out in the bay, which is saying hey, the conditions are pretty fresh out here if an alligator can be out in the bay. Something that Dr. Jennifer Rojas with FIU has been looking at, she's been looking at juvenile tarpon abundance. And this December, they caught the highest number of baby tarpon in Garfield Bight that they have seen in 20 years. So what happens is with these baby tarpon like to use those creeks to go up and grow up in before they come back out into the open water. So they actually can detect those tannin levels and follow those tannin levels upstream. So that slide I showed a minute ago is actually important for that. And they are seeing just a huge spike in the number of tarpon. So that's a great positive response that we saw from the fish community. And then I'll take you through unprecedented numbers of wading birds using the near shore between November and February. There's roseate spoonbills in here. There's large white pelicans. This is just on the other side of the bay where the dune is here, and this is just on the inside in that freshwater marsh. We're seeing wood storks that are already nesting, and that's phenomenal. Looking at shorebirds, Dr. Cook goes out and conducts these, and he's seeing hundreds of thousands of shorebirds. And he says within these pictures right here, there are over 20 different species of shorebird. And the take-home message here is that you're like, okay, that's cool. But each of these birds eats a little bit different diet. So the productivity that has been going on with this freshwater influence or increase has been just dramatic, so that all of these different birds that have different appetites and have different needs from the invertebrate community are being able to be sustained by what is being produced there currently. So that's just, it's pretty incredible. And he takes that a step further, where here's a flock of white pelicans. He said they have a 9-foot wingspan. They have extremely high metabolic rate. They eat larger fish. And to be able to sustain this type of a flock means that something is right, and that right is that the food base is there. And same thing with these black skimmers. They eat a smaller fish. And he said the diving ducks actually are feeding at night on those inshore lakes and then coming out into the bay during the day to rest. So it's just the amount of bird use is highly incredible. And then you get to your apex predators, who's at the top of the food chain. American crocodile needs these reduced salinities. He says just by the condition of the tail, how fat this tail is, tells you that this is a very well-fed crocodile. And then, and then you have the alligators actually able to use the bay now that it's a little fresher. And of course, the bottlenose dolphin is just a fan favorite of most folks, and there's a lot of food for them as well. And with that, I thank you, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Well, thanks very much, Lawrence. You put a very fine point on why we're trying to move water south. That's wonderful. Anyone have any questions? Jack?
No, but you're absolutely right, Mr. Chairman. This moving water south even is going to make it better and better.
That's nice. Mr. Orfich?
Really wonderful to hear that the birds and the animals are having a good year. They deserve it. It's exciting. Just going back to that STA inflow volume and percent from lake releases chart, thanks for doing that. So just so I kind of have in my mind in front of me, so the Everglades Forever Act came out around 1994, right? And then did the district start building the STAs in 1995?
Yeah,
and they were already growing.
Here's the start, and then they jump up as we got more online, and they jumped up again as we got what we have currently online.
Could you explain to me, like, what the details of getting more online? So there was a certain number, the original number through 2001, looking at this chart. And then why was it decided that there needed to be more?
John, I'm going to turn to you for that question.
Sorry, I'm just pulling up the graphic so I can walk you through it. All right. So just prior to 94, the district constructed what we call the Everglades Nutrient Removal Project. You can see it's still a remnant. It's incorporated into what is today STA 1 West. And then roughly around 2000, you had what you now know as 1 West and STA 2 came online. So as you're looking on that graphic, you can see it's relatively steady up through 2000, 2001, and then when you get into 2002, that's the combined effect of 1 West and STA 2. Then about 2005, 1 East and STA 3-4 came online. And for everybody who's steeped in Everglades restoration, you're probably aware that during that period of time, 2005, 2006, there were amendments to the Everglades Forever Act. And part of those amendments required the Water Management District to expand onto what we called then compartments B and C. So that is now what is called the full STA 2, as well as the combined STAs 5 and 6. So they came online in about 2013, and then we walked into restoration strategies that continued to expand. So the original complement of STAs remained the same from the Everglades construction project up until about that 2006 timeframe, and then we launched into the amendments of the Everglades Forever Act, and then restoration strategies to what we have today of 60-some-odd thousand acres of stormwater treatment areas.
So
I think we're going to get you to be a tour guide also, Mr. Mickey.
He'd be great. So when these were added, was it always because of a lawsuit, or why?
The original Everglades construction project and the Everglades Forever Act was born out of a lawsuit, yes. And then as we went forward in time, restoration strategies was born out of what we call the Judge Gold case and that expansion. So yeah, at various points in time, there have been legal entanglements, I'll call them, that have driven the expansions.
So do you, as a
Engineer.
He's not going to let you define it.
As an agency, your staff and you, I mean, do you every year kind of, or every time you have to put like in these new chunks, did you have to like do all the numbers and judge it and see how it's doing, you know? I mean, did you get what you hoped for each time I'm a little disappointed that that the STAs seem like they're not doing great.
Right.
Okay, I am, you know, and sometimes I kind of wonder, I'm like, so were they doing great the rest of the time and now they're not doing good now? Or, you know, we had hurricanes in 2005, we had hurricanes in 2017, we had a lot of different things happen here and there. So, you know, what's happening now? Is it climate change? What is it? Or is it just like a person, you get old?
So a couple of
you know,
things.
and do you ever think about getting more stormwater treatment areas if these things aren't working well enough and you have to take 50% of them offline? So, you know, I mean, what are we going to do in the future?
So a couple of things, and that's probably something that gets lost a lot of the time in this conversation, and you hear various people bring it up every now and then. As you look across that graphic, and you just want to start at that 94 Everglades Forever Act, the original Everglades construction project was designed to hit 50 parts per billion. That's how, when you design a stormwater treatment area, you size it. And that's what DMSTA does. It's a sizing tool to size those facilities. And the original intent in the Everglades construction project was for that 50 parts per billion. But then, so when you ask about their performance, those original set of stormwater treatment areas performed phenomenally compared to 50 parts per billion. They were getting down in the 20s and 30s. So they far surpassed their original intent. Then you get into the mid-2000s when I said the amendments to the Everglades Forever Act, and the standard changed. you had to hit 10 parts per billion. You had to hit 10 parts per billion. So that's what drove those subsequent expansions on the compartments B and C and then restoration strategies with that target of 10 parts per billion. Right now, STA 3.4 consistently over the last 2 years has been hitting and meeting the water quality-based effluent limitation, which is what is in our permits today. The other stormwater treatment areas have not been able to get down to that level as of yet, and that's why you hear us talking about all these rehabilitations that we're currently going through, such that when we get into what is called the compliance period, as required by the consent orders that have been issued to us by the Department of Environmental Protection, that the vegetation and the STAs themselves are healthy enough to be able to start meeting and achieving that compliance. So when you talk about how much water they've received, in that modeling that was done, and you've heard me a lot of times talk about the difference between model world and real world. In the modeling, you expect those extremes, but the model predicts over a long-term average of 40 years, you get the compliance that you're looking for. That means that sometimes in those intervening, if you try to just look at it on an annual basis, like people are looking at right now on this graphic, there will be those swings. There will be those extremes where you're going to have to rehabilitate portions of flowways, and you're going to have to take things offline and give them a rest and allow them to recover because they are living biological systems. I don't know if that completely answered your question, but I'll start there.
No, that's good. So I guess the new information that it's not new, okay, but the information that seems to kind of be creeping in, or maybe I didn't hear it until more recently, is meeting the QBEL in 2025. Is that the year?
That's when the compliance period starts, after we complete all the construction associated with restoration
Okay,
strategy.
just for the normal person, we need to look for 2025 is that's where the flag is, where things change or something, okay, for those numbers. So, you know, that's really serious. I mean, that really, from where I come from, that affects a lot of things. You know, it affects how much lake water could possibly go into the stormwater treatment areas, I think. It affects how we're judging ourselves, how we're looking at it. And it's just such a big thing. I kind of feel like, I don't mean to complain, but I think it needs to have a formal rollout. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't understand it in that capacity. Like, what does this mean? What's happening in 2025, and how is that affecting my life today? Because where I come from, we're just trying to not have our estuary totally have, go into something like it did in 2026. And people are just fighting to try to get this water south and to not have the estuary green, full of toxic algae again. And I know we're doing everything we can for that, but for me and for a lot of people who come from that East Coast area, our only tool is to send the water south. And now we can't send it south? There's a problem here. So I think it's important that we talk about, we have a formal presentation on the QBEL. I remember earlier this year, I listened in on something, and they were talking about how the waters didn't meet the QBEL, I think you all are dealing with a lot of this very important information that maybe it's time for it to come to us too. Thanks.
I have one question.
Hang on just a second. I want to follow up on this. No, come to you, Mr. Bergeron. John, I think what I'm getting from what you just said, that you think this chart would be more helpful given the cyclical natures of the STAs to make this an average chart?
One of the things that I've been working on with staff over the last 2 or 3 weeks is a better way to communicate exactly what Mrs. Thurl-Lippisch is asking for, and looking at how we present and convey the flows and inflows and the sources, whether it's Lake Okeechobee or Basin, for the stormwater treatment areas, and comparing that back to what was envisioned when they were sized and built.
Okay, that's good. And a second part of that is, do you have any idea what the incremental benefit's going to be of the EAA STA? If you were to sort of tack it out to the right on this chart. Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to help.
Yeah, absolutely. So that increase in acreage of 6,500 acres, additional treatment is absolutely going to help. It'll help bring more lake water south.
Okay, good. Thank you. Mr. Bergeron?
So I follow you here, John. You say the STAs were designed for 60 parts per billion, and then the new standard come up at 10 parts per billion several years later?
Correct. The original 94 Everglades construction project was to hit 50 parts per billion, and then later on, as the Everglades Forever Act went through its amendments in the mid-2000s, and the state adopted a water quality standard for the Everglades, which I know Drew is intimately familiar with, then that became 10 parts per billion in the Everglades protection area, the water conservation areas. So that was the new target that the stormwater treatment areas have got to hit.
Right. So I mean, the whole thing here is I guess the water in the EAA is cleaner coming into the STAs than the lake water. So the more load coming in, the more stress. Correct?
So as I think Lawrence was describing earlier, yes, that is that paradox between concentration and volume, which gets you that load. So given that it's a biological system, load is a driving factor in that. So yes, there is a load issue.
Well, I really think that, you know, we got two situations. One is quality and one is quantity. Yeah, you know, quality, timing, and distribution. Going to the estuaries out of rivers, even if it was clean, the quantity is too much, and that circles back into moving more through the STAs and moving water south and obviously getting it beyond the Tamiami Trail. Because if we can't get it beyond the Tamiami Trail, then you can only bring so much water, then you got to stop bringing it. So, so I think what we're going to be talking about later on is going to help that situation.
Vice Chair Wyken?
I have two questions. Number one, do you have an ideal percentage break between lake releases to the STAs and runoff to the STAs that you would like to see, as opposed to, I mean, obviously we get different percentages, as you can see, over time. Is there like a benchmark you look for?
That's a really good question. And I would have to put that back to the group to come back and not give you that just winging it off the hip.
Yep, no problem.
But I would be happy to come back and really have some good discussion on that.
My next comment is just a comment and maybe a suggestion. Can you go back to slide 6 for a minute? Oh, you know what? Go to 15. Sorry. When you arrange these, so these STAs appear to be arranged on this chart each month numerically, right? But they don't appear on the map that way. So
They're
like,
not geographically
so
aligned, no.
Is there a way to put STA 5, 6 on the left and the other one? Because when I look at these things, I do the sort of north, south, east, west thing, and
yeah, I think it was a space constraint, but we will definitely do that. We'll put them in line for you.
See if you can work that thing out.
Certainly.
Get my brain in a.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thanks. Are there any other questions for Mr. Kwan? Thanks very much, both of you. Those are excellent presentations, as always.
Thank you, Lawrence. It's my favorite part.
We're going to move on now to the discussion agenda. We have Mr. Shirkey, and we're going to talk about the 8.5 square mile area.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. So this is a continuation of the 8.5 square mile area discussion that's been going on at a couple prior boards. And just a recap of location, we're talking about the 8.5 square mile neighborhood shown here in red, and then the curtain wall associated with that over here on the zoomed in version, the base 2.3 mile alignment, again shown in red. Just a quick recap on how the curtain wall works and why we're contemplating putting it in. As you stack additional water in Everglades National Park, it tends to seep to the east into the 8.5 square mile neighborhood. And so the curtain wall limits that seepage and helps the canal, C357 canal, depress the groundwater such that it's not up in the houses and yards of the neighborhood. And so, again, this is just a recap. Nothing's changed on this slide from the previous board presentations, but it shows the modeling results and how effective the curtain wall is at reducing seepage from the park towards 8.5 square mile neighborhood. And so what we're looking at is the fully penetrating wall option shown on the bottom row. So the specifics on the curtain wall, this is the potential construction contract for the curtain wall, and it includes the base alignment of 2.3 miles shown in white. And the engineer's cost estimate was roughly $16 million. The depth of the curtain wall is the full 63-foot depth option, and it's 26 inches wide. As part of this, the construction contractor will have to demonstrate they'll have to put together a 500-foot test section that demonstrates they can successfully construct the curtain wall within plans and specs, given the means and methods that they choose. And then, assuming they're successful, the rest of the project will be green lighted, and they can move forward from there. As part of this particular contract, there's an option that the district can exercise to extend to construct more curtain wall, either at the north or south end, beyond that 2.3 mile base alignment that I talked about. Prior to doing so, we would come back to board for additional authorization and funding requests. And so for the construction, the bids were put out January 29th, open on March 5th. We got 3 bids in, ranging from $13.9 million to $28.3 million. And as I stated, the engineer's estimate was roughly $16 million. And so with a minor deviation, the apparent low responsive and responsible bidder is Geo Solutions at that $13.9 million number. And with that, have a resolution for the board's consideration.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Shirky. Are there public comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have some hands being raised. I'm going to start with Tom McVicker, followed by Nyla Pipes, and then Paola Ferreira.
Can you hear me?
Hear you, Mr. McVicker.
All right, thank you. I changed phones, hoping Jackie can hear me better than this morning. I just want to go on record indicating support for this wall on behalf of the South Dade farmers. It's obvious to this board that the conflicts between farming and Everglades restoration have really played out south of Miami, generally the Homestead, Florida City area. It's been ground zero for that conflict for at least 25 years. There's been a lot of things back and forth trying to find a way to make both land uses compatible and make restoration compatible with farming. Farmers have lost a lot of land, and at times it's been a little aggravating. We were happy with COP because COP seemed to reflect everybody's needs, but COP could not eliminate the ongoing conflict between farming and restoration. Seepage barrier can do that, and we're really gratified to see the district finally buy into the concept in a big way, solve a problem for the Everglades in the 8.5 square mile area. The farmer's position has always been put all the water you want in the Everglades, the more the better, but keep it there. And the fact that there's been no way to keep it there has meant it's come into South Dade and caused problems. So this is really a light at the end of the tunnel. Not so much the 8.5 square miles, but you're going to see that the concept works. It's very effective. It's very affordable. And as you expand it to the south, you're going to really open up your horizons for restoration. And at the same time, you're going to have agriculture on board with you. And I think you'll have a solution that really does work for everybody. I can't find a scenario where it won't. So really happy you're proceeding, and we fully support it. One thing that's a little off topic, but related to the 8.5, I love the conversation this morning about we all have to get along and we're going to get there together and we're going to keep talking to each other. I still hear quite a bit of, I don't know how to refer to it, maybe demonization of the people that live in the 8.5 square mile areas, like they moved out there and they weren't supposed to be there and they didn't have any rights and they're squatters. All of that is a totally false narrative. People moved out in the 8.5 square miles generally in the late 70s, early 80s. They met all the county requirements. There was no Everglades Park expansion, and that wasn't the park next door to them. There was an authorized federal project to drain that area and put agriculture in. Luckily, that was a crazy idea and never done. But I think we can move forward here without kind of casting aspersions on the people that are out in the 8.5 square miles. They got there legally. The government promised them the world if they would support the Mild Waters Project, and they did. And pretty much government has abandoned all those promises since then. This is a chance to make what's left of the 8.5 right and give them what they thought they were going to get. So I really applaud it. Very broad support in South Dade for this. Please go for it. And by the way, Geo Solutions is an outstanding contractor. I've worked with them on 3 other projects. You couldn't have gotten a better contractor. So good luck and have at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McVicker. Nyla Pipes, you're recognized to speak, followed by Paola Ferreira.
Good afternoon, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I also want to go on record as being in support of this curtain wall. I think it's a great way to move forward on one of the many problems that we are facing in sending water south. I also want to refer back to the technical reports. There's a lot of really great information presented in those technical reports. I think it's some of the most powerful work that you all do.
Ms. Pipes,
Yep.
Can you limit your comments to this item, please?
Did we do away with remarks on the technical reports? Because it's so important and there's a lot to be said there.
Ms. Pipes, can you limit your comments to this item, please?
Yes, I can, but I want to be on record as saying
Thank
I'm
you.
not happy about it.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Paola Ferreira, you're recognized to speak, followed by A. Laprade.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Paola Ferreira. I am the Executive Director of Tropical Audubon Society. We want to express our support for the dual approach regarding the 8.5 square mile area and congratulate the board and district on identifying a viable solution. It will be crucial to see continuous progress in both the curtain wall and the Willing Sellers Acquisition Program, so the area does not stop the much needed progress on Everglades restoration. We encourage the district to collaborate with Miami-Dade County to progress the Willing Sellers Program and partner with the county to assess which properties could go under the Environmental Endangered Lands Program, EEL. Thank you for your time and great to see progress on this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Laprade, you're recognized to speak, followed by Newton Cook. Laprade, if you could unmute your mic, please.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is Charles Laprade, yes, and I wanted to express my support for this project as it solves a lot of the problems, and it's an expeditious and cost-effective way to take care of this situation and help things move forward as we all want to see happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laprade. Newton Cook, you're our next public speaker, followed by Drew Martin, and then Matthew Schwartz.
Yes, this is Newton Cook.
I also, like now, is a little unhappy we can only speak on this one subject, but yes, I do support this curtain wall project. Although I'd like to remind people that even when the curtain wall project is done, as John mentioned in his presentation, the water won't be flowing by it because of the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow, which he just mentioned on March 15th. He has to stop moving water south. I think that's an important point. Since we can't go beyond supporting or not supporting this particular project, I'll just wait until the last public comment to comment again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Our next public speaker is Drew Martin, followed by Matthew Schwartz.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, Mr. Martin.
Yes, this is Drew Martin. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not the Sierra Club. Sometimes I do speak on behalf of the Sierra Club, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself right now, and that is I support moving forward, but I don't think this is going to be a long-term solution because I think climate change is going to affect these property owners. And we spend a lot of time and money talking about the rights of the property owners in this area, but we really ignore the rights of the property owners up in Martin and St. Lucie County. And this is the same topic because this wall is necessary in order to move water south and to protect the property owners there, while the property owners up north don't receive the same sort of protection from the releases. So I support moving forward in any way you can, but I think the ultimate solution is to buy out these property owners. Whether they got there legally or not is not the issue. The point was that originally the Miami-Dade did not want people to be out there, and they basically lobbied to get the right to be there. So, they legally went there, but they did that by putting pressure on Miami-Dade to let them do it. And I think people realized they were on the wrong side of the boundary, and whether there was going to be agricultural land out there or not is not the point. The point is they are on the wrong side of the boundary, and it's costing the district a lot of money. And I don't think the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow is really the issue. The issue is the fact that when you send water into this area, it is going to flood. Even with the curtain wall, you're probably going to still have flooding because with climate change and sea level rise, flooding is going to come from the other direction anyway. And these people are in a low area that is going to be very difficult to protect. So while I support moving forward, I do not believe that is ultimately going to solve the solution. The only solution is going to be to buy the properties and turn this area back into a wetland where people are not living. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Matthew Schwartz, you're recognized to speak.
Yeah, good afternoon. Matthew Schwartz, South Florida Wildlands Association. I'm speaking on behalf of my organization right now. This is an area that I know pretty well because most recently when the Everglades National Park was closed with the COVID crisis and there was a barrier up at the Chikaika entrance along that road, we would hike north. I think it's Campbell Drive that goes into those South Florida Water Management District lands that are west of Las Palmas. And you could really see this is Everglades wetlands, it's rocky glades, but it's clearly habitat. And it's very interesting to walk along a trail and then look at my map and see that, well, I'm walking along Southwest 152nd Street and then continue walking east on that. And suddenly you're in the Las Palmas neighborhood. So you could see if you hike out there, just how much this community is literally in the Everglades, in the floodplain of the Everglades. So obviously I understand the need for a seepage barrier if those folks are going to stay there. But the money issue, I was just looking at the cost of the seepage barrier and then looking at an article from the Palm Beach Post and looking at the numbers here. Reynolds said the area of Las Palmas most impacted by current conditions includes 119 properties. 18 of those properties have homes. 18. Estimated cost to buy the 119 properties is $25 million. you're talking about $25 million to buy out the properties most effective versus the numbers we just heard, I think $16 million to build the curtain wall and put more infrastructure on there. It was also pointed out, I think by Mr. Bergeron in that, Commissioner Bergeron in that same article, that those areas also get wet from basin flow because water doesn't move out of the area quick enough. So I think that, yeah, I mean, if it helps water get into Everglades National Park, lets the flow go in, I love it. But on the other hand, I think cost effective and for the sake of the ecosystem and everything else, that more effort, much more effort should have been used to buy out the properties affected. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any more public comment for this item.
Thanks very much. Just responding to Mr. Schwartz, I think that 25 million was willing seller. Isn't that correct? So it would probably be a lot more if we had non-willing sellers. So we'll go to board discussion on this item. Mr. Bergeron?
Well, I'm in support of the seepage wall, but I would like to ask the Colonel a few questions in regards to flood mitigation versus flood protection. And I think it's important that from a legal standpoint, you know, our legal staff and the Corps' legal staff on being able to separate what we're really obligated for, and that is flood mitigation. And that's any effects, you know, in Shark River Slough that would impact them, and not flood protection. And are we going to be able to separate direct rainfall from seepage? And for example, we've run the models. We know that we can stop the seepage, but you have a trigger gauge that when it comes above ground, then we have to shut off the flow through Shark River Slough. Are we going to be able to make sure that direct rainfall that affects that trigger gauge, that we're not responsible and shut off water in Shark River Slough after we build the wall and we monitor that we have stopped the seepage? And that's flood mitigation, which is our responsibility, separate and apart from direct rainfall where they have no positive drainage. And if you go into that project, you see all these dirt roads in a grid system with no positive drainage. Nothing under these little dirt roads, so everything's trapped. So direct rainfall obviously is not going to take care of their flooding problems. But I don't want it to be our problem. And I just wanted to discuss that with you, Colonel, in regards to what is our legal position, state and federal, in regards to building the wall and taking care of the flood mitigation and not being affected by if they have flood conditions from direct rainfall. How does that gauge separate the difference between direct rainfall and seepage?
Okay, sir. So trying to think of a different way to answer so I can be more clear. I think we've got an effective way to measure, and we have a pretty clear responsibility. And so you're exactly right that rainfall is not an issue that we have responsibility for. So that you're exactly right. When the way we're using the system now, we use the L29 in some cases as the recession at that gauge changes. With the curtain wall, all indications, all the modeling, all the engineering assessment looks very much like the changes of stage on the L29 will be much less used in order to provide what's required.
Well, that's important because if you can't raise the L29, you can't move water south. So it's important that we as a federal agency and a state agency are on the same page in separating the flood mitigation from flood protection. And flood protection is something that they need to look at because this isn't going to resolve their problem. It's only going to resolve the impact that Shark River Slough could create. So, you know, it's good that we're all on the same page with that their problem will still exist and we'll be able to continue to flow water with this seepage wall. So as long as we're all on the same page with that.
Very, very confident that'll be the case.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that, Colonel. Okay?
I'm with you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Thank you, Colonel Kelly. Mr. Martinez, you're on the line there, and I know this is your neighborhood or part of your neighborhood, and we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The first one, my good friend Alligator Ron took care of, and I had the same questions for General Kelly, and that is, you know, in my mind, we are becoming completely independent of any flood issues that they might have in the future. Not completely, I understand, it's not 100%, but I just want to make sure that if we're able to raise the L29 and start running water down Shark River Slough, and we don't have any influence whatsoever through hydrostatic pressure on the Las Palmas community, that if they get a bunch of rainfall and they start calling and asking to have some relief from the flooding that they're getting, that we're not going to start shutting the 333 and our infrastructure down, because in my mind, we really are becoming independent now. But I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I think we got what we wanted from, well, I think what we were hoping for from Colonel Kelly, and thank you for that. But anyways, I think this is a great day. We remove a great obstacle on the way so that we can use all the infrastructure that we put in place and we've spent so much money on. Congratulations to staff. You all are amazing. You've designed this thing, you put it out to bid, you got bids, you are ready to award this contract, and all of this is done, you know, at lightning pace. I am awed. I didn't think government could work as fast as our district can. So again, congratulations to all of you. As it's been said, I hope this is the first of many miles that will be done. And I hope soon we're going to be able to extend this all the way down to South Dade so that we can protect our farmers and eventually also allow them to become independent from any water that we run down south. And last but not least, I want to say thank you to Lee Hefty and Craig Rosenbacher from Durham, Miami-Dade Durham. We had a meeting last Friday. Drew and Stephen and I and those folks here in Durham, and Durham is looks like they're going to be a partner with us through a program that they have. It's called the EO program, which is a land acquisition program that Miami-Dade County has. And they are going to partnered with us in trying to get willing seller land acquisition in this area. So again, Miami-Dade has always stepped up in the past and looks like they're going to do it again. So thank you to Lee and to Craig, to the folks in Durham, and they're going through some committees now that they need to get approvals for, and then eventually to go before the Board of County Commissioners here. And I am sure we'll get the support that we need. So again, this is a great day for Dade County, but a great day for the whole system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We asked you last month to help out with this, and a month later you come back with a great report. So staff's not the only ones working hard on this one. We really appreciate that. Vice Chair Wagner.
Yes, I wanted to touch on a few things here. When I first was appointed to this board, one of my first meetings I remember was with Tom McVicker, and who's incredibly smart and pleasant and even-minded and a great depth of knowledge on things here at the district, including a lot of the stakeholders. I really respect him, and looking back now, one of the first things that came up was, or one of the things that came up in our meeting was this seepage wall, and it was. I look back on it now because I think it's one of the only things that most of the stakeholders unanimously agreed on. And I once said, and I'll say it again, I mean, when everybody's on board, or mostly everybody's on board to do something, I think we should do it and do it right away. And this happens to be one of those, and I understand that we're talking now, and a lot of the public comments were about, whether we should try to engage in eminent domain, whether it be willing sellers and just trying to make a land transaction, or unwilling sellers and, have a condemnation situation, which I think people are on this board correctly and justifiably a little bit allergic to, as a concept in general. And I think that's probably a correct attitude and position to take. It's certainly my position initially. I think this situation is a little bit different because I do think there was some sort of expectation that once you lived in this area, you're going to have some issues. But that being said, I don't think it's fair to look at this particular situation only in a binary, the curtain wall is going to cost X and we can buy these people out for Y. And because when you look at that, you're only looking at the first phase of the curtain wall and the people in the 8.5 square mile area. And in my opinion, that is a short-sighted view of what this curtain wall is ultimately intended to do as you move all the way down south. And this really is the first piece of a curtain wall that, in my opinion, regardless of whether people are living in the 8.5 square mile area or not, this is a curtain wall that needs to be built. And it's a curtain wall that needs to be built not just in the first phase, but all the way down so that we can protect the people who are down south in Florida City and the farmers in Homestead who are good partners and solid citizens and businesses and families, and who do have an absolute interest in protecting their situation. And a curtain wall that doesn't just stop where we've got it, but goes all the way down, completes a dual purpose of keeping water, in the park. I know there's going to be some mesh in there. I know there's going to be some threading of where this curtain wall will ultimately go, but it will keep water, in the park, and it will keep these farmers dry in a way that they need to be in order to operate, and I think that's critically important. So one of the things I think gets lost in the conversation about, do you want to just buy the property in 8.5 square mile area, or do you want to build the curtain wall, just this little first phase? You're missing the part where I believe this curtain wall needs to be built all the way down. Mm-hmm. And so that would be something that needed to be done anyway, to keep water in the park, to keep the farmers dry. So and I also believe that we should explore, what Charlie mentioned on the phone, and trying to get people who are willing sellers into the into the mix and acquiring property. You don't have to do both. It's not a zero-sum game. You can do them in parallel. You can do them in tandem with one another. But as far as I can tell, I mean, what is the timeline on this, Alan, for the first piece here?
It's a 1-year contract for the base amount.
You're talking about having the curtain wall in place next year. I mean, sometimes this eminent domain stuff, the unwilling stuff, you're trying to go out, it takes time. It costs more money than you think it's going to cost. It always does. The attorney's fees go, through the roof. You see them all the time. People who are engaged as attorneys in eminent domain, they know they're going to get their fees, and they know these things are going, and so they fight on them, and ultimately they recover. And it takes time, and it always takes you think it's going to cost $25 million, it ends up costing $40 million or something like that. But you are guaranteed with the curtain wall in this first phase to have that thing built and done by next year. It's relatively cheap to do. It's really only the first piece of a multi-piece, wall that should go all the way down. And I think it's just a great, I think it's a great thing, and I think that there's no reason we shouldn't be moving forward full speed ahead on this, and it's just another, it's another toy in our sandbox, so to speak, that we can use to do exactly what we need to do. And if this thing works, and we can move the water south and keep these people fairly, dry when they need to be, on a mitigation standpoint, and keep water in the park and keep the homestead farmers in good shape, Florida City guys, it's a home run for everybody.
Sounds to me like you want to make a motion.
I'm gonna make a motion on this.
So let me say one other thing before that.
Second, and then we'll have discussion.
Second.
Now you can talk.
I totally agree with you. And we're trying not to impact people through eminent domain on top of it. We're doing everything we can. We're keeping water in the park. Their problem isn't solved. They don't have any flood protection, but we're doing our flood mitigation. That's what we're responsible for. And I want to thank the mining industry and Tom McVickers, like you had said, because they designed this wall and built 5 miles of it and monitored it, and it does work.
Yep.
So we had the private sector, and what could be better than keeping water in the park, saving the environment, and letting the private sector be able to operate as well with jobs and economical growth. So I think we're on the right path.
And who knows, you may have people in the 8.5 square mile area that wake up one day and say, you know what, I want to be part of the solution here, the bigger picture solution. I'm ready to sell.
Yeah, and I think we should keep pursuing that because it may be necessary anyway into the future because they do stick out quite a bit, much more than agriculture or the mining industry or when you're west of the L31, but I think we should continue to see how many people in there would be willing sellers too, along with the wall. And I will say this contractor built this first 5 miles and did quite a job.
Good. Mr. Steinman?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, this is a great project. I mean, this is something that I think people were talking about more than a decade ago, and so I think staff and everybody else involved who brought this from sort of a discussion point 3 months ago to where we are today. Thank you for that, and congratulations. That's quick work. I mean, this is also it's great to authorize a project that the construction cost seems to have gone down over time as opposed to up. So wouldn't that be nice to continue that trend? And then, I mean, I think, listen, for $14 million is not an insignificant amount of money, but based on what we vote on here, the amounts, I feel like the impact per dollar of this project is well beyond anything we've done. So I'm fully in support of this.
Thank you, Mr. Steinman. I have a motion and a second. Is there more discussion by the board? Seeing none, I'm going to call that question. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Olepich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Needs?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. That passes unanimously. Thanks, Alan, very much.
Thank you.
Our next discussion item is item number 24, which is a partial release of a conservation easement. Let's see, Ms. Creech, would you like to introduce our guest?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and governing board members, I'd like to introduce Mr. Ed Weinberg. He's president of EW Consultants. He will provide the presentation and be available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Creech.
Thank you, Jill. Mr. Chairman, governing board members, is it okay if I speak without this on?
It is.
Thank you. As Jill said, my name is Ed Weinberg. I'm the president of EW Consultants, and we are the environmental consultants on this project. What is before you today is a request for a partial release of an existing conservation easement in the Wellington Green PUD. To summarize, there's a total of about 25.68 acres in 3 separate wetlands that are subject to conservation easement on the site. And all of those are surrounded either by highway or relatively high density development. And of this total, 17.62 acres are within wetland 5, where this release is requested. And so this, those 3 conservation easements are here, and this is the location the release is requested, and it is this southern half approximately. So in more detail, it is a partial release of 8.59 acres within wetland 5, which is about 33% of the total area that's under conservation easement on the Wellington Green property. And just a little zoomed in a little bit more. So to summarize here, it's very important to point out that in the original permit for Wellington Green, these conservation easements were not allowed to be used as mitigation. And the reason behind that is well documented in the staff reports and documentation, excuse me, as the permit was reviewed. And it was because the surrounding control elevations that were in place well before the mall was developed are 2 to 3 feet lower than the ground elevation in the wetland. And so the prevailing groundwater is lower and is controlled lower for flood protection purposes than the existing wetland is. And so those features and control elevations do not support a long-term wetland hydrology in this location. And to be as clear as I can, we're not asserting that these are not wetlands. What we're asserting is that there is not a hydrologic system in place that will provide for long-term support of the wetland in this location. So these next 2 photos are actually in part of a document prepared by your South Florida Water Management District staff. They conducted a compliance site visit in late January. And a few of the things they documented, and if it's hard to see, I apologize, but essentially what is documented here is the lichen lines on these trees represent where historic water levels would have been in this wetland prior to the existing drainage system. And as you can see, there's no water there, and it's well below that where the soil surface begins. And within the same, and these photos are taken inside of the wetland. What this demonstrates is that you can see the roots exposed here in the tree, and this essentially demonstrates that approximately from here down to here has been soil subsidence as a result of oxidizing muck soils that, and we've heard some discussion of that earlier today. As these areas stay dry for too long, the muck soils oxidize and become lower and lower. And as you read through this particular report, it causes these trees ultimately to die and to fall over because they lose support in the soil. In addition to those hydrologic factors, the surrounding development has physically isolated this proposed release parcel. And once again, I will not stand before you and say there's no wildlife there. That is not accurate. However, it does limit the wildlife habitat available there, and primarily as a factor that there is no connection to other off-site habitat areas. These are a few aerial photos taken within about the last month in the surrounding area, and just to give a sense of, outlined in red is the requested release parcel. You can see to the south is an ongoing senior living community. That development is on just about complete. To the east and, so here to the west of the site is existing apartments that have been there for more than 10 years. And of course the mall to the east. And so what this is pointing out is that the surrounding area doesn't provide connection to any other off-site resources. And so in reviewing this information, it's very important to clarify here that the proposed impacts to this wetland, so if it was not a conservation easement, and we're not requesting approval for the impacts today, it's only the release of the easement, but those impacts will be fully mitigated by purchase of mitigation credits. Those mitigation credits are in no way being used to replace the conservation easement. They are only to mitigate the proposed impacts to the wetland. The remaining 9 acres to the north of where the request is, or the release is requested, will be restored and rehydrated with project runoff. We will not ask for mitigation credit for that. That is just part of the process in order to try and help this function in the future. And then a replacement conservation easement acreage will be provided on the order of 10 acres, which is in excess of the 8.5 acres asked to be released. And so for a little perspective, this is the proposed location of the replacement parcel. This is the eastern shore of Lake Okeechobee. This is the Dupuy Wildlife Management Area. And this, within this 30-acre parcel, we're proposing acquisition and recording of a conservation easement over a total of 10 acres. And within that is an area that is forested wetland. What exists in the current location is forested wetland, and so the proposal is to replace it with forested wetland. I was fortunate enough to get to go out there back in February. These are just a couple photos from the proposed replacement area. It is a maple hardwood swamp wetland. The surrounding uplands are native habitat and oak, cabbage palm oak hammocks surrounding the area. This is a photo from the interior of the wetland, so you can see there are some open marsh areas inside. It is a diverse wetland habitat. And if you look closely at this photo, you see there's actually standing water in this wetland, and this photo taken in February, well into the dry season. This wetland has what would be expected in the long-term hydro period of this type of forested wetland. And to the south end, within the surrounding uplands, is as you can see, a very mature oak hammock. So you get a diversity of habitat types here in this conservation area that certainly of a higher ecological value than what exists now on the mall site. And so to summarize, I hope we've tried to demonstrate here that the proposed release area does not have long-term viability, and that's primarily a result of the surrounding hydrology that just can't be changed for flood protection reasons. This proposed replacement area I just showed you is not being proposed as mitigation. The reason for it is to replace and in fact exceed the net area under conservation easement. As I hope I've demonstrated also, this proposed replacement area is of higher quality and will have long-term viability. And that will be assured through the permit process we have yet to complete. And so that would become a condition and a requirement within whatever permit may be issued for the development project. And as we pointed out, the proposed replacement area exceeds the acreage of the proposed release. And to summarize, we are of the opinion that this conservation easement release and replacement will achieve a significant and sustainable net gain for the environment, or else we wouldn't be bringing it before you. So with that, I'll go to the next slide. I'll remain here for any kind of questions if I can help.
Thanks very much for being here, Mr. Weinberg. I appreciate your presentation. What we're going to do now is we're going to go to public comments. We've received emails, and they're probably still trickling in. If you send us an email and you want to make a public comment, feel free. I honestly have not had a chance to read a lot of the emails that came in during this meeting because I've been doing this. If you can call in or raise your hand if you're on Zoom, that would be great. And Mr. Weinberg, if you want to you can take a seat during the public, you don't have to stand there the whole time.
Okay.
And listen to the public comment, and then we'll come back for board discussion. Rosie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have several hands raised. I'm going to start with Drew Martin, followed by Patricia Bocci, and then Lorene Capone.
This is Drew Martin. Can you hear me?
Mr. Martin?
Can you hear me?
Hear you, Mr. Martin.
Yes, I'm sorry. This is Drew Martin with the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group. We also have an attorney who will be speaking, Heidi Marafri. I would like her to be given some extra time if possible. We are extremely opposed to this, and while the previous speaker said this was not mitigation, clearly when this mall was developed, this land was set aside as a conservation easement, and the term forever was used. This land is extremely valuable. Now, the previous speaker spoke as if this land provides no value as a wetland, even though it is operating as a wetland. And one of the things the speaker did not mention is that we may see a rise in the water table. And why will we see that? Because of climate change and the potential ultimate failure of the canal system because of sea level rise. Now, we don't know if or when that may happen, but the reality is that this wetland provides a benefit because it captures stormwater. And we know during storm events such as Isaac that this area would provide benefit to the surrounding community. But further, this area benefits the surrounding community because the surrounding community has no green space once you remove this. And I can assure you that this developer will be back again to remove the other green spaces nearby. And I don't even trust that the area that he's proposing is mitigation, which is, by the way, nowhere near the Wellington neighborhood and will provide no benefit to the residents of this area, that he won't come someday and ask to remove that conservation easement. Because really, this deck, this whole deck is stacked against the environmental community. I mean, they bring this up, they bring in an expensive consultant, and we have to fight this, and they are basically just going to argue, well, it's not connected. Well, that's irrelevant. The wildlife is still using this. So it is connected to the wildlife, and birds can fly from item to, place to place. So birds are connected. It is connected. It is a wetland, and he does not argue it's not a wetland. So we believe that this should be protected, and that you should not sacrifice this conservation easement. It's important to us that the district stands for protecting conservation land. And by the way, this other conservation area could be preserved through Florida Forever funds. So if it's going to be preserved, why not just purchase it? Why sacrifice an existing conservation area? I don't have a timer, so I have no idea where I am on time.
Timing is actually really good because it's time to wrap up, if you don't mind.
Okay, so we're just asking you either postpone this and give us more time, or don't go forward with voting to remove this conservation easement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Patricia Bocci, you're recognized to speak, followed by Lorene Capone, and then Scott Zucker.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear me. My name is Pat Bocci. I've lived in Wellington since 1977, before the mall was built. And as my family owned the Town Crier newspaper, I was also privy to the environmental objections to building the mall and the zoning change. At that time, these few parcels of wetland conservation preserves were set aside and were to remain as such forever. The language in the grant of conservation easement between Mr. Befrank and the South Florida Water Management District. Yet here we are. You may or may not be aware that there is a very strong opposition from the residents of Wellington to losing these wetlands and their conservation distinction. There is currently a petition with over 2,700 names and as many comments imploring the South Florida Water Management District and the Village of Wellington to uphold the deal and save these beautiful wetland preserves forever. But we cannot do it without you. You ensure that our Florida wetlands are protected and preserved. You are the only thing that often stands between developer greed and fresh air, stormwater mitigation, protection of our aquifer, and preserving what little natural wetlands we have left in Wellington and in Florida. That's your job, and I hope you will do it today. These preserves have been devalued and allowed to suffer from inattention. The plan seems to be to value the wetlands and then claim they aren't important enough to preserve. So instead, let's fill them and build more apartments and a restaurant. Is that to be rewarded? The parameters their building engineer is using to present to you today are mostly observational in nature, lichen lines and watermarks, and based on outdated reports. Where is the ground truth? Where is the soil analysis? Is there muck? Where is the impact basin report? And what good will mitigation elsewhere do for Wellington's loss of these conservation preserves? Why instead aren't these preserves being restored? The Wellington Green preserves are stunning and they are thriving. There are pond apple and cypress trees, a gorgeous tree canopy. Sadly, some of the last tree canopies in Wellington. These wetlands also provide vital wildlife habitat. And that was part of the deal, right? We let Mr. Befrank build a Goliath Mall on farmland, and he in return agreed to maintain these small preserves. What has changed? A deal is a deal. Please hold him to it. Do not release this partial conservation easement today. It's just a start of him developing every inch of them all for profit. My understanding is that you consider issues of water and not necessarily wildlife. Well, the quality of a wetland preserve is not that it be continuously wet, nor determined by lichen lines. The soil analysis is proof of the viability of wetlands. Where is the soil analysis? Can a building engineer make that determination by
Can
site?
you wrap up, please?
Yes. Let's get an environmental specialist to perform ground truth before we fill the preserves and put apartments on them. I strongly oppose granting the agenda item number 24. Please save the wetland conservation preserves and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Scott Zucker, you're recognized to speak, followed by Mark Offerman and then Matthew Schwartz. Mr. Zucker, if you could unmute your mic. Mr. Zucker, if you could press *6 to unmute your mic.
I'm sorry. My name is Scott Zucker. I am a 24-year Wellington resident, a former 26-year Wellington High School teacher, and the president of Audubon Everglades. Befrank Incorporated tries to make their case for the release of the conservation easement by claiming a number of factors in the report by EW Consultants, which when examined more closely might best be characterized as flawed. The report says surrounding drainage features and control elevations do not support long-term wetland hydrology, and that there is not long-term hydrology to support wetland. Perhaps that branch that recently struck my head has impaired my thinking, but don't healthy wetlands naturally dry out? And isn't the developer responsible for the surrounding drainage features and the drainage system in the middle of this wetland that removes water and impairs the possibility of long-term hydrology? It's like trying to hydrate oneself when consuming diuretics. The report says surrounding development has physically isolated the proposed release parcel and that the wetland is severely limited wildlife habitat as a result. Befrank is responsible for this surrounding development and views it as a problem. Over the past couple of years, I have stopped there and birded the edges of this wetland, and I have documented 31 species of birds and seen raccoons, rabbits, and possums that live and forage here. The report says there is no connection to other off-site habitat areas. This may be true above ground, which a developer is responsible for, but groundwater connects this habitat to other habitats, just like my property is connected to the surrounding properties despite the structures that exist. The report says wetland impacts to partial release area will be fully mitigated by purchasing of mitigation bank credits. I live about 1.5 miles from the area. How will the benefits of this wetland conservation easement serve as mitigation for me and the other Wellington residents? The report says that soil subsidence in the area to allude to the poor health of the wetland and the fact that a lichen line exists on the cypress trees. These are secondary indicators of soil and wetland health. Where is a current primary soil indicator, a 6-inch core soil sample to show the actual health of this wetland? The report says the remaining 9 acres will be restored and rehydrated. In other words, instead of fixing the whole problem they created and not developing the parcel, they will happily turn it into a manicure development if you let them. Finally, the report's summary and conclusion is one-dimensional. Basically, the wetland currently there is bad, which has been influenced by poor stewardship and neglect, and the addition of 188 rental units will magically achieve a significant sustainable net gain for the environment. If one of the students that I formerly taught handed me a report like this, I would ask him to either redo it and prove it or accept an F. So do not approve this partial release until you have something better to base your decision on than the simplistic narrative by the developer. The small wetland matters. Thank you, South Florida Water Management District Governing Board, for hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zucker. Mark Offerman, you're recognized to speak, followed by Matthew Schwartz, and then Heidi Mahaffey.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
We
Hello?
hear you, Mr. Offerman. We hear you, Mr. Offerman.
Yes, hi, Mark Offerman, President of Palm Beach County Environmental Alliance, and leading a charge against this. We definitely oppose this project. The grantee, Befrank Inc., was to be a good steward, but does not appear to have ever honored and was even cited and fined by your district under its agreement 20 years ago when they entered into this binding contract willingly and did so neither at a loss nor in a position now where they somehow need to be made whole. Regarding the purchase of the mitigation, the applicant designates that in his application W5 release area, 7.119 acres of freshwater mixed forested wetlands and 1.5 roughly acres of upland buffer. But in the applicant's plan, says only draft on every single page. There's no consistency in the developer's ask, which seems to be modified at every single turn and every single meeting, be it in Wellington or here, meaning that there are no definitives to qualify such a release. The developer's proposal, thusly, is an exchange of just 3 acres of freshwater mixed forested wetlands and 7 acres of upland buffer, mostly barren, for just a total of 4.2 credits. So the correction stands is that what he wants to be destroyed here are federally jurisdictionally protected wetlands under the district's care as the grantor and designated Cypress-specific wetlands, thriving and with 0 primary scientific indicators from the district's own wetland guidebook to show A, designation, B, soil core data, or C, any sort of upcoming impending failure. EW consultants' remarks are opinions, citing only secondary indicators, not the primaries in your own source guidebook for determining wetlands and viability. The proposed mitigation is perhaps one of the worst trade deals ever proposed. The acres are somewhat 20 miles away from the impact basement. We have no UMAM score and couldn't possibly assist Wellington with stormwater management during any storm at this critical corridor. The district loses its credibility, we lose our water and our air quality, and our insurance against stormwater surge and stagnation and natural losses. Under this agreement, only the developer wins, only Befrank wins. In 2012, it was Tropical Storm Isaac that put Wellington's flats under 48 inches of water. Wellington's deputy manager, John Bond, went to the press at the time stating it was a 100-year storm. I've lived in Wellington since '79 and seen its streets covered with brown water 6 times, and that was a tropical storm, not a class 4 or 5 hurricane. Your consideration of Befrank's modified application alone is not transparent and is a point-blank betrayal of the district's intent in establishing the original contract and the community's trust. To accept Befrank's draft plan without conducting your own scientific hydrogeologic and soil core studies would be a dereliction of duty to your oaths of office. To vote for and approve Befrank's application, even to entertain this developer at this time, is further application rewarding the and anything regarding Wellington Green. It's blasphemous. Your sole duty is to uphold and enforce the terms and intent of the district's original contract.
Mr. Offerman, can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Wetlands. One more sentence. As a conservation easement free from its prohibitions, which shall run the land forever and be binding upon the grantor and its successors in title and remain in full force and effect, like I said, forever. We oppose these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Offerman. Matthew Schwartz, you're recognized to speak, followed by Heidi Mahaffey, and then Linda Smith.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. This is Matthew Schwartz speaking for myself right now. As a longtime resident of South Florida, environmentalist, and former resident of the Green Acres area, where I first started using the Wellington Mall, several shops there. and became familiar with the area. And I agree with the current residents who are talking about the importance of this little wetland. Florida has lost millions and millions and millions of wetlands. And I talked earlier in general about the partial release document that's before you right now. And it's a draft document. And like I said in my earlier comments, it really contains nothing other than the applicant, the fact that the applicant is the owner of this easement or these lands, that he's conveyed those lands or the conservation of those lands to the Water Management District, that he wants to get rid of the easement. And in the draft form, it says, and the Water Management District is in agreement with that. And now, therefore, let's go ahead and wipe out this easement. The exchange that's being promoted, the 10 acres east of Lake Okeechobee, yeah, it's a nice piece of land. I know that area east of Lake Okeechobee. It's south of where the St. Lucie comes in. It's an important area for a lot of reasons, but it's not these wetlands. And it's not Wellington. And when you add it up and you do the arithmetic, I mean, this is just the classic conundrum over this mitigation. Because yes, we have partial lifting of conservation easements, but it's mitigation also that's greasing the wheel for all this rapid development we're seeing. And I'm sorry that the Water Management District doesn't talk about that enough, because that's the water use, which is definitely impinging on Everglades restoration. These 5 apartment buildings are going to create tremendous amounts of water use and wastewater. But let's talk about the conservation mitigation. 10 acres in exchange for roughly 8. So right now, there's 18 acres, 8 of which is under a conservation easement, 10 of which is not. So there's 18 acres that it's not developed. And now we're going to go from 18 to 10. That's not a gain. That's a loss of 8 acres of conservation land, as some of the speakers have pointed out, does function as wetlands. It is jurisdictional wetlands, by the way, and the applicant does need a release or a fill permit from the DEP's 404 permitting program. He also needs an environmental resource permit from the Water Management District. And it looks like this lifting of the easement, he's viewing this as the low-hanging fruit. And the way it works is just, let's do it, and it happens. So it seems that I'm opposed to it. I would think that you would listen to the residents and keep this land intact, in perpetuity, as the original contract called for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Heidi Mahaffey, recognized to speak, followed by Linda Smith, and then a caller with the last 4 digits of the phone number 5464.
Good afternoon. This is Heidi Mahaffey. I am representing the Loxahatchee group of the Sierra Club. I will do my best to stick to the 3 minutes, but I do ask with some leniency with the time constraint, as I will be addressing some legal clarity with some concerns that were brought up before. There were some concerns brought up in the general comments about the statutory language allowing a conservation easement to be released without any criteria. However, the district's actions cannot be arbitrary, and there's a duty to review any request for a relief of conservation easement within the purview of its obligations to the public as set forth in Chapter 373 of the Florida statutes. Specifically, and I quote, "A governing board shall take into account cumulative impacts on water resources and manage those resources in a manner to ensure their sustainability, as well as to promote conservation." That chapter also does address releases by the district and says the governing board of the district may release any easement for which it has no present or apparent future use under terms and conditions determined by the board. So there is some criteria available to this board under the law that make sure any release of a conservation easement is something that cannot have any future use. And that's not the case with this wetland that we have before us. The South Florida Water Management District's mission is to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems. And Florida law gives us the ability to do this through the conservation easements, to maintain areas in their natural condition, suitable habitat, to prohibit the construction of structures, removal or destruction of trees, vegetation, and things of that nature. With this particular applicant is asking to engage in these actions that are specifically prohibited by law and were agreed to by the property owner to be set in place on this property as a condition of allowing the development in this environmentally sensitive area. The applicant is attempting to allege that the current state of the wetlands is against the preservation. However, this is a double-edged sword. The governing board is required to take any action in the public interest and hold the property owner accountable for its stewardship or lack thereof in maintaining this conservation easement, which is a requirement under the law that the easement be preserved in perpetuity, which is never ending, never changing. To allow this applicant to move forward with having a release is a slippery slope and a dangerous precedent that gives further developers an opportunity or an incentive to enter into meaningless preservation agreements that can be voided once the environmentally sensitive area is deemed to be degraded by the encroaching development that it's meant to be protected against. This wetlands, it's not valuable. This wetland is valuable. It has a purpose of being centralized in an urban area. This particular wetland 5 is in the middle of the development and acts as a safe haven to natural and transient migratory animals, as well as has it's replete with vegetation that shows its nature as a wetland and a functioning wetland at that, with bald cypress, gumbo limbo, royal ferns. It's not only extremely beneficial to the wetland environment, but also acts as a cooling system to the surrounding area, which is surrounded by development that will not have that same benefit.
Can I ask you to go ahead and start wrapping up?
Yes, ma'am. It won't have the same benefit to the surrounding public area as it would if the conservation easement was taken away and then put into another wetland that's farther away that will not be mitigating any impacts to this particular residential area. So we ask that respectfully that the request to release this conservation easement is denied, as it fails to promote conservation. There's clear evidence that the district has a continued public benefit use for this conservation easement. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey. Linda Smith, you're recognized to speak.
Hello, this is Linda Smith, and I am opposed to this proposal. Conservation easements benefit the communities they are in, which has been discussed by others. Purchasing credits from the Loxahatchee Mitigation Bank will not benefit the Wellington residents. Providing a 10-acre conservation easement containing 3 acres of freshwater forested wetland and 7 acres of uplands away from Wellington will not benefit the residents. The residents of Wellington will be losing 8.6 acres, of which 7 acres are freshwater mixed forest wetland and 1.5 acres of uplands. If you look at it from a bigger picture or hydrology, even taking Wellington out of the picture, we're getting a net loss of 4 acres of wetlands. And wetlands is precisely what Palm Beach County needs to mitigate climate change. We don't need less. Also, this isn't really comparing apples to apples, but what I can research on just realtor.com is I found 10 acres in the Wellington area for sale for $2 to $3.1 million. I looked at real estate in Belle Glade on 10 acres, and they were all about 540,000 acres. So this developer is spending about $500,000 to get to use $2 to $3 million worth of property in Wellington to develop. That is getting 4 to 6 times the value. And that's a pretty good return for not actually doing what he was supposed to do in the first place, maintain their conservation easement. So economically, they should at least be putting aside a minimum of 60 acres. And this logic is in no way compensates the Wellington residents, as I said, but might at least get the state of Florida closer. We need more wetlands. Our communities are losing their green conservation areas at an alarming rate, and it is time to stop this now. This developer has made repeated requests to release themselves from the obligation to keep this conservation area. They make the excuse that the area is no longer a wetland or viable. And why is that? They had an obligation to preserve this area and they did not. So now they're expecting to be rewarded for their negligence. Really, that does not sound like justice to me. So we should not be rewarding bad actors. And how can we believe they will provide more water to the leftover smaller parcel when they did not maintain the water in the past? So if they get a partial release of this conservation easement, they will be back to ask for the rest. They will make the excuse that what will be left will hardly be worth anything as a conservation easement, and whose fault will that be? Unfortunately, it will be yours if you grant this request for the partial release of this conservation easement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Our next public speaker is a caller with a phone number of 5464.
Good afternoon. This is Ralph Brooks, attorney, once again today. Today I represent in this item the Palm Beach County Environmental Alliance, as well as residents of the adjacent multifamily development. And I do have a personal connection with this wetland as I visited this green space with my father-in-law when he was a resident at the ACLF nearby this property that's being expanded now as well. This is an important wetland for the people of Wellington, as you have heard. To exchange it for a parcel, for a portion of a parcel near Lake Okeechobee that is removed from the natural area that was mentioned by a roadway and is to the north, looks like agricultural land, and would only preserve the middle portion of a 30-acre parcel, allowing the two ends of that parcel to be developed as well next to that parcel that is proposed for a swap, is really unconscionable. I think this sets an extremely bad precedent where a developer agrees to build a mall in exchange for the intensity and density and impact and impervious surface of that mall, agrees to set aside wetlands. Then after the mall is built, decides they want to build even more on the property and would like to have the wetlands that they have agreed to not only preserve, but to maintain in perpetuity. There is an enforcement history on this property that goes back some number of years regarding this particular wetland and its preservation and its failure to maintain the wetland. This wetland does function locally, and it's very important to the people of Wellington. It erodes the public confidence in conservation easements and wetland protection to waive agreements that were made by the developer for protection of this wetland. It's very similar to a prior case that occurred involving the Big Blue wetland at Palm Beach Polo versus the Village of Wellington at 918 Southern 2nd, 988. It went to court, and the court said that the developer should not be entitled to swap out a conservation easement on the Big Blue wetland in the Palm Beach Polo in Wellington, and that they had agreed to preserve that in exchange for development and the planned unit development elsewhere, and that it was not a taking of development rights or private property rights because it was an agreement that was made in exchange for something valuable, and that in this case is building of the Wellington Green Mall itself. Please help us preserve this last remaining green space and vote to deny this application.
Thank you. Nicole DeFlorio, you're recognized to speak.
Good afternoon. This is Nicole DeFlorio. I'm a Wellington resident and a very concerned citizen. Befrank's Wellington Green Mall is built on one of the three busiest intersections in all of Palm Beach County. All four corners are completely built out. There's the hospital, Olympia, Buena Vita, and the Wellington Green Mall. And after Hurricane Harvey in Houston went underwater for a month, when the Houston's when the Houston's district, like yours, built over 25% of their wetlands and their conservation preserves, and now the district has allowed far past that, and the removal of W3 and W5, along with the proposed Lotus community application, which has already passed Wellington's Planning and Zoning Board, will effectively destroy Wellington's largest remaining tree canopies and removing our tree city status and all of wildlife. And there's a documented 35 species of birds there, 7 of which are migratory, and they've effectively built out a total of more than 85% of Wellington's once wetlands and forestry. Your consideration of Befrank's modified application alone is not transparent. It's a point-blank betrayal of the district's intent in establishing the original contract and the community trust. To accept Befrank's plan without conducting your own scientific hydraulic and soil core studies would be a dereliction of duty to your oath of office. To vote and approve Befrank's application or to even entertain the developer in this or any further application regarding Wellington Green really is blasphemy. Your sole duty is to uphold and enforce the terms and intent of the district's original contract and ensure that just the survival of these wetlands, the conservation easement free from its prohibition, which shall run with the land and be binding upon the grantor and its successor in title and remain in full force and effect forever. We oppose the proposed modifications and the proposals of Befrank in regard to the Wellington Green projects and oppose the proposed Lotus community as well. These wetlands, like our other speakers have said, are critical for stormwater mitigation and just to keep our community with clean air and clean water. So I urge you to please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeFlorio. Mr. Chairman, that was our last hand for this item.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your comments. I'm going to defer to Mr. Steinle to lead the conversation for the board since this is your district.
Sure, and obviously I'd love to hear from the other board members' thoughts. I just want to, if I can ask some questions based on what we just heard. So, did Befrank have an obligation to maintain or enhance? Because it's unclear to me that the state of the wetland when the easement was issued. But did the company have an obligation, as was stated in some of these calls, to enhance the functionality of this area or maintain if it was functioning?
Mr. Steinle?
Yeah.
The permit criteria is to maintain exotics and invasive species at 5% or less than the total coverage. There was no specific criteria to enhance. However, the stormwater management system includes rerouting through pretreatment swales, then with overflow into the wetlands so that they are hydrated.
I need help with that. I need help with that. So I guess was the upon protection, was the wetland, because what we're discussing here is the functionality of a wetland and a potential trade for a better functioning wetland. So has the functionality of this wetland that we're talking about releasing the easement on, has it changed? And if it has, was there an obligation to maintain its original state?
Mr. Steinle, is that better?
Yeah.
Did you hear what I said the first time?
I did, but it didn't make as much. It wasn't as clear to me as I'd love
Okay,
it
so again, the permitting criteria is to maintain exotics and invasives below 5%. The original impact site was due to the control elevation being 2 feet below.
Can we push pause right there and just stop at that first instance? Can I clarify something, Mr. Steinle?
Yes,
Do you mind? The first obligation, you said the permit says maintain something about exotics and invasives.
Invasive plant species, 5% or less than the total cover of the sites.
Did that occur?
Yes.
Okay. Next. Okay. Sorry.
And then the next state, sorry.
Okay.
The wetland functionality, yep.
In the 1997 permit, it was documented that the existing site had been significantly impacted from a hydrology standpoint, and such that the wetlands would be impacted over time due to the fact that the control elevation of the surrounding areas is at least 2 feet below the wetland ground level. So that is why they were not allowed to be used for on-site mitigation. So that being the case, they have continued to decline over time, despite the fact that they are rerouting stormwater flow to them and have, that's part of their original design, and they propose to continue to do that. It's just that because there's so much separation between the bottom of the wetland and the control elevation, the water essentially perks away.
And the control elevation was influenced not by or I should ask, was it influenced by the developer, or was it influenced by broader flood control projects?
It's part of the general flood protection of the area. There are 3 major flood protection canals that bound this property that control that primary elevation. And then, of course, the stormwater management system has to be designed to meet those elevations so it can discharge ultimately into that system.
Okay. If we're going to translate this into some level of plain English for people, I think, am I saying would it be correct to say that this particular area is higher than the surrounding areas?
That's correct.
And therefore, no matter what water they put back in it, it just keeps trickling down?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. So that was the first question. And then on the scientific review, are we obligated, is district obligated to do what I just heard as a proper review, a scientific review, or have we?
I have Barb Conmee, my section leader for our natural resource management permitting section, and I would like to defer her to speak to those technical aspects. She's on Zoom. Barb, are you available to provide some detail to the governing board?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Barb Conmee. I'm in the regulation division at the district. And I guess in answer to that question, I should mention that the original permit for the Wellington Green development included in the text of the permit, it talked about how they had done soil borings to look at groundwater levels. And that was part of the original evaluation that determined that the hydrology was already altered. And as far as our current evaluation of the project, we do have wetland scientists on staff that do an evaluation from a scientific standpoint.
Okay. All right. So I think if I can just restate what I think understood was, just based on the hydrology and the elevation conditions, when this area was put into protection, there was inherent difficulties maintaining the hydrology to be a fully functioning wetland. That condition has gotten worse over time, but the developer was not under any obligation to mitigate that worsening condition.
There are no specific criteria in the permit that he must do additional enhancement.
Okay. All right, and then listen. This is a sensitive issue, in particular to the local residents. So we've gotten, as the chair said, we've gotten a lot of input, both opposition and support. Just a few. I mean, some of this just because these things take on a life of their own. One comment that I read was that the area harbors extensive wildlife and in particular endangered species. There are no endangered species in this area. Question mark.
The January inspection of 2021 did not indicate any endangered species being in this area. Ed, would you like to elaborate?
Hold on. Did you have any reports of endangered species in there, like prior to January of 2021?
No.
If I may, none were observed. We haven't observed it every day, and so it's not impossible. I would suggest to you it's likely that the area is occasionally visited by wood storks, which are at least a threatened species. However, there are no resident endangered species. So, and it was pointed out by one of the commenters, or several of them, that birds obviously are free to fly in and out at their leisure, although it might be a little windy now. So it's not by any means impossible, and I wouldn't stand here before you and say it's impossible, but none have been documented as permanent residents.
And this is, I know the answer to this question because I've been there, but this is not, as some people have conveyed, this is not a preserve that is accessible by the public. The public can enjoy this from the outside, but this is not a open access preserve.
Yes, the conservation easement itself does not grant access to the public. It is only for the preservation.
Thanks for clarifying. So I mean, I guess what I want to say is I understand the value of this space, particularly in Wellington, where it is a town of development. But my feeling is it's not up to us. It's up to the village of Wellington to determine how they want to plan and zone, how much density they want in their developments. What's up to us, what I think is incumbent upon us, is to make sure that we are gaining more than we're giving. And I think in this case, we are protecting, we are not creating new wetlands, so I don't like the net gain of wetland term, but we are protecting more wetlands than we are releasing, and we are protecting, it seems to me, based on what I hear, more valuable or functional, I should say, wetlands than we are releasing. So again, I want to hear from my board members, but I think that based on the conditions which we've added to this, and thinking about the benefit to the greater public, understanding the impact to Wellington, this is a net gain from our perspective in terms of lands protected as it's structured.
Thank you, Mr. Steinle. I've got a couple questions, and I don't want to hog the mic, but I do have a couple questions as I'm still trying to work through this. And Ms. Creech, maybe you can help with this one. The former governing board, or the district, I guess through the former governing board, entered into this conservation easement knowing that that land was going to be higher. So knowing that that wetland was either degraded or going to be degraded in the future, just given the hydrology when the area around it was lowered, or if it was low already. So it was a permit condition, am I correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it ended up being in our permit.
So why?
I do not have the answer to that.
Do you know?
What do you mean by a permit condition?
Why do we have this conservation easement?
There are a variety of reasons, but there are comments in the overall staff review of the project that recommended it. At the time, the project also went through the Corps of Engineers Section 404 permitting process, and the Corps of Engineers requested avoidance of these areas. And at the time, the Corps of Engineers did not accept as grantee conservation easements, but the Water Management District did. And so my understanding is this was an accommodation of a request from the Corps that was facilitated by the Water Management District.
Okay, so it was, I guess what I'm wrestling with is, and if the language is was mentioned by numerous callers is accurate, which I don't suppose it isn't, the word forever was used in there. And if an obligation was made by the district to the public when it took this conservation easement that it would maintain the easement forever, I guess I'm not seeing why we would undo that now. I'm trying to just understand that, and perhaps you can explain and give me a good reason. And the corollary to that is, does that mean that anything we do now as a conservation easement could be undone in the future, therefore making any conservation easement meaningless? And please, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, I'll start with the story. The last time I had the pleasure of attending a governing board meeting was you guys held your board meeting in Port St. Lucie 13 months ago, I guess. And during that meeting, you considered a similar request on behalf of the Okeechobee Airport. And I can't recall exactly who was or wasn't on the board at the time. And the conclusion of that discussion was an explanation, as I heard it from staff, that basically said that permit was issued at a time we weren't as sophisticated as we are now with regard to how and the way we manage and protect wetlands. And the conclusion that was stated to you, and I think it was Jen, was if we had this to review today, we wouldn't have permitted it this way.
Okay,
And
I
I think
understand
the staff would tell you the same thing about this.
Let me, was this preserved as a wetland, or is it preserved as open space?
Wetland.
Even though it's not wet?
Well, it meets the criteria of jurisdictional wetlands, and I've tried as best as I can today. I am not asserting and would not assert to you that it is not a wetland.
I did ask
Vice Chair.
this question about the permanency of because we have had, we get briefed, and then we also have people who reach out to us, and then sometimes we have, like on this issue, seems like a flurry of emails, the night before, and in fact, I'm still getting pinged, during the meeting. And so I try to take all these things in and read all of them, and people are raising different issues. I did, at the lunch break, after getting an email, ask about the permanent, the forever issue. And it's my understanding that that issue really relates to a perpetuity word that's in the easement, which is part of pretty much every easement. These things are in quote-unquote perpetuity. But there's also language, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is that there is also language in there that specifically gives the district the right to revoke it and to end the easement and terminate the easement. So I don't think it's necessarily, and I understand people advocating and whatnot, but I don't necessarily think, from what I understand now, because it did give me cause for pause, I do understand now that that's not entirely the whole story, that it's not, there is a specific provision in there that allows the district to terminate this easement or end the easement, eliminate the easement, and that's, I think, where we are now. So it's not like, it doesn't say this thing will be in there forever, period, and then there's nothing else. There is, in fact, a specific provision about this.
I have a question.
Thanks for that clarification. Mr. Olovich.
First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Weinberg for all of his work and for being available to me to speak at length. I cannot support this. Sometimes you have to look beyond the law because the law isn't always right. There's been a lot of things in history that were law. Nazi Germany was legal. Okay, I know that's extreme, but the bottom line is you have to look beyond it. The name of this development is the Mall at Wellington Green. The name of this development is the Mall at Wellington Green. It was named that because it was sold that way with those beautiful green spaces. Okay, I went there with my husband. I got permission to look inside. I didn't trample in there because it is a no trespassing. There are beautiful trees in there. There are 40-foot tall, if not more, some of them at least, 30, 20 cypress trees, big, huge, knotty knees coming up all around inside of there. There are pond apple trees. I can't help but think about the 32,000 acres of pond apple that were along the southern rim of Lake Okeechobee before that was eradicated for the best soils of the Everglades agricultural area. The bottom line is this area is probably one of the only remaining areas of the Loxahatchee Slough. What was the Loxahatchee Slough? If we had those maps from Chris McVoy, we could pull it right up and put it on the board. The Loxahatchee Slough was and is in nature's print an arm of the Everglades. It was an arm of the Everglades. It was a place where out of Water Conservation Area 1, this big arm came up and met the forks of the Loxahatchee River. And so you can look at it right there on Google Earth, and you can see there's hardly anything left, but these 17 acres are left. They are left. Are they damaged? Yes, they're damaged. Everything's damaged. Look at our rivers. Does that mean that we just sell them off, trade them, make it a transaction? It is not a transaction for these people that live in this area that, in my opinion, is overdeveloped. And yes, it is the right of Wellington or Palm Beach County to do what they do with their development, but it is our job right now, maybe not forever, but it is our job right now, because I'm looking at it, reading it right up here. It is our job, our mission to safeguard and restore South Florida's water, resources, and ecosystems. That is our job. Our job is not to pass this today, and to let the people of Wellington keep this green space. It is 17 acres. That's a lot. Where I come from in Stewart, that would be like a quarter of Souls Point. That's gigantic. Of course there's animals in there. There's birds in there. You know, we should be working to restore these lands. And I think this is, you know, we got kind of caught off guard. Jill Creech is just doing her job, okay? Everybody is just following the law of the South Florida Water Management District. Sometimes you have to be better than the law. And I think that's what we can be today. And I'm sorry, you know, Mr. Weinberg is awesome, an awesome person. I'm sure the developer is a very successful person too, and I respect that. But our job is to protect and restore. And I say that this is an opportunity for us to look at how these things happen. Why it didn't happen the same, I'm sorry, with that airport, and is because there was a danger aspect in it. If you have wetlands right around an airport and the birds fly into the airplanes, that can be a death for the birds and also a death for the people in the planes. That is why I supported that. This is not that. This is a place where people who live in a very overdeveloped part of our state can walk by and see what they paid for, the mall at Wellington Green.
Thank you, Ms. Orlovich. Colonel Roman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. When I arrived for the governing board meeting yesterday afternoon, I went to Wellington Green. And I went and I looked at that entire development. And I looked at it through the lens of almost 10 years on county planning commissions and municipal planning boards. And I could see where that luxury senior living facility was a high-intensity development. And when I came to this patch of natural green, it kind of eased my tension as I drove past that. And I could see where the actual apartments are, I guess they're apartments, and how that piece of land that you're looking at developing would change the feel of that particular part of the development. And I can see why the residents are passionate about their green space. I also, from a different perspective as a member of this governing board, see where this permit language, while it was written in 1997, was written by the best of our permitting folks that we have to offer as a district. And there was rationale, while it may not be rationale that we can hear from them today, there was rationale on why they made that green space, that jurisdictional wetland, a part of the application for that development to go forward. And that's our agency. And that permit language, while it can be changed, I, like you, Jackie, looked up there and I read our mission statement that we developed together as a board 2 years ago. And I certainly do not feel comfortable rescinding a conservation easement. And I've watched this from planning board level, planning commission levels, that, you know, the citizens feel like they've got this wetland, these bald eagles nesting, all of this wildlife that were made a part of the agreement for the development to have increased intensity, increased building heights. It may not be the case with Wellington Green, but all these trade-offs that happen. And then years later, oops, the green space or the wetland got degraded. No, well, the only thing to do is develop it. And I can't support that going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Bergeron?
Thank you. I got a few questions. This perpetual easement, that easement was put there for open space or for wetland mitigation?
It is not for mitigation.
It was not for mitigation. It was for open space,
And I-
conservation.
Yes. And I
Okay.
would suggest that today, we would not do that. If it was not for mitigation, it would not have a conservation easement over it.
So it wasn't used for mitigation of wetlands, but it was a conservation, perpetual conservation easement for open space. Correct? If,
Mr. Chair, I can read the purpose of the easement if that helps answer.
Yeah,
the
why don't we
question.
have somebody from the district, I'd like somebody from the district to answer that question, because I think earlier,
Yeah, I think I asked that question. I thought-
Mr. Goss answered the question and got the wetland answer, and now Mr. Bergeron has answered the question and got the open space answer.
Ms. Anseh?
Sure, I can answer that question. The language of the easement states that the purpose of this conservation easement is to ensure that the conservation parcel remains in its natural vegetative, hydrologic, scenic, open, agricultural, or wooded condition, and to retain such areas as suitable for habitat for fish, plants, and wildlife as required by the permit.
So
Ms. Anseh?
so it's really a conservation easement primarily for open space to remain perpetually. My concern here is, you know, a lot of people move there with the understanding that they're going to have open space and beautiful trees, whether it's wet or not wet. It's sort of like people buying on a golf course, and then all of a sudden they want to turn the golf course into more housing, apartments, condominiums, whatever. And those people counted on that golf course. And I think these residents are counting on the open space. When I look at, even if we would consider, which I'm not for it, but you're talking about 8.5 acres of open space that really affects people's quality of life in this community. Hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of people. And I appreciate them all calling so we can understand their concerns. You got 8.5 acres. When you look at the 10 acres, it looks to me like you're only, as far as wetlands are concerned, there's only 1.5 acres of wetlands, and the rest of it is uplands. I don't think the question here deals with wetlands. I think it deals with open space. People counted on that when they bought there. They counted on that. And I do think that area could be rehydrated. It depends on how you direct your water, your surface water plan, and you can always put a bubble up in which retains water at a certain elevation, and it will not be discharged till it gets to a 2-foot, 1.5-foot elevation. A lot of surface water moves inside these projects. It depends on where you direct it. But I definitely believe that an awful lot of people moved there. I know I'm repeating myself, but with knowing that they had those beautiful trees and beautiful open space, and I do think you can rehydrate that area if it was going to continue to be a pristine wetland. And I've seen a lot of these hardwood hammocks that isn't hydrated, and they're still beautiful, and it provides a quality of life for an awful lot of people. I know I had met, and I only had one side of the story here, and I wasn't able to hear from all of these people that are concerned that live there, and I think the open space should stay there. And I will say there are many times that you would want to consider moving a conservation easement or wetland mitigation if it's contiguous to large mitigation and it's a very small area and nobody is living there that has counted on that. There is times where we definitely consider something that's even better, but not when all these residents have would change their quality of life. So,
thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes. So, as I said earlier, I think that we had a lot of meetings early on and then a lot of flurry of activity late and a lot of telephone calls. I'll admit I'm a little bit surprised at how many people are passionate about this, and I'm definitely empathetic to it. I looked at this a little bit differently, to be honest with you. And I think I looked at it, maybe a little more kind of what does the law say on what we're supposed to do, and quite frankly, what are our obligations, not just to, we have bigger obligations than to the people of Wellington. I mean, we have obligations to the people of Wellington, but we have an obligation to our district on a whole, and that's over 9 million residents, and we talk about that all day, every day. And I think that's critically important to look at because there is a village of Wellington or a city of Wellington or whatever their municipality is Village of Wellington, and they have a commission. And those people have a duty to make decisions like Charlotte has served previously on boards for municipalities. It is their, I'm just saying, we got a lot on our plate. We got a lot of things that is our responsibility. Figuring out where open space goes in Wellington, okay? That's not it's just not what we do. Figuring out, and my understanding is they still have to go before the Village of Wellington and face those representatives who represent the constituents there. The way that I personally look at it, in fact, after Carolyn read the language, it sounded to me, because those last words of the language of the easement were in accordance with the language of the permit. And the permit basically says all they need to do, as far as I can tell, are two things. Number one, make sure there's not more than 5% of invasives, and that's the part one. And part two is make sure they put water back on the thing. Now, there's no, it doesn't seem like there's any sort of obligation, as far as I can tell, for the landowner to have to try to hold the water on the land there, or whatever it may be. And so when we talk here and sit here and fantasize, I think I don't mean to say fantasize in a way that's like, I understand what our goals are and what our mission is, but you're talking about a permit that was written 25 years ago. It's not like the guy, it doesn't seem to me when I look at these things that somebody sort of lied in wait for 25 years to pounce on this opportunity. It's just something that's not really functioning that well as whatever it was supposed to be. My understanding is that staff basically said, you need to do better than mitigation. You need to add another piece of land to this thing, and we got the piece of land,
which on balance to the people of the district is a much better functioning thing to conserve than this piece of property inside the middle of a donut. Everything on the outside's already, there's no, I think it's a huge deal for me that this is not some place where people can recreate.
Yeah,
It is a huge deal to me that this is not a park, it's not a place. In fact, I specifically asked this and was told people are in fact prohibited from going on there. I think that's a big deal, in my opinion. I don't know. I look at this strictly from where we come as a district, and to me, I look at how it's currently functioning, what we're getting in exchange, which is, from everybody I've talked to, a much better situation than just having this one. Nobody can go on this particular land, and I understand the comment about this is a high-intensity build of the senior living facility and whatnot, but that's really like a Wellington situation. The Village of Wellington has to make a decision as to whether they're going to allow open space to go away next to this high-intensity apartment senior living facility or whatever it may be. That is not, I mean, it's just, we got a lot on our plate, and that's just not one of the things we do.
If I could,
Colonel Army.
yes, Vice Chair Wagner, if I could just make a comment on what you're saying. I think you're absolutely right. That's not our decision. But the way I see our decision is it's based upon what the district made a decision about in 1997, our agency. And it made a decision based upon the permit and the fact that a conservation easement was a requirement for that development to go forward. And so just based upon what our agency did is how I see this. But that separate piece that you're talking about, where the town and all of that moves the project forward or not forward, you're absolutely correct.
And yeah, and I think it's also important, though, that yes, we made it a condition, and it was part of the easement, but it was also specifically contemplated in that language that we could remove it. And I think that's different than what's been represented by a lot of people, that it was like permanent and they thought it was going to happen, because if there is in fact a specific intention at the time that this thing can get removed, and then you're getting something that's much more beneficial to the district, which apparently we are, I have a hard time sitting here representing the people of the district saying, you know what, I'm going to do this Village of Wellington's job. It's the Village of Wellington's job to say yay or nay to this in terms of open space. In terms of looking at an easement for conservation, we're just getting a much better deal. And in terms of looking at that through the lens of the district, in my opinion, you have to take that. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Could we wake up tomorrow and say to the owners of the property, you know what, we are going to put far more restrictive conditions on your easement. You're going to now have to maintain it as a wetland. You're going to have to restore hydrology. Is there some way we could do that? No, right?
No.
Okay. I mean, I just...
Not without a permit modification, some sort of other trigger to amend a permit.
Who's talking?
Jen.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's so hard with these masks on.
I'm
looking everywhere. Okay.
Well, my point is that you've got owners who have been operating there for 25 years, and now we're hearing like, oh, hopefully we could make this thing into but they own the land, and there's a permit, and the permit says they got to do two things: no more than 5% coverage, and put water in there. They don't have to do anything else. And my sense is that you're not going to get them to volunteer to do anything else. And we're going to shut down getting a better piece of property. So I mean, I understand you saying maybe people bought there on the idea that there would be green open space, but that's a Village of Wellington problem. That's not a South Florida Water Management District problem.
Hang on, we'll go. Mr. Bergeron?
Yep.
And Mr. Steinlein, and
Well, I got to say that when you look at what you're getting, with a land trade, you're only getting an acre and a half of wetlands. That's all you're getting. And, you know, I know if I was living there and I could look out and see beautiful trees, and that would be one of the reasons I'd move there.
I totally agree with you.
I don't think you're getting a lot of wetland. This was never meant to mitigate for wetland to start with. This conservation easement is an open space. It had nothing to do with wetlands. And everyone that moved there, I guess there's 18 acres there contiguous. They moved there knowing that's what they would see when they look out their window, not a bunch of more apartments and everything. And I would, if I lived there, I would be very, very upset. And you know, when you do put I know there's times when mitigation is more favorable to contiguous large areas and it doesn't affect anybody. Instead of having a couple acres where a frog couldn't live in, you're contiguous to a large body with wetland credits, and you get a bigger bang on wetlands. Here we're getting an acre and a half of wetlands, and we're affecting hundreds and hundreds of people that would rather have some open space. I think we control whether this perpetual easement that was put in place, whether it's released or not. I don't think it's Wellington that controls that. But I feel for all these residents, and I don't see us gaining, but an acre and a half of wetlands for affecting hundreds and hundreds of people that live there. I guess.
Is that true? It's only an acre and a half? I thought it was a bigger piece of land.
If I may, is it okay? The proposed exchange parcel hasn't been formally delineated. There are in excess of 3 acres of forested wetland there, and based on the field visit that I had with staff at the end of December, it's more likely that it's 50% wetland, 50% upland. It hasn't been formally agreed to where the actual wetland line is, and so it's certainly more than 1.5 acres. And the only other thing that comes to mind is that it is important to point out that all of the surrounding residents are in rental apartments. And so the choice of whether they're next to a wetland preserve or not is not the same as a homeowner who bought with the wetland preserve. If you'd like your apartment elsewhere, it seems you could go find somewhere else to get an apartment with. And so I do picture that a little different than a permanent, or, a single-family residence.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't even hear maybe there was, but I didn't hear a single caller who even said they lived in that apartment. Said they were residents of Wellington.
Mr. Steinle?
Well, whether you're a resident in an apartment or in a home, you're still a person. And I know if I was living in an apartment there, and one of the reasons I moved there is because there's some open space. I just don't see the district with much benefit. Maybe it's 2 acres of wetlands and 8 acres of uplands, but I don't believe. I just feel very strong that we're affecting an awful lot of people, and we're not getting really much for it.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinle?
Thanks. Yeah, and I think I just want to clarify too that there's additional acreage, but the qualification of that acreage, it's healthier, more functional wetlands. So that's the way I'm looking at it. Listen, I thank you for all of your comments, because I respect each one of your points. I mean, from a personal perspective, do I think Wellington is overdeveloped? Absolutely. But to Scott's point, that's not our job. So I think our job is definitely to safeguard and restore. Are we getting more? Are we able to do our job better with the DO in hand? I think so. What I'm more concerned about is this. It's not clear to me whether, again, it's the Village of Wellington's prerogative on the density of development and whether this goes forward. What I'm concerned is that if we approve this, it rubber stamps or it's used as an indication that it should then go ahead. So I guess my question would be, can we make, if we choose to vote to release, can we make, in addition to being conditional on the credits and the additional acreage, could it also be conditional on the support of the Village of Wellington approving it from a planning and zoning perspective? Is that a possibility?
Mr. Chair, I can respond to that if you.
Ms. Yancey?
Thank you. Chapter 373 provides that the governing board may release an easement, and it's upon the terms and conditions that the board determines. This is a proprietary decision that you face. It's within your discretion. Obviously, you can't abuse that discretion. So yes, I think you could condition, like the other conditions that are before you, you could condition it upon that type of approval.
Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Mr. Steinle, I think that's an interesting idea. Can you hold that for a second? Let me go to Ms. Needs. I'm going to come back to you.
Oh, whew. I just wanted to take my mask off. I don't really, no. Oh, boy, right? Oh, boy. So I was going to vote yes on this because I saw the exchange from, I told you, I'm good with this. And then the emails started coming. And to the people of Wellington, good for you. You know, you need to get your troops together, but you're a good lawyer. Now I'm really conflicted, and what I would like is I like that idea of coupling that and putting some of that on the county commission or the council or whatever, because I don't like doing away with green space, and my heart breaks for the animals that have no place else to go. This is their only 18 acres. It's not like they're going to go to the mall like the chickens and the roosters that we have in the Keys. But I would like to postpone it so that there are things that have come up that surprised me that I didn't know about. But if the will of this group is not to postpone it, I'm happy to vote on it today. I really like Mr. Steinle's idea of putting conditions, but it's up to you guys.
Look, I also like that idea. I believe that the commissioners of Wellington represent the people of Wellington and nobody else. And to me, it seems like the Village of Wellington has rallied a small army, and like you said, good for them. And they have
2,700.
They have voiced their opinions, and ultimately that decision is with those commissioners. I do think coupling it with the condition of that sort of approval makes sense, and it enables the representatives of the people to hear the people and to do the people's business. And our district includes Wellington, but it also includes a whole host of other people. And we got a big jurisdiction, and we got a lot, on our plate. So I'm also in that.
Thank you. I'm not seeing a whole lot of biting on the continuance idea, so I think we're probably going to move forward. And I just want to comment and say that I really appreciate Vice Chair Wagner and Mr. Steinle's thoughts. I drove over this morning thinking, why are we doing this? I've been a councilman as some of my colleagues up here. This is really a city planning and zoning type issue, but it's in our lap, unfortunately, because of we have this conservation easement. And then I think you're right. Our job is to look at the big picture and say, is this good for the district, the 9 million people we represent? And yeah, we're getting something. We're getting our 9 million people something out of it, understanding perfectly well that there's some in the Village of Wellington who don't like this. And honestly, I don't blame them. If I lived next door, I probably wouldn't like it either. But I honestly think that's that's a decision to be made by the Village of Wellington, who are their elected representatives, and I am not. And I think that those people have to stand for election. They have to make decisions and deal with the decisions they make. I think putting a condition on this, or making it conditional upon it being approved by the Village of Wellington, makes perfect sense. And I think that, Mr. Steinle, if you want to make a motion to that effect, and we'll come back to you, Mr. Olipich.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to be clear. I don't know what you all are proposing.
Okay.
So my comment was we're sort of in this position where it's possible and likely that if we release this easement, it will be used as support to support for this project going forward. It should be decoupled. What we're all saying is that this is, the issue of density of development and whether a construction project goes forward is not our issue. And so if we believe, as a board, if we vote that we're getting more and better quality wetlands than what we're releasing, and vote to approve it for that reason, it shouldn't be used as a broad-based approval of development of the space, which is what I fear it might be. So conditional on the Village of Wellington making their judgment, and then the release occurring.
I'm sorry.
Hang on a second.
I would like to say
I'm going to let
something.
Mr. Olipich go, and then we're going to hear from
Okay.
Mr. Martinez, and then we'll
So
continue.
first of all, no matter what we think, it's here for us. We are here to make a decision today. And I would think there is some legal premise that we don't get to sit up here and decide if it's decoupled or not, or what we want the Village of Wellington to do or anybody else to do. We have to vote on the decisions that come to our desk, just like I did when I was at the town of Souls Point, and some of them seem very far-fetched from what I'm normally thinking about, but if it comes here, this is our decision. We cannot push this off to the city of Wellington, and also, let's be real, it is giving it to them to decide they're going to develop those lands. No, that's what they're going to do. So, I mean, I think we have to, things in government have different levels, different separations of power, basically. We need to make a decision today. I'm going to make a decision to say no. And I'll leave it at that. People will vote as they wish. But, I don't think we should amend anything. I think we need to follow the law here. And I want the opportunity to say yes or no on this with my responsibility. I don't want to talk about
Clarify one thing.
Wellington.
Just to clarify one thing, I think that what Mr. Steinle is in fact trying to amend and put something in it will give you the absolute opportunity to say yay or nay. Okay, you will have an opportunity right now to say yes or no. Okay, if it's no and you get enough no's, it goes nowhere. Okay, if we say as a board, yes, there is a condition in there that it's conditional upon the Village of Wellington approving it. And I think what Mr. Steinle is saying is he does not want to give the impression to the Village of Wellington that our yes was just a blanket yes so that they could then rubber stamp the yes. It was, we say yes conditional upon the Village of Wellington saying yes. We are not giving them it's not a full, hey, we're giving you the full approval, because we do have concerns. I think all of us have heard these concerns, and I think every single one of us is empathetic about the people who live there, but we're also have a concern that that's not our jurisdiction, really. That's somebody
It is our
else's.
jurisdiction,
Absolutely.
and I know you're
It is
probably
not.
a Harvard lawyer, but we're sitting here right now. It is our jurisdiction.
Right. You can say yes or no on the conservation easement, but it is not our jurisdiction to decide density. That is the
But it
village
is
of-
our jurisdiction to decide whether we keep wetlands or not.
And we'll be able to do that. There's nothing that's being modified that's going to
Okay,
preclude you
I
from
guess
doing
I'm not seeing the bigger picture, and I apologize, and I'll try to see that.
We're going to have an opportunity to vote on it, yes or no. But it's, if it carries the day with yes, it goes under condition. We only saying yes on the condition that the Village of Wellington says yes.
Go through the planning process, that's a given.
But why is it a given? Can't Village of Wellington say no?
But it's gonna go through the process is what I meant, Vice Chair Wagner. This is our decision here, what's before us, and we all get that, I understand. But then, depending on that decision, the applicant will go through the process of the Village of Wellington, like a normal process, whatever they do, to get whatever project, and he'll take it from there. But that's not our worry or our concern, it's this.
Okay, yeah.
Can I say something?
Hang on, Mr. Martinez, I think you've had your hand up and you've been very patient.
I don't see his hand.
I know, I didn't see his hand either, but Charlie, if you're there, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jill, what rights do we have as a district by having this conservation
I
easement?
can't hear you, Charlie.
Okay, you can't hear me?
No, just get a little closer or get a little louder.
Okay, let me try. Can you hear me a little better now?
Perfect.
Okay, so my question is, by having this conservation easement, what rights do we have as an agency to go into this property? For example, let's say, and we wanted to improve the condition of those wetlands. Can we do it?
I'm probably going to have to defer to Carolyn. We have the right to go in and inspect, but this is privately owned property, so.
I would agree with that. I don't
Okay.
think the district retains the right to go in and alter the site we can inspect pursuant to the success criteria contained in the permit. But that would probably be about the extent of it.
Okay, so in essence, they can allow it to continue to decay as long as they keep the minimum of 5% of invasives. They can just let it sit there and it'll continue to decay. How do we know the adjacent 8 acres or so that are not being affected by this? Is the elevation of those acres different than these?
Are you referring to the other wetland areas on the property?
Yes, because I believe this is about 17 acres, so we're removing.
There's two other wetland areas included in this conservation easement, and they're pretty much all under the same hydrologically impacted situation.
Okay, so the adjacent, I call it the adjacent half to the north, that is not affected by this, that one will also continue to decay?
Ed, would you care to elaborate?
Sure. The portion that would remain under conservation within this wetland 5, it would be proposed, and it would, of course, would be part of the ERP, which is a separate process, but that is proposed to be the elevation lowered by 2 to 3 feet so that it actually does intersect with the control elevation and surface waters and would have long-term sustainable hydrology.
Ed, Ed, can you give like a, Ed, can you give, yeah, I mean, I think what you're saying is you're going to lower the elevation there so it functions more like a wetland, retains more water.
That's correct.
Okay.
And why don't you do that to all 17 acres and just leave it as is?
Well, we're currently in compliance with the permit, and so there isn't any reason or motivation to do it to the remainder.
Right. And so, you know, that's what has me a little bit in a pickle. Back in the 90s, this was part of the negotiations that the developer went through, that your client went through with all the owners in the area of Wellington in order to get that mall approved. And, you know, it seems like now here we are 20-something years later and you're going back and you want to change the deal. That bothers me a little bit. So, but ultimately our job is to figure out whether we're going to be better off by removing this conservation easement than if we don't. And I'm not sure that we are going to be better off by doing it, even though I know we get more acreage off site. But to me, this is much more valuable property. We can go and buy those other 10 acres out by Lake Okeechobee. That's pretty easy for us to do if we wanted to. We could never buy acres in the middle of an infill area, which obviously is so important to the owners there, to the homeowners in that area. So I'm very conflicted on this. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mr. Bergeron?
I think we got the cart before the horse. I think the developer should go to Wellington and see if Wellington, the city of Wellington, will approve something of this, and then let it come to us for consideration, and then that lets all of us, and I have a chance to go there and look at all of this as well, and we can have consideration for hundreds and hundreds of people that, whether they live in an apartment or not, there's still people that the quality of life thing that I think we need to be very careful about. And I really don't see the big benefit of this 10 acres and a couple of acres of wetlands. These wetlands are very easy to hydrate. Depends on where you direct the water. But it's still open space. And I think we shouldn't even consider this until they go and we get a recommendation from Wellington. They'd like to see another 200 or 300 apartments.
Ms. Ante, could you address that?
I guess as a general proposition, local governments are unable to condition their approval on something like this based upon our release of the conservation easement. So when they're reviewing it, they're saying to the applicant, you've got to get this conservation easement released before we'll consider, right? Now, whether they would give, sometimes local governments, and I've done a fair amount of land use and zoning work in my career, sometimes they will give conceptual approval through a review of the project and allow applicants to have an understanding that if, for instance, this were to be approved by the holder of the easement, that they would then be amenable to presenting it. It would meet the criteria, and they would consider, for instance, the rezoning, comp plan amendment, whatever is required. I don't know what Wellington's zoning codes and procedures say. I can't represent to you that I know what they say. It may be problematic for them. I'm sure it's equally as, they have an incentive to have other agencies go first for all the same reasons, right, politically. So I just can't tell you what they would ultimately do with that type of suggestion.
Chairman, can I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
I make a motion that we vote on this item as it stands without any changes, unless, Mr. Simley, would you, I'd like to see if there's a second for just voting on it as it stands. Right.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Hearing none, the motion dies. Thank you. Mr. Simley, would you like to make a motion?
Can I make a motion to Ron address, I think, what you're talking about too, which I hope is this resolution conditional not just on additional net gain of protected functioning wetlands and mitigation credits, but also the Village of Wellington approving from a planning and zoning perspective. Carolyn, I don't know if that's the right language, but that's the motion I'd like to make.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. We'll go
Can
to,
I ask a question about what that means?
you may.
Yeah.
I'm playing with my microphone, I'm sorry. So a yes, I understand what a yes means, but a no vote means that it dies here. Okay, thank you.
Can you explain the first part of your motion?
It's already in the
first 2 points.
It's already in
Okay, I thought you were.
the other. Sorry, I'm not revising the two conditions. I'm adding the third.
Okay, so the only condition you're adding is the approval of Village of
That's
Wellington.
correct. Yeah.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
For me to vote for this, it would have to be that we would consider it if Wellington, the city of Wellington would want to change that area to apartments or whatever they're going to build.
I think that's.
Otherwise, I don't want to make a decision.
I think that's exactly what Mr. Steinley's motion
Consider?
does.
We would consider.
No, it says that we would approve it if Wellington approves it.
Yeah.
So basically, if Wellington says yes,
Yeah.
then we have said yes.
Look, I think for
That's the motion.
for the purpose of speed, it seems like it's a moot point based on the indications here. So, I mean, maybe we can proceed.
You want me to call the question?
Yeah.
I understand.
Well,
We have a motion on the floor.
the motion on the floor is from Jay, which I've seconded. Is this consideration that's in the language plus the third condition, which is that it obtains the approval, planning and density, with respect to the Village of Wellington?
Correct.
I'm sorry, but I cannot vote on this unless I can see it in writing. And so I'd like Sean to put that in writing for me so I can see what I'm voting on. Thank you.
It's exactly as it is.
Okay, I'm making a request to see in writing
Right.
what we're voting on.
Is that something we can?
So why don't we get Carolyn to write down the third clause, and we'll come back to this vote after the next agenda item?
Why don't you take a 2-minute break?
You want to do a 2-minute break?
Right. It's just one sentence, right?
Right.
Carolyn can write fast.
Do you want it on the screen or do you want it on my legal pad?
Jackie, how would you like to see it?
I would like to see it on the screen. If that's too much to ask, you can bring it to me.
Can
and
you
I'll
add it
read
to the PowerPoint?
on a piece of paper.
Thank you. We'll take a,
And I think it's fair for the public to see it too. That's why
Miss-
we're doing this.
we'll take a 2-minute recess.
Mr.
and
Chair,
I'll
could
read
I-
it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I
Martinez,
ask?
go ahead.
Yes, so as it's presented the motion, if the city of Wellington denies the applicant their zoning, does our conservation easement stay in place?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, nothing changes. We'll go ahead and announce an end to the break. Thanks, staff, very much for putting that third condition on the screen. Charlie, can you see that?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
I want to give everyone a second or two to read it. I'm sorry, Rosie?
Mr. Chairman, the screen is up for those participating by Zoom.
Thank you. So we have, there are three conditions. The first two did not change. The third is a new condition. I have a motion and I have a second on the floor. We've had some discussion. I'd like to know if there's further discussion. If there's further discussion, now's the time.
Well, I definitely will vote against it based upon the way this is structured. I would consider, if it passes, but I would consider it if Wellington made their decision subject to our approval, contingent upon. That gives me time to go look at it in a personal way and take into consideration the impact to people that live there.
Okay.
But other than that, I'm definitely against it.
Thank you, Ms. Bergeron. Any further discussion? I'm going to call that question. Mr. Steinle? Yes. Mr. Bergeron?
No.
Mr. Lipich?
No.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
No.
Ms. Meads?
No.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
That's a split vote, which means the motion does not pass. Thank you.
Go home yet? No. There he is.
Yeah.
Let's move to a less,
The next item is item number 25, Lake Okeechobee Water Restoration Project. Ms. Reynolds, thank you for putting on green today.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. Thank you for the opportunity to present this as the last discussion item for the day. So this agenda item is about aquifer storage and recovery wells. So the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, CERP, has always had as part of that program the idea that we would incorporate aquifer storage and recovery wells as part of the storage solution to the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. And where this was first conceived and applied to the CERP program was in the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project Plan. And the state legislature provided appropriations to the district to move forward with ASR as part of the Lake Okeechobee plan, and we've received $100 million in appropriations in order to move forward. That's ahead of congressional authorization of the actual plan, which is anticipated in the 2022 WRDA. And so what the district has done has moved forward with a phased implementation of aquifer storage and recovery. And this is based on a regional plan that was already conducted by the Corps and the district, as well as some pilot wells and information that we've gathered from that. The district had an item that was brought to you back in November that had to do with one of the early phases of this program, as well as the science plan. And I'm going to put that all together throughout this presentation and give you just an overview and remind everyone again of what's ASR all about, how does it fit in, what are the phases that we are using to implement the program, and what's before you today. So the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan, this is a recommended plan. It includes ASR, which is included on this slide as the conceptual circles. Those are where ASR clusters are planned as part of the recommended plan. And each cluster could include from 4 to 10 wells as a conceptual cluster. And the recommended plan included 80 aquifer storage and recovery wells. So let me go back one slide. I wanted to clarify something about the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan and how ASR was conceived as part of the Yellow Book plan. And so ASR doesn't capture large flow events. It's not an escape hatch for when it's raining really hard. That's not how ASR works. Instead, it works like a daily habit. So when you walk in from work and you drop the change out of your pocket in the jar, and over the course of a year or two, you can save up for a really expensive vacation or a new refrigerator or some other big purchase. That's more like how ASR works.
So this will not help in a high flow event?
It doesn't help in the high flow events, except that it provides flexibility throughout the system in terms of operations. It helps manage lake levels, and it provides assurances for water supply. So over time, it certainly helps the same way that projects throughout the system help, because it creates flexibility in how we manage the 52 to 60 inches of water that fall from the sky every year. And so it's one of the tools in the toolbox. And so you'll see that these circles are located very close to the lake. Why is that? It's because that's where water is available for the longest part of the year. So there's always water availability, and so these circles are located along primary canals that can receive water year-round from those canals, and in some cases even draw directly from the lake. And so that's why they're located here and how they work in conjunction with the other storage that's available throughout the SERP plan. So let's review what an ASR well is and how we're approaching the challenge of building them. So how does an ASR well work? We draw water, surface water, and it goes into the well and down into the aquifer, pushing the water that's in the aquifer and creating a bubble. And so the aquifer acts like a porous sponge, and as water is pushed down into the aquifer, it creates a bubble underground. And so that's the recharge. We're recharging the aquifer with surface water. It's stored there in that bubble until we decide to recover it, and then that well pumps the water out of that bubble and is returned to surface water. And so where are we talking about? We're talking about on the other side of this slide, the upper Floridan aquifer and the Avon Park permeable zone, also annotated on the slide as the middle Floridan aquifer. Those are the two areas that are suitable for ASR wells in this vicinity. So we've broken ASR down into 6 steps. And this is just to sort of bucket the activities that it takes to build an ASR cluster to make it a little bit easier to understand. And so these first 3 steps really determine the feasibility of a well at the site that we're considering. So the first step is site evaluation and selection. Where can we put a cluster so that you have water availability and we can access the aquifer? You'll see in the first picture here, that's not always as easy as it may appear. There's a lot of little yellow circles on that picture. That's 109 gopher tortoises that we found on this site and had to relocate to our gopher tortoise refugium, the spa for our gopher tortoises, where they can live out their days and play pinochle. On the second picture there, that's the continuous coring. This is the $14 million contract that the board approved so that we can do underground survey work. What's underneath the ground, and is the aquifer suitable for ASR? The third phase, and that we'll talk about at much greater detail later in the presentation, is the exploratory test well drilling. That's the difference between a 6-inch continuous core in step 2 and a 36-inch well, hole in the ground, that becomes an ASR well in the future. The purpose of the exploratory test well drilling is to determine if we can really receive water from the aquifer where this well is, understand the pressure that would be required to make the well work, and help us to design both the wells, the well clusters, and also the treatment facility that would be required. So that would take us then to step 4, which is the design, permitting, and actual construction of an ASR cluster. That would include the treatment facility required, and I'll talk about that in a subsequent slide. And then we would move to step 5, which is cycle testing. That's putting water into the ground and recovering the water and making sure that we understand and can answer the uncertainties associated with how the water reacts in the aquifer, its chemical makeup, the pressures associated, how bubbles interact underneath the ground with one another, and those types of questions that are part of our science plan. And then step 6 would be to operate and maintain the feasible wells in operation and use them as part of our operational flexibility throughout the system. So after site selection, we have the continuous coring, and we are already doing this portion of ASR in some of our locations. So we're drilling a 6-inch continuous core, taking a look at what comes out of the ground and understanding what's beneath the surface. Here are some samples of those continuous cores, and just for you to have an idea of what it looks like and what type of information our hydrogeologists can obtain. And then we use this information to provide to the well drillers so that they know where the best place is to target those wells in order to make sure that the well is sited in the aquifer that we want to push the water into. I'm going to skip the well drilling for just a moment and talk to you about treatment, but I'm going to come back to the exploratory test wells in just a couple of slides. The reason that I'm bringing this up is because part of the requirement and part of the things that we don't know enough about is the treatment required in order to put the water into the aquifer. This is potentially a very expensive part of ASR. It has permitting requirements, it has some uncertainty to it, and this is one of the areas that our stakeholders have a lot of concerns. They're concerned about pushing water into the aquifer, and they want to make sure that we're doing it right. And we want to make sure that we're doing it right too. And so one of the things that staff is working on right now is we are developing a scope for a proof of concept for a treatment train that will meet permitting requirements as well as prevent any fouling or plugging up of the aquifer as we would implement ASR moving forward. And we're looking at being able to implement a proof of concept using some different technologies so that we can evaluate them late this summer or early fall. In addition, we talked at a previous board meeting back in November about our ASR science plan. We have the draft science plan out for public review. It is also being reviewed by the Corps of Engineers and other technical experts. We have enlisted the help of an independent peer panel that also has provided comment on our ASR science plan. And that public comment period is open until the 22nd of March. And so we will take the comments that we've received, incorporate those into the draft science plan, and then we will move forward with updating our science plan annually to incorporate all of the science that we are obtaining from our processes as we move through the phased implementation of the ASR program. So that brings us to construction of the exploratory test wells. So this is step 3 of the process. This is actually drilling a pair of wells, one into the upper Floridan aquifer and one into the Avon Park permeable zone, plus the associated monitoring wells. So I mentioned that we did continuous cores at some of the sites. I'm going to show you a plan view of what one of the sites looks like. So this is what a site can look like. And I know that this is kind of small, but I wanted to be able to get the entire well pair and the associated monitoring on one slide. And so what you can see here is that you have a pair of wells that would be drilled as part of this potential contract. So this is construction of exploratory test wells is a pair of wells, one in the upper Floridan aquifer and one in the Avon Park permeable zone. The coring that was already conducted has been transitioned to a dual zone monitoring well. So we're monitoring both of those aquifers. And then additional monitoring is also put in place as part of this contract. And that is to make sure that we can evaluate the impacts of recovering water out of the aquifer in real time, monitoring it at the same time from other points adjacent to and impacted by those potential activities. And so they're at different distances from the wells, and I can't go into great detail about how those distances are selected, but I know that our hydrogeologists can. In addition to actually drilling and monitoring the wells, what are they monitoring? They're monitoring the testing. And so they're monitoring the testing during construction, and that has to do with a lot of samples that we are receiving and evaluating during the construction itself of the wells. And then also the aquifer testing following construction. And so these are the types of testing that's conducted in terms of constant pumping rate and then simultaneous monitoring of the effects that we see in the aquifer at the different monitoring locations. And so that's all incorporated into this contract. And so we have two contracts, and this agenda item actually has three parts. There are two contracts, one at the C38 South site, one at the C38 North site, and then a third item that I'll explain after I go through these bid summaries on the first two contracts. So the first two contracts are almost identical, but in different locations. They include a pair of wells plus the associated monitoring and the associated aquifer testing following construction. So we put out two bids, one for the C38 North, and in both cases, we received 4 bids from the same 4 companies, and the low bid was the same contractor for both of the bids. And so this is a resolution to enter into an agreement with Florida Design Drilling Corporation, one for the 38 South site and one for the 38 North site. This, I'm going to just flip through these so you can see them both, because it's easier, I think, to talk about them at the same time. So the 38 North site, the bid amount was $7.9 million, and the 38. I'm going to let you drive. Yeah, so the 38 South site was $7 million. The 38 North site is $7.9 million. Again, it's the same contractor, Florida Design Drilling Corporation. And so there's a resolution for each of those contracts to enter into those contracts to do the well pair drilling with the associated monitoring. The third resolution, which now I'm afraid I'm screwing this up. Yes. Thanks. So the third resolution is to request approval from the board for us to be able to negotiate change orders to those two contracts, as well as to potentially put an additional bid out on the street to attract another company to assist with future well drilling. And so the reason that this is important is we have talked to the low bidder on the projects, and Florida Design Drilling Corporation is capable of doing the work for the two sites simultaneously. So they can do concurrent work on those two sites. But adding additional drills is not part of their current contracts. And there are only so many companies in Florida and in fact in the Southeast region that can do this work. And so if we want to add additional wells to the sites, it may be necessary for us to enlist the support from additional companies depending on the timing. And so as we move through the science plan and determine that we may need additional information in order to inform our design by adding, say, another well pair at one of the sites to completely understand how the water bubbles underneath the ground are interacting with one another, it may be appropriate for us to try and get that work moving at the same time as the testing is being conducted. And so with this resolution, it would afford the staff through your authority and approval by the executive director to enter into another contract with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, so the same procurement process, but would not require us to come back to the board for each well pair. And so I know it's a little bit confusing, and so I hope that I explained that adequately, but I'd be happy to take your question.
Thanks. Well, before we go to questions, I think we're going to do public comment. So let's go ahead and do. Are we doing public comment on each of these? Or let's take public comment on all three of them. It would be nice so we just do once.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have some hands raised. I'm going to start with Drew Martin, followed by Newton Cook, and then Nyla Pipes.
Hello, this is Drew Martin. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Martin.
I have a lot of concerns about the ASR process, and it's a very expensive process. And my concerns are about the contamination of the aquifer by, pumping surface water down into the ground and bringing contaminants into the ground. I also have listened to Mark Perry, and really doesn't seem like we're going to really be able to facilitate water during periods when we really need to get rid of water because of the fact that you just can't pump that much into a well. The other concern I have is that it's the energy intensive, and I'm concerned about just the operational expense. So I just am concerned about this whole process because of the expense and the fact that I'm not sure it's really going to work in the end, and it's costing a lot of money to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. The next speaker on items 25A, B, and C is Newton Cook, followed by Nyla Pipes, and then Matthew Schwartz.
Yes, thank you. Newton Cook here. This is an old subject. It went around the old rack half a dozen times. I've supported these ASRs because they give the colonel a little bit of flexibility in keeping the lake level a little lower, with the confidence that if he needs the water, if a drought comes along, he can add the water back out of these wells. They're expensive. They are not very efficient. And it's real questionable, quite frankly, about how effective they will be. The only way you're going to stop the discharges to the estuaries is to remove the water to sea from the system north of the lake. The only wells that you can turn on and off at the switch will not cost you a dime, except when you turn them on when there's excessive water coming down the system from a storm. In January 2016, about 18,000 CFS were coming down the Kissimmee River. If the deep injection wells had been there, you could have hit the switch and immediately 9,000 CFS would have been removed from the system. If you look at the highest levels, you sent out the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie, you will see it's 6,000 CFS going out the Caloosahatchee and about 3,000 CFS going out to St. Lucie at the very worst during Irma or any storm. So while we are not putting 300 cheaper, less expensive, never turned on except when they're needed, deep injection wells, 200 of them already operating in Florida, FDEP is happy. The water goes directly to the same ocean that it goes to now, except it goes out the estuaries and blows out the estuaries. A simple, cheap, and effective way to stop the discharges to the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee. Deep injection wells, cheap, turn them on when you need them, turn them off when you don't. FDEP already has 100 of them running. No worry about polluting drinking water aquifers, just taking river water, sending it to the same ocean that it goes to today, but it does not destroy the estuaries. Until this method is put in place north of the lake will always get high and the estuaries will be destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Nyla Pipes, you're recognized to speak, followed by Matthew Schwartz.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. From the very beginning of SERP, we knew the ASR wells were going to be part of the equation. We also know, based upon many meetings and lots of modeling and lots of looking at this, that the flexibility that these ASR wells will help with the estuary problems that we face. No, they're not a water in, water out solution, but they do provide the flexibility we need. So for instance, right now where we have a lake too high, we don't have a lot of rainfall happening, it's all going down the estuary. Whereas if we have those ASR wells, we could be creating more space in the lake. As to the questions about the cleanliness of the water that we will be putting down, I'm glad we're answering all these questions. I'm glad that we're going about all of this in a phased, highly monitored scientific approach. But I find it rather disingenuous that some of the people who are against ASR don't say a peep for, I don't know, the ASR wells that are going in the city of Stuart to deal with their brine from their reverse osmosis system. So let's not be hypocritical in the way that we approach these conversations. We are still just talking about surface water from the Kissimmee, for instance, which is far better than a brine solution from, taking seawater and turning it into drinking water. I'm in support of this. The people that support One Florida are in support of this, our constituents. There's a lot more support for this out here than I think a lot of people realize. And it's not new technology. It is used every day in the state of Florida, all over the place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Our next speaker is Matthew Schwartz, followed by Eve Samples.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commission. Could you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Schwartz.
Okay, great. So I wasn't really intending to speak on this issue today, but I'm here, and it is an issue that has come up a lot. I think in the comments I'm hearing, there's a little bit of mingling of ASR and deep well injection. Deep well injection is, of course, what we do with our wastewater. We chuck it down into the boulder zone. That's, I think, what Newton was referring to. And from the boulder zone, it finds its way out into the Atlantic Ocean in a very mysterious part of our underground water supply, that deep cavernous area called the boulder zone. Here in ASR, we're talking about aquifer storage and recovery, putting water into a surface layer that could be recovered later on. But my feelings about this is basically the same as about the reservoir. The EAA reservoir is a different, as a kind of hydroengineered solution to the Everglades. It's storage. And I'll again quote Newton, who used to say, you can't store your way out of the problem. I agree with that. And I've been opposed to the EAA reservoir for the same reason. First of all, and let's talk about the reservoir for a moment. My big concern, you're pouring water into it during the wet season. You can't release it because the STAs are all full. Here you're going to be pouring water into the aquifer storage and recovery holes. You can pour water down there and possibly, I'm not sure of the technology yet, whether you can recover this water safely. I remember there used to be issues about arsenic, that the water would be picking up heavy metals and not be usable. Possibly that's been dealt with. But the money that's being poured into these hydroengineering projects, billions and billions of dollars, should have been used for the acquisition of farmland to restore natural wetlands. That's what we support. And I think if you talk to the general public, what is Everglades restoration? And you show them a map of the historic Everglades and you show them a map of the Everglades as it is today, they're expecting the flow of water from the Kissimmee chain of lakes down through the Kissimmee River, Kissimmee Valley, into Lake Okeechobee, down through the Everglades and out into Florida Bay. And that's the system they'd like restored. And to the extent possible, we do have the land that could restore a lot of that. We do have the farmlands. We do have the pastures. We have all kinds of land available to bring back as much as possible, that flow. But we keep finding ways not to do that, to spend lots of money on this hydroengineering instead of the acquisition of wetlands. We say we can't use eminent domain. That's something that could be changed. We can use eminent domain. We can just make sure that eminent domain is on the table, start acquiring those flowways and bring back the Everglades to the extent we can that used to be there. I'm opposed to the ASR project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Eve Samples, you're recognized to speak.
Good afternoon, Governing Board members. I just want to thank you for the mission statement you crafted a couple of years ago, I guess it was. I know it came up earlier today, to safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems. And I think that's a common sense mission statement that's grounded in what's right. And so many of these seemingly complicated Everglades restoration issues need to be guided by common sense and what's right. So that brings me to the topic at hand, ASR wells, long debated. They will not solve Everglades restoration because the capacity is not there. They can't outstore the discharges east and west, and they don't reconnect the lake to the southern end of the system. So capacity is one of the problems. There are two more. The expense, as was just outlined, is immense and not fully known, and the potential for contamination remains concerning. So thank you for taking my comments again today, and I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Mr. Chairman, that was our last public commenter for this item.
Thank you all for your public comments. I appreciate it. Is there any board comment on this? Mr. Lipich?
Ms. Reynolds, I just wanted to thank you for the way that you presented today. It made a lot of sense to me. And I did not support ARS wells. Sorry, I always mess it up. ASR wells when they came up last time. I'm going to support this today. And the main reason I'm going to support this today is because this is coming from our state legislature, and I understand also that I think there was a lot of support for the EAA reservoir, and there was a certain time where I was very frightened that maybe the wells would replace the reservoir. I do not think that is going to happen at all. I think what is going to happen now is it's going to be full bore for everything, especially including the EAA reservoir, which is why I'm here. And I know that's Governor DeSantis's #1 goal. That's our goal. So I think this may not be ideal, but I think it is part of the puzzle of working together and supporting each other, even when we don't totally understand each other. And I want to be part of that. And so I know some people won't understand why I've made this decision, but I just want to say for the record that I've thought on it long and hard and had many long conversations about it. And in the long run, I think this is going to help the EAA reservoir, and it is going to help people north of the lake. And I want to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Solovich. I've got a quick question regarding capacity. I watched the presentation of Drew up in Tallahassee the other day. It was an excellent job, and thank you very much for doing that on behalf of the district. You represented us well. And the presentation before yours had a gentleman, I think from the ASR world, who said something along the lines of there's over 400,000 acre feet, 400,000 acre feet of storage capacity in these 10 clusters. And I was just wondering, is that a number that we're embracing, or is that something that it seems like a lot to me, and I just wanted to know, where are we with what our capacity is going to be storage-wise?
So that number is the number from the report. So in the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Project report, that number was derived by operating all of the ASR wells simultaneously for every day of the year. And so if you ran every one of the 80 ASR wells for the entire year, that's the number that you'd get. It's a little over 400,000 acre feet of storage.
Is that in our current operational plan?
So we think that realistically, the number is closer to maybe 175,000 acre feet on an average annual basis, based on average annual rainfall and use.
Great. Thank you very much. That's helpful.
And is that number, Jennifer, based on how many clusters, the 10 or the 13?
That
the
number,
last?
the 175, I believe that number is based actually on 65 wells instead of 80 wells.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I just wanted to clarify that.
Can I?
Yeah. Vice Chair?
The proposed amount of water that we would be able to reserve effectively over time, right? This is the daily habit thing, right? So it's not just how does that, have you calculated or have we calculated how that would affect where we could operate lake stage? So like you say to yourself, okay, right now we have people that aren't, entitled to, we have stakeholders that water supply issues and whatnot. We're reserving more north of the lake before it gets in the lake. Therefore, we can operate safely with a supply at a lake stage that presumably lower than we would now, because you have a reserve north of the lake you can feed into the lake. Have we modeled out at this point, or I mean, are we even there yet, or do we have an idea like, oh, this will let us operate the lake a little bit lower, and that number is X, or?
So what we modeled when we did the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan was they called it LORS plus plus. And so it was starting with the LORS schedule, but then making some modifications in order to try to achieve the benefits of the project, which included reducing discharges to the estuaries, improving the lake health, and improving the water supply availability. And so it looked at balancing all of those things. And so, so it did modify the schedule. And so I think those kinds of modeling efforts is what we're going through in LOSOM. And so working in tandem with what's going on with LOSOM will help us to understand and clarify the amount of storage or the benefits of storage from the ASR wells in the Lake Okeechobee project.
Thank you.
Is there any further questions? Mr. Bergeron?
So these test wells will help you figure out all these different benefits to storing water in the aquifer and being able to retrieve that water for water supply and for the Everglades.
It's really just the next step. So we've got several more steps to do before we can really understand that better. And so with these test wells, we're not going to be putting water into the aquifer yet. We won't do that until after we build treatment facilities. So these wells will only retrieve water from the aquifer, help us understand that recharge rate, help us to understand the design that would be required for a treatment facility, as well as the design of the additional well pairs that would make up a cluster. And so until we really build out a cluster with the treatment and are able to test those in that test cycle process, that's when we'll really start to be able to answer more of those uncertainties that you're talking about. So we're a little ways away from that yet, but this is the next step.
But in order to figure that out, you need the test wells.
We do.
And you'll be able to determine how much water you can put down, and and determine what we can retrieve back out, what percentage of that water.
We can start understanding that, yes.
Before we actually put water down, we'll understand that the water is clean, safe, and
yes.
Okay.
I've got one more question. Your engineering estimates were considerably lower than our bids. Is there a reason across the board for that?
So that there is a reason for that. We looked into that, and what we discovered is this is another project that we were moving quickly on, and we the engineer estimates that we provided in the bid packages did not include all of the overhead costs and the costs associated with managing the construction. So the staff activities that the contractor would require in order to actually be able to do the work were not included in the engineer estimate. We revised our numbers to compare before we recommended these bids to the board, and the updated engineer estimates were much closer to the bid amounts.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Further questions by the board? If not, above a motion on 2021-310.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion. Is there a second? And a second. Is there further discussion? If not, I'll call that question. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. The next item is Resolution 2021-311. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion by board? Seeing none, I'll call that question. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you. And the last one of these is 2021-312. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion in 2 seconds. Thank you. Is there further discussion? I'm seeing none. I'll call that question. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
All right. That passes unanimously also. Thank you very much. That's done. It for discussion, and we've moved on to staff reports at 5:20. Oh, they're over there. Where'd you go?
Quick.
Ms. Smith for Ms. Heater.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair and governing board members. I'm happy to present this month's financial report. The monthly financial statement in your packet and that will be posted on the website is through the month of January 31st, 2021. Some revenue highlights. The major highlight is that we collected $98 million during the month of January. Of that $98 million, $95 million is from state appropriated funds for Everglades restoration as reimbursements from DEP. This also includes $64 million appropriated to us for the EAA STA from the 21 appropriation. The ad valorem taxes show a decrease of $105,000 and the reserves a decrease of $1.3 million, and these are both related to accruals, which is accruing back from the current year to the prior year for revenues and or services related to the fiscal year 20, but received in fiscal year 21. On the expenditure side, we expended $35 million in January and encumbered through executed purchase orders $114 million, mostly in restoration and O&M. And we are 46.1% obligated, and we're at the 33.3% mark of the fiscal year. So staff are executing. That's all I have for you, Chair.
No question about that. Are there any questions or discussion? Ms. Heater's report is delivered by Ms. Smith. Thank you very much. Ms. Sante?
I'm happy to report I have no report.
I'm happy to hear that you have no report. Thank you, Ms. Sante. Executive Director Bartlett.
And I'm sorry to report that I have a slideshow. I'm happy to provide this to you, and Ms. Olipich, attends the 16 county coalition meetings, and she sees a PowerPoint given by Mr. Shirkey on all the things that are happening around the district, and it's really kind of a treat to watch, quite frankly. And so I brought this to you so you can see kind of it's a reflection on everything going on, if you will, from a project standpoint. And so I would like to present that to you with fewer slides. Alan Shirkey has great knowledge and detail, which I do not. So I boiled it down a little bit for you. And so I'll go through this fairly quickly.
C-44 Reservoir in Estadé. So this is what he does. He gives all the county commissioners that are there an update on all the projects. This one you know, and I think a lot of these you know because you're in this business. But look at this. I mean, look at that. The last dates are 2021, right? So that's this year. And so we've got our STAs complete. You heard about that. And the reservoir is going to be complete this year and start getting filled this year. That's a completed CERT project. And everyone here has heard the joke of how many CERT projects have been done so far since 2000, right? So that is kind of exciting. And then in the same area, a little update on the interconnect between C-23 and C-44 to intercept damaging discharges going out of the C-23 into the St. Lucie estuary. So we did our preliminary design in September. As you know, we purchased the land, and it goes from the upper left of the picture to the lower right along an FP&L easement. And we decided to put the canal by an FP&L easement, so they weren't putting it through natural lands or any other areas, but through something that's already got industrialization on it. And so we bought the land to the north of Martin Highway, and it's going to go down all the way to the reservoir. And so right now, it's a complicated design because there are a lot of easements along that way. You have to go through a road, and there's a lot of property things that you have to overcome. So the design is going to go this year and next year with a construction award in 2022 and have it done in 2025. Let's move over to the C-43 West Basin Storage Reservoir. Here you have the inflow pump station, which was a separate contract for $60 million. It started in 2018. That is going to be completed May of 2022 at 67% complete. And if you think our pump stations are simple pumps, look at the picture on the right and you see the conduits going all throughout that system. These are very highly sophisticated pumps with lots of feedback mechanisms that we can control because they move so much water. So look at that thing. It is underway, 2022. And then check out that. That's a berm on the left. So if you see the picture, it's on the southwest side of the C-43. That's a proof of concept berm. That's my word. It's probably not the correct word. Just to look at settling and to see if it's going to work. And then if you look right next to it, you see a nice seepage canal that's constructed. And then you keep moving down and you see the makings of a berm going, down the southwest side with the seepage canal going around it. And then you see the culvert in the upper right. That's a culvert also getting built. So you see progress in construction. These are the pictures Alan shows that you don't get to see every day, right? And let's talk about the EAA Reservoir project. And this is just the stormwater treatment area. It's well underway, right? We got the contracts executed, we got the funding, and they're out there working. If you've been there, you've seen that. It's a really impressive construction project going on. But really, I wanted to talk to you about the EAA Reservoir. The Corps does have the budget to do its first contract award this fiscal year in 2021 by October 1st of 2021. And you saw the letter that I sent to the Corps saying, we've got the land, we've got the water reserved, we're ready to sign a PPA when you are. And the reason I sent that letter is, and I suggested by June, because in order for the Corps to award their contract in October, they need a PPA in June, right? I did get a letter yesterday from the Corps, gave you a copy, and it kind of reveals the reason I sent that letter, and that is that if we are signing a template project partnership agreement, the Atlanta District, Jason Kelly signs that. In his letter, he did tell us that it has been pulled to the Assistant Secretary of the Army for approval of that project partnership agreement. So there are words they're adding to that project partnership agreement that we just got yesterday. And we're just still reviewing that to make sure that there's no monkey business, if you will, because we want to make sure that this project, as you know, it's a top priority for us. We'll be able to use it, we'll be able to build it, and without delay.
So can I ask you a question? And it's not meant to be snide at all, but is there an Assistant Secretary of the Army right now?
There is not. Colonel, do you want to go ahead?
Colonel, I'd love to know sort of the process, if there is acting.
Yes, sir, acting.
Thank you. Is it somebody we know, or?
Sir, he's been in the ASA office for a few years now. He is acting They nominated a primary deputy and awaiting his arrival. He just hasn't arrived yet. And then the next step is to nominate an actual assistant secretary.
Great. Thanks, Colonel.
And if you ever met Ryan Fisher, he was the primary deputy of the previous administration. So I'll keep you posted on that. I don't know, Colonel, if with an ASA review, is there any change in timeline with ASA type review?
Timeline? Sure. Yeah. Anything that goes to the ASA always just requires a little more coordination. We are absolutely committed to getting our first construction in 2021. So we're pressing hard, and we'll keep updating.
Thank you. So that's the relevance of my letter and the response letter. So we will keep pressing forward on the EA Reservoir project.
Is there any rhyme or reason why it gets pulled to the ASA?
So that the ASA can add more language or change the language of the partnership agreement.
But is that something that's common and always happens, or is that kind of like, oh, great, we're going to the ASA?
I feel like this project is special.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Sir, typically critical projects with this much visibility end up with the ASA for review, and since it went through the 1308 process and a 203, this is one that kind of works that way. We've got significant press forward. We think it's going to be great.
All right, we'll keep you posted on that one. This is one we have not talked about much, and in the Central Everglades project, there is a component called SEP North. The EA Reservoir project is part of SEP New Water, and SEP North is really where we make more natural flow go from the EAA into the northern part of the Everglades. And so that area that yellow line is the area along the southern half of the EAA, which is south of the STAs and Rotenberger and Holy Land. And it really basically has a single outlet in the Water Conservation Area 3A. So the idea of SEP North is to punch holes in the levee along there so you have more sheet flow coming into 3A. So we are actually in design right now for reconstructing that in this fiscal year, and looking to do a construction award in next fiscal year for starting that project as well. And then that would be a 3-year project, so then you have better flow going into the conservation areas. And I think it opens up more conveyance capacity going in as well, because you're going to have more water with the reservoir. So it's also an important component of the Central Everglades. And then this is just kind of a recap, I think, of what we all know on the southern end of the system, where that picture on the top is it's 2 structures. One is the S333, and the other one is the S333 North, doubling the capacity to send water from Conservation Area 3A into Everglades National Park. The structure on the right is 333 North. It's a brand new, beautiful structure. It gleams and shines. It's just really nice to see. And it is in operation right now. Water is flowing through it. And then on the lower right, you see the new bridges. Mr. Bergeron gave you an update on raising the rest of Tamiami Trail. So water can move out of L29 very well, and that is why we need the lower left, a seepage wall, which you guys approved today. So work is happening everywhere. And then you just got an update on the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Project and the ASR components that we're doing, so I won't go over that. What I will tell you is you saw that I got a letter from Colonel Kelly asking our help to relook at the benefits of the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project without the wetland attenuation feature. And the wetland attenuation feature did have some controversy and some concerns from local governments and the Seminole Tribe. And so the Corps is interested in finding out, what are the benefits of it, what does it look like without that feature in it. As they went through their DC review, it ran into some challenges, and so they're trying to relook at it. I did send a letter back saying, of course, we'll help you. We're partners in SERP, but expressed that we are interested in making sure that as we are investing in the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, it gets recognized as a CERP project, and so authorization in 2022 is still important because if we, as we are investing, it's important for us to get cost share credit on the ledger under CERP. And so we'll be helping develop a schedule for that review, which will also include relooking at costs and what it would cost under LOPE. So we'll keep you posted on that, but we're looking at a quick turnaround on that. I mean, quick being within a year or so. And you've heard all about aquifer storage and recovery. So other major restoration projects around the district with respect to Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands. So as you know, we certified the land for the L31 flowway to the Corps. So we're still getting land ready for the project for them to issue their construction contract by removing derelict vehicles and so forth off of the land. So that project is well underway. But our project that we are building is the Cutler Flowway, and that is under design right now, and that's in the picture on the left, which is basically creating sheet flow through those wetlands. That is under design right now, and we expect to issue a contract at the beginning of calendar year 2022 for the construction of those rehydrated wetlands. Ms. Roman, Colonel Roman gave you an update on Picayune Strand. We were out there with her, and the tractors were moving to start backfilling those canals. A very exciting project. We are right next to a pump station that we are maintaining. It's a massive pump station that we're just maintaining and making sure the engines still work until we can really turn them on. Yep, 3 massive pump stations. And then, of course, the Kissimmee River restoration, which should be done this year. Is that what I'm hearing, Colonel? This year on Kissimmee River restoration?
May.
Yeah, how about that? So it's very exciting, all these things. And it's nice to kind of walk through the district and see that stuff is happening everywhere. And Governor DeSantis, I mean, with his leadership and all the budget he's pushed through and the expectations he's put on us, you know, we just didn't want to disappoint there, and so it doesn't look like we have. And I appreciate it, Mr. Wagner, and we did it through COVID. So that's my executive director's report, and I got one more thing to show you, but I'll take any questions.
Is there any questions?
No, it's great working for you.
I just want to say thank you for doing it like that. I think it really, and for the public too, to just see how much is going on. And I mean, it's so exciting. And it's people before us for sure, and now here we are, but we have to keep this moving forward. We cannot let what might happen this summer, I hope not, but I mean, we just have to keep pushing forward. We are making progress for the estuaries, and I think for everywhere else.
Yeah.
Thank you for showing everything that's happening.
Yes, happy to do it.
Great compliment to our governor to give us all these opportunities, and a great compliment to our staff. And that includes you too, Drew.
Thank you. All right, before I sit down, I'll just want to play something for you.
I'm gonna cry.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. They blow things up and then walk away. Keep walking, keep shining. Don't look back, keep on walking.
Very, very well done. Very clever.
We're gonna call you Dynamite Drew, okay?
Dynamite Drew. I like that. Coming from Ron, that means a lot. Thanks, Drew. That was a great report. I appreciate it, and it is exciting to see everything we're doing. And I like that one too. We're going to go to public comment now for final public comment. Rosie?
We have several, Mr. Chairman. Start with Paul Gray, followed by Newton Cook, and then Nyla Pipes.
Thank you. Am I with you?
We hear you, Mr. Gray.
Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Gray.
Oh, okay, thank you. Right, Paul Gray. I've been listening all day and I want to comment on Okeechobee. But first, I want to congratulate you guys on your vote on the 8.5 square mile area. That thing has been intractably, incomprehensibly hard to get done. And it's been going on for decades. And we all know we have to do something about it to move forward with Everglades restoration. So you guys really did something momentous today that people have been trying for decades to get something to move, and you really did it. So we appreciate that. We still also want to be focused on land acquisition that opens up more opportunities in the future, but congratulations on that. With Lake Okeechobee, as you all have heard, the lake's too deep. The estuaries are all buggered up from the last rainy season, and so are the water conservation areas, and so is the lake. And so we have all these systems that are in recovery mode, but we have too much water in the system and we need to lower the lake. And there's kind of an imperative to lower the lake this year, because if you look at the year 2016, when we had the super bloom, we had the El Nino in the spring, and the lake got clear up to 16 feet, and we dumped a whole bunch of water in the lake, which had a whole bunch of nutrients, and it triggered that super bloom. And when we started the summer, we were only able to recover lake levels down to about 13.6. So as soon as it started raining, we had to start releasing, and it had cyanobacteria in it. 2018 had kind of the same thing. Irma came in the fall, and we got 1,000 tons of phosphorus in the lake. And then the next summer, boom, the lake blew up, and it was relatively deep because Irma took the lake up, to 17 feet. And so we're sitting here after last fall's very wet season with the same type of situation where we've got a lot of nutrients in the lake, and so it puts us at a high risk. And the weather forecast says we might be wetter than average in the summer. And so it's really important for us to get the lake down. And so I think as harmful or as painful as it is to do releases now, at least we can do relatively controlled releases to the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee and to the water conservation areas without cyanobacteria in it. And everything we can get out of the lake now, it'll give the Corps more flexibility in the summer that if we do get the blooms, they may be able to hold off longer or to manage it better. And so in the short term, it's painful. I don't like that aspect of it, but I think it's a discipline thing, and it takes a long time to lower the lake. So let's try between now and June to see how low we can get it. And then I'll close. Colonel, I drove over the Kissimmee River on the Highway 98 bridge yesterday, and your guys were out there working. So thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Newton Cook, you're recognized to speak, followed by Nyla Pipes and then Mike Elfenbein.
Yes, thank you very much. And Dr. Paul Gray is one of my most favorite people. I listen very closely to Dr. Gray. And thank you for those wonderful comments. I just want to say this has been a great meeting. You guys are troopers. Mr. Bergeron can tell you about the FWC meetings that you came for the day and then stayed for the week. And that's been one of those meetings today. Just a quick comment on the SDAs. I think everyone knows my feelings about how we're blowing them out and doing great danger to them. There's been a lot of complaints out on the social media about only 6% of the lake water went through the SDAs last year. Evidently, these people did not notice that it rained, record rainfall on the SDAs and on the EAA last year. So there wasn't any room to send any lake water south very much, particularly to send it into the SDAs and further destroy them. I was out at the SDAs several times a year, which I do, and I saw whirlpools in the SDAs at the structures. And of course, water running at whirlpool level is not being cleaned by the vegetation. So of course, obviously, we got 50 parts per billion where we used to have 18 parts per billion coming out of one of the SDAs. And it's something that we just have to remember. These SDAs cost a lot of money to build. We're constantly now dumping way too much water in them, and we're dumping highly contaminated lake water, 120 to over 200 parts per billion phosphorus. And we're going to end up losing these SDAs to cattail monocultures like you see everywhere else where you send this high nutrient water. And so all I can say is we have to protect the SDAs, or we're never going to be able to protect the fact that right now in WCA3, we have 90% of the water meeting the 10 parts per billion phosphorus that's required. We must protect that so we can send water south, because dirty water cannot go under the trail. So that is the point I wanted to make. And I just want to thank you guys and congratulate you guys for all the progress that's being made. And really, those of us who are out here as stakeholders appreciate the opportunity to comment. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Our next public commenter is Nyla Pipes, followed by Mike Elfenbein and then Drew Martin.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. 2 years ago, as you guys took the seats on that board, a core group of people came before you and we told you that as time went on, you would see the same faces over and over again. And that we were people who had spent a lot of time studying and a lot of time researching and a lot of time in the Everglades, you know, from Orlando all the way to Florida Bay. And these are the same people who show up religiously. Over time, you've gotten to know us a bit. And I want you to know that we have always had a public comment period on the technical reports. And I bring that up because here we are, approximately 6 hours later, after we all sat through very long, scientifically dense, exceptional presentations by both Mitnick and Lawrence Glenn about what happens with the water and why we're managing things the way we are. I now want to draw you back to that time 6 hours ago. There were some really important things said. Lawrence Glenn said that we need winter rest for the stormwater treatment areas. That's because you're going to ruin them, just like Newton just, reiterated. The other thing is the water conservation areas themselves need some winter rest. They have to have a dry down period. So while it's easy for people who are suffering from discharges to the estuaries to scream, send it south during the dry time, what I hope you guys got out of their very incredible presentations is that there are very scientific reasons we can't do all of that. Water Conservation Area 3A, where the tree islands are being drowned, sat underwater for 9 months. We just now this week got to a spot where ecologically things are starting to look a little better in 3A. Those are also tribal lands. There's a lot being affected. And the questions that you guys had during those presentations about the highs and the lows and what happened with Water Conservation Area 2, did we ruin it? Yes, we did. The questions about the Q-Bell and what's required. They tell me that you need to get out there. And I applaud Jackie and Charlotte and some of the others who are doing so. But I will tell you, if somebody like Mike Elfenbein invites you out to a field trip in Water Conservation Area 3A with the tribe and U.S. Fish and Wildlife and DEP and scientists from your very own district, et cetera, you should accept, because you will learn what we're all trying to tell you. Please reinstate the public comment period right after the technical reports. It's honestly not good government to make us all wait this long. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Mike Elfenbein, you're recognized to speak, followed by Drew Martin and then Richard Weisskopf.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. This was a very, very long day, sitting here finally on my couch at 5:45 after listening all day. And I got to say, I've got to admit, I've got to agree with Nyla a little bit. There's a lot of things between 6 hours ago and now that I would like to have commented on. And I realize that my time is short. So I've expressed that. And I want to go back to those technical reports and reiterate what Nyla just mentioned. Conservation area was above regulation for 9 months. And we have groups that say they're friends of the Everglades telling you that you should be sending more water to the Everglades and continue to inundate the habitat and the species that rely on them. That's not very friendly to me. And I hope that you guys don't take that as the way it should be, much like what was expected with lowering the lake during the dry season. Here we are doing what people were clamoring for last year. And now those same people are upset that we're going to be releasing water during the dry season. So I just wanted to reiterate that. And also lost in today's 6 hour long meeting since those technical reports is the fact that once again, John Mitnick let everybody know, and somehow that got lost, that we are, I forget the terminology he used, I'm sure he could restate it, but again, drying down Everglades National Park to dry it for the sake of the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow. It's been about 6 months since all of the agencies sat down at the table to address this issue. I would have thought that 6 months was significant time to come to a conclusion on something that we've already discussed ad nauseum for the better part of the last decade or two. Hopefully we can come to a better resolution to that sometime soon before this next rainy season starts, with the pending closure on Monday of the remaining S12 locks. And then also Chairman Goss and the other governing board members, as Nyla mentioned, I do periodically take people on some wonderful field trips into the Everglades Conservation Area 3 in conjunction with the Miccosukee tribe, and in some cases the Seminole tribe, and with many representatives of different stakeholder groups and agencies. And I've made several attempts to invite you all to an upcoming trip, but I don't seem to be getting back many positive responses from governing board members. Chairman Goss, I sent you an email after my last invitation this morning. I look forward to your response. Thank you guys so much for a wonderful day. Have a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Our next public commenter is Drew Martin, followed by Richard Weisskopf.
Yes, this is Drew Martin. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Martin.
Yes, I want to first thank the governing board for their patience today and their willingness to listen to the public on a number of issues. I appreciate your willingness, particularly on the Wellington issue, and I know how important that is to those people who live there and how important the preservation of open space is. So appreciate the fact that the governing board took the time to listen to the public. I want to talk just briefly about the 8.5 square mile. And I listened to a report that was done on radio about the people living out there, and they were interviewing them, and the people seemed very willing to begin to sell. And I think that maybe we talk about not wanting to use eminent domain, but maybe the price, if we think that would be really expensive, maybe the price could be just raised enough to sweeten the deal so that those people would sell. Because the expense to the district, even with the curtain wall, those lands are never going to be protected from stormwater. And we know that with climate change, sea level rise, that we are going to see more flooding out there. And as Mr. Bergeron said, there's no drainage. So when it rains out there, they're going to be flooded. And we could see loss of life in serious events. So I think also that there's going to come a time when a lot of these drainage canals are not going to work that well because of sea level rise and storm surge. So I hope that when you take things into consideration, you'll begin to look at the risks coming from sea level rise, storm surge, and climate change. I know that there is some money coming down for you to do a study of that, but I think the more we can preserve wetlands, the more we can preserve those wetlands and open spaces, the more place we can put water during storm events. We cannot continue to rely on the canal system. We have to preserve those open spaces. I was glad to see we were able to preserve an open space in Wellington. Thank you again for your time, and I appreciate the fact that you're so patient in listening to all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, we have Richard Weisskopf. Mr. Weisskopf, if you could unmute your mic.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We hear you.
Okay. I'm Rich Weisskopf. I'm a professor of economics at the University of Miami. And, you know, I was thinking if you had an agency with 800 economists that dealt with water and no hydrologists, you would say that's crazy. And so let's flip it. Let's say you have 800 biologists and hydrologists and all kinds of scientists and no economists. And what's generating the water problem and the pollution is basically the economy, a successful economy. So whether it's agriculture, whether it's the cities, whether it's anything, it's really the economy, and there's no economic modeling going on. And that's what hurts the most. And so I come to these meetings and I spend the day listening to you and wanting to participate. And I still think that I would assign all my students to come if it's not the whole day, but maybe parts of the day. But it is truly exciting to hear you fight over these different things and reach agreement or disagreement. And that's part of the process. But I also want to make an appeal that you consider looking more at economic modeling. That's really important to understand the future flows of and sources of the nutrients and of the pollutants that are coming down. And so how, regardless of how much storage and cleaning you could do on the down end, it's really the up end, the generating end, that needs attention. Thank you, and thanks for a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Weisskopf. Mr. Chairman, that was our last public commenter.
Well, thank you, Rosie, and thank you all very much for your comments. We'll go now to board comment. Mr. Steinle?
None here.
You didn't have to say anything. Mr. Bergeron?
I'll make it brief because I'm tired. It's hard to make it brief with me, but thank my board members. Honored to sit with you. And our staff, you're the best. Our stakeholders, I'm really enjoy hearing from them too, so we can make the best decisions. And long live the Everglades, and the American dream is still alive, and God bless America.
Well said. Mr. Ilitich?
Mr. Steinle, could you tell us about the fish?
Oh, Jackie. No, I actually had two great experiences with both of my sons about 3 weeks ago. The first that Jackie was mentioning about is we haven't had a chance to go fish Lake Okeechobee before, and my son is just a diehard angler. He's 10 years old. So we did have a chance. We got out of Roland Martin Marina, which is great, and Lewiston had a guide, and he landed. I've got a picture which I can't show because it's not big enough, but the fish was certainly big. It was 7.5 pound largemouth bass, so that made his day. He was walking on water.
Cool.
And my biggest was probably 1.5 pounds, but he caught a dozen. The other great experience I had the same weekend, the following day, was to go out to STA 1 West. And Newton Cook actually coordinated for my son and I to go out on the youth duck hunting day. And so this is such a great example of not just for the youth day, but such a great example of how these lands that we manage, and in particular the STAs, which they call it the duck factory. It's really world-class waterfowl hunting. And it's great to in partnership with FWC, make these areas available to the public. Anyways, we had a terrific time. It was a really spectacularly productive hunt. We weren't allowed to shoot; the adults were not, so it was just dying with envy. But my son limited out in 20 minutes, which is amazing. And credit to Newton hooked us up with a world-class duck caller out there. So he made it really, really terrific and a great experience. So was happy to enjoy two natural areas that we talk about all the time.
That's so cool. The picture of his son with the fish is just incredible. Dwayne DeFries, he's the executive director for the National Estuary Program for the Indian River Lagoon Program, and I want him to come here and speak. It gets confusing because people say St. Lucie River, Indian River Lagoon. You know, people are like, aren't they two separate things? So basically, the St. Lucie River is, opened up into the Indian River Lagoon, and that area that we're always showing pictures of, and like the seagrass loss and this and that, it's that confluence. We call it the crossroads between the Indian River Lagoon and the St. Lucie River. At one point in history, that area was documented as the most biodiverse fish area in North America. okay? And I mean, this is documented in the Everglades Handbook and other, back in, I mean, it's remarkable to me. And so that is why we are connected to that National Estuary Program. And I think everyone will benefit from that, and it will help make clear this tie between the St. Lucie River, Indian River Lagoon. Thanks. And I sit as your representative. We meet every 3 months. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Olipich. And Mr. Steinley, I'm jealous. Vice Chair.
I cede my time to the colonel from the Big Cypress Basin.
We've come full circle now that we're back in the Big Cypress Basin. I just wanted to thank everyone for the great discussion today. And if you have a chance, be sure to get out to the field to see some of these things. I think Drew's presentation was great. I was out at the EAA STA with Commissioner Hurd from Martin County. It was great. We covered every patch out there, and work is really happening. And as Colonel Kelly likes to say, this is just moving dirt, scoop by scoop, bulldozing. This is hard work. That's why it takes so long. And I think if we could paint that picture for folks, they'd understand why Everglades restoration has been going on for many, many years. But thanks for a great meeting.
Thank you, Colonel. Mr. Martinez?
Nothing from me.
Thanks, Mr. Martinez, and thanks for being on the phone, Charlie. Appreciate it. Yes. I just want to say thank you to all of you. It's been 2 really good years. Today is I don't know if today is, but this meeting is our 2nd anniversary of working together on this board, and I really appreciate all the hard work that each and every one of us puts into it. Colonel Kelly, thank you to you and Eva for being here. It's been a long day, and I appreciate you all doing that. You're federal employees who are working, you're earning your paychecks, and I appreciate it. And Drew, to you and your staff, thanks for all you've been able to accomplish this year. It's just amazing. We had a bunch of commenters, or a couple of commenters, about general public comment. And I just want to say we take general public comment at the beginning of the meeting, we take general public comment at the end of the meeting, and we take public comment before each decision point, before each vote. And I think that should be sufficient. And if the board feels differently, let me know. But that's sort of the way I'm planning on operating, or we're planning on operating in the future, unless you all feel otherwise. And with that, I'd like to say thanks, everyone, and we'll adjourn.